some insights, some critical analysis, what is going on in the world in the field of biodiversity, may add you to think innovatively. It may trigger your thinking in a very fresh and unknown or the paths which nobody has already gone. Next slide, please. You all know what is the situation in the country and the world, what conventional biological diversity is doing, how things are. So I will not explain everything verbatim. You are not, you are very, well educated and knows many things. So just you can see the slide and you can grasp the message that slide is conveying to all of you. Next slide, please. Now, I would like to sensitize you on this, because before going into the topic, Kunming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, and as well as skills and jobs, green jobs that are available in society, I would like to orient you on the general, broader aspect of it. Because if you think in isolated way, you will not come to useful or purposeful conclusions in this field. So you ought to know more about the general things, then we will go into the targets and other related matters. This is how the situation is. I need not explain. Now, the sixth extinction is there. It is mostly because of human beings like you and me. And then 60% of already IBES, Intergovernmental Science Policy Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services, has come out with very nice, good reports. They are counterparts of IPCC, Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. In biodiversity, it is IBES. In climate change, it is IPCC. I prepared this presentation mainly keeping your requirement in course of time. Because if you are interested to pursue career in this area, I interviewed hundreds of people for internship, for consultants, and so many. So all those things, of course, I could not put all questions and answers here, but I would like to cover in my slides which will be useful for you to face interviews very efficiently. So you have to see this thing. If I say these 3 points are there, then go back and read a little bit about what will happen if beyond 1 degree or 2 degree, what will happen, then what is sixth extinction. So this time is a limiting factor here. So I prepared the PPT keeping that point in view because it should be useful to you also. There are two things. One is scholarly knowledge, information. The other aspect is practical, implementable, which is useful to you to face the professional challenges. Any interview if you go, you will carry, I think, participation certificate here. A person like me, if he is there in the interview board, he will ask, oh, you have attended Youth Biodiversity Conference at Kanha. What did you learn? Then you will say something. Then they will go into deeper aspects. So what will happen if what is the IPBES report? Can you tell something about it? Then you should be able to answer confidently. So this is what I kept in view. So two aspects. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yeah. This is how a diagrammatic presentation, how more species of plants and animals, they are going to become, extinct. This is you should know IUCN classification, least concern, near-threatened, vulnerable, endangered, critically endangered, then extinct. These are the major classifications which species on earth faces. So you should be able to articulate properly. When somebody asks you a question, you cannot हवा में बात करना नहीं चलता है. समझा ना? That means you cannot speak in just vacuum or air. And then you should be able to give, you should have a conceptual clarity. Simple listening and this thing is different. Listening and developing a thought process is economic, societal. Environmental is one of the top global risks. So this is what you have to keep it in mind. Next slide, please. Yeah. Now, friends, since majority of you are from India, then somebody will ask you, what is the uniqueness of India in terms of biodiversity? Within you should tell, sir, this is one of the 17 mega biodiversity countries out of 196 parties in the world. 196 countries in the world. which are parties to the CBD. 17 only. Please remember, out of almost 200 or 210 countries, if you take all the countries which are also not a part of the CBD. So this is a God-given gift. That means a strength which was given by the God to India. Yeah, whatever you may call it, God or some unknown spirit or something like that. So, but you have only 2.4% of land area and 8% of the recorded species, 4% of the fresh water, but supporting 17% of the world population, 16% to 7% of the cattle population. It is a miracle that India still remain to be one of the 17 three dimensions of biodiversity. Anyhow, now just next slide, please. No issues. Now I would like to focus on pollinators, increased value of crops by so many billions, fisheries, all these things I am giving. Since pollinators has come, I would like to share latest example, very innovative. My batchmate by name Mr. Surendra Kumar is like me, is also a retired IFS officer. He was taken as advisor by National Highway Authority of India. You know National Highway Authority of India, all highways, whatever we are traveling, anywhere, everywhere now national highways are there. So they are all, because they are causing lot of what? Destruction. In a way, we should not say in the destruction, but definitely the huge roads will have all age-old banyan trees have gone, age-old ficus trees, other ficus religiosa, ficus bengalensis, neem, tamarind, so many old mango, all these old kings and nawabs, they planted all these things, but road widening, all those things have gone. Now it's a huge loss of biodiversity, because not only plants support the other insect population and animal health. So what I mean to say is that what he introduced a concept called, because National Highway Authority of India is cash rich, their budget is maybe 1 lakh crore or something like that. So he introduced a concept called bee corridor planting. Bee corridor planting. Very innovative, and the National Highway Authority of chief he is highlighting this in every conference and every meeting, that how NHA is contributing for the ecosystem of the around plants and animals, enriching the ecosystems. Now the point is that we all know that honeybee population is dwindling like anything. Now how to restore honeybee population? We are planting some trees just like that, greenery, but some soapnut tree attracts a lot of honeybees. If you go under during flowering, you will hear humming sound. So many thousands and lakhs of honeybees will be there, taking the nectar and this thing from the soapnut tree. There are other trees also, but I observed soapnut tree. Point is that now the National Highway Authority of knowledge is power. Now one officer's idea is changing the whole scenario. So this is how we need to think innovatively in spite of all the problems which we are facing. Next slide, please. Now I just gave a little bit of definition. Sustainable development conserves land and plant and animal resources, and environmentally non-degrading, technologically appropriate, economically viable, socially acceptable. If you confidently speak this definition, if somebody asks sustainability, they will be very much impressed. You will get 99 out of 100 marks in interviews. So this is how we should speak very clearly, very concisely, very precisely and confidently. And you should go through it, little bit of literature also. Next slide, please. Just I have mentioned already, 1992, these three conventions were adopted at Rio conference. CBD is one. So climate change and desertification, other convention. Next slide, please. Yeah. Now you should know these things. This is very essential. Those who are having interest in biodiversity. What happened? First, 1992, CBD was adopted. Then Cartagena Protocol on biosafety. Then a subsidiary supplementary protocol on biosafety, Cartagena Protocol, that is called Nagoya Kuala Lumpur. Then Nagoya Protocol on access benefit sharing. This is the comprehensively you have covered. Now I am focusing on convention on biological diversity. Now friends, Cartagena Protocol on biosafety, they will ask you, what when biotechnology has come into play, when genetic engineering is being practiced, when CRISPR technology is being implemented, you are getting lot of new organisms, new varieties, new breeds. Okay? Now, there is another in our society, everywhere, in Europe it is very strong, that once you consume this genetically modified, there will be new diseases, new lifestyle, whatever it may be. So, the point I am trying to impress upon you is that to counter the negative effects of LMOs, GMOs, LMOs is living modified organisms. So, this biosafety protocol, that means when you transfer, for example, COVID has come in Hyderabad. Now, let us think like that. Now, COVID virus will be there. That virus has to be transmitted to one laboratory in Bhopal. Then while carrying the virus from Hyderabad to Bhopal, there is certain protocol. You cannot carry just like that like this and go putting in the your carry bag and enter into aeroplane and say that you go to it. It is not like that. Protocol has to be followed. Otherwise, you will be punished. That is what Cartagena protocol says. From country to country, from H1F1, that one virus, bird flu has come recently somewhere in Andhra Pradesh and they killed hundreds of birds. So if you carry the virus, because the gene sequencing has to be studied. COVID has not remained COVID. It has evolved into, mutated into many other viruses. So you have to evaluate that vaccine also accordingly. So for such a transfer of very dangerous viruses, bacteria, there is a protocol. That is what I wanted. Now we have a protocol, anyhow access benefit sharing mechanism. Those who are made of this will deal with that subject. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yeah. Now, what is the conventional biological diversity? Then Biological Diversity Act of India, which is derived from the conventional biological diversity. Many other countries also have framed their own laws and rules. Now they will ask, somebody will ask you, what is CBD? Can you tell briefly? Or what is India doing about it? Sir, you have to explain. Sir, CBD has only 3 objectives, 3 main pillars. One is conservation, second is sustainable use, third is facilitating fair and equitable benefit sharing. That's all. It is over. And everything revolves around these 3. These are 3 pillars of convention. Even our Biological Diversity Act also covers about these 3 pillars. It is there. Recently amended 2023 Act 2002, then 2024 rules, then regulations 2025. This is as far as regulatory framework of biodiversity is covered. Next slide. Just I wanted to say, somebody will ask you, why our government, central government, state government, what is our responsibility? Why we should protect biodiversity? What is the role? Constitutional amendment has taken place in 42nd Constitutional Amendment in India. 48A, 51AG. Directive Principles of State Policy, Fundamental Duties of Citizens. Because in our country, it is the constitution which is supreme. Ours is a democratic country. You should know these things. No other text is as far as governance is concerned is important. For governance, for our day-to-day life, constitution is the main thing. That is the all civil societies have to follow, and violation of the constitution is offense. So that is how the democracy functions. So you should know these 2 articles. One is 48A, 51AG. That is the most. I asked many times questions. Very few people could answer it. Next. Okay. Now, what does this National Biodiversity Authority, which is the autonomous statutory body, which actually implements the policies of the Government of India, laws of the Government of India. So all these functions are categorized into 3 only: facilitative, regulatory, and advisory. These 3 functions they perform state biodiversity boards and National Biodiversity Authority. Next slide, please. She is Under Secretary General. Under this UNEP only the CBD Secretariat functions, and we all come under the internationally under UNEP, United Nations Environment Program. She is the chief. I met her 2, 3, 4 times in the international conference. What she mentioned there, you can see. It is a 3 times resources last 50 years were increased. The most interesting point is biodiversity loss, water scarcity, food security, human health, climate change are indivisible, interrelated, interdependent. They cannot be seen in isolation. That is the message I would like to convey with this slide. Next slide, please. Now somebody will ask, biotechnology is the word mentioned in the CBD text. Biotechnology, I mentioned Cartagena protocol related to this thing. Then people will ask, can you mention a few biotechnological products? The most important, interesting thing is insulin for diabetic patients. You know, biologics is the pharmaceutical drugs which uses the living organisms and produces the pharma drugs. So these are the, in plants they will ask, can you mention one example? BT cotton. Because the Bacillus thuringiensis gene has been introgressed into our local variety, and that is how the products are there. So what I mean to say is that the theory should be related to practice, and one should be able to confidently speak on the concepts, on the examples if somebody asks you. These are the things. Okay, next slide please. Now we are entering into the main topic which they have assigned to me, that is overview of the Cumming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. Now this is a 4 years work at international level, 23 targets, 4 goals. The 23 targets you can see. I will not cover all the targets, but some targets in detail. So this is the core of the entire biodiversity implementation all over the world in 196 parties to the convention. This was adopted in December 2022 at Cumming-Montreal. Both because of the COVID, the meeting was held in both the cities. That's why it is called Cumming. Cumming is in China. Cumming-Montreal Global Biodiversity. I will not go into the details. You can see it. I am leaving the PPT with organizers. You can collect it while leaving, and you can go through it. Then we will deal with the other in detail, other related matters. Time is running away. I will quickly push the things. Next slide, please. This is left side sustainable development goals. There are 17 sustainable development goals and 23 Cumming-Montreal targets. These are interrelated. So where is the connection if somebody asks? These 3 are there, sustainable. What is climate action? That is 13 SDG, number 13, 14 below water, and 15 life on land. That is a terrestrial. These 3 sustainable development goals are related to our Cumming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. That means if you achieve the targets of 23 assigned by the CBD, you will be automatically achieving the 3 sustainable development goals. And the entire working of the government will revolve around achieving the sustainable development goals. Next slide, please. This is a new concept, digital sequence information. This is nothing but sequencing data of the genome, the gene sequencing. So this has become a big headache now to the biodiversity rich countries like India. Earlier, if I wanted to take this something, I wanted to study this flower, I used to pluck this thing and take to the other country. Now I need not take this physically. I can go through the machines are there, technology is available. I can take the sequencing from this flower, DNA sequencing, and I can transfer over internet. And the other person can prepare a drug from this sequencing. So you can't catch the thief. Earlier, you can catch if at least in the airport, why this you are taking flower. You know, in Australia, if somebody has gone, they are very strict about anybody bringing even a small if they detect it, they will put you for a quarantine in a separate room in the airport. Very, very strict. So we used to take extra precautions because without our knowledge also sometimes in our bags and other things some material may be left out. So if they detect it, they will punish you ruthlessly. So what I mean to say is, this is the problem. That means your genetic resources will be used by others for using drugs, cosmetics, so many things without sharing the benefits with you. That is a problem. Next slide, please. This is just articles, NBSAP, National Biodiversity Strategy Action Plan, under 6A we have to prepare. Next slide. This is the National Biodiversity Strategy Action Plan which we released India at Cali in 2024, Cali, Colombia, during 16th Conference of the Parties. Out of 196 parties, only 46 countries could complete the National Biodiversity Strategy Action Plan up to 2030. And India is one, and we really feel proud of it that we could release, at least when I was the chairman National Biodiversity Authority, because I steered all the meetings. One was held in Nalsar, you might be knowing, National Academy of Legal Studies and this thing. So we somehow, collected all the information, conducted so many meetings and got it released, and we got the credit. Next slide, please. This is the photo. The two ministers from Colombia and our Honorable Minister is there, Kirtivardhan Singh, and we all are there releasing. And the Executive Director, Ms. Astra Shoemaker is there, Ms. Shoemaker. And all these things, we got it released at Cali, Colombia. You can go through it. It is available in the website of the NBA. Next slide, please. Biofilm. When you prepare a plan to implement biodiversity and 23 targets, I mentioned 23 targets, then how you will implement it without money? Then you need some estimate. If you construct a house, you will estimate. If you carry a wedding ceremony, you will have an estimate. So similarly, you cannot speak in the, I prepared NBSAP, then how much expenditure? You see, international funding agencies are there. They will ask you how much you want, why you want, what are the sectors you are implementing. So there is a called BioFin, Biodiversity Finance Plan. We have prepared in 2019. This is the essence I would like to convey. That means BioFin is the expenditure estimate, Biodiversity Finance Plan, to implement the National Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan in India. Next slide, please. I will not go into the details. You can see it. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide. This is all related to biofilm. Just I wanted to show this slide. This is a little complicated, but I will try to explain. When how you estimate a department, a government agency, even private company, for example, TVS company, let me take. Some of you can apply for sustainability officers in TVS company also. In TVS company, they are investing about 1,000 crores for TVS motorcycles. So they are also doing wonderful work in biodiversity conservation. They have made all the open lands into really nature's wonders. They might be investing about 10 crores, let us say. So out of 1,000 crores, 10 crores is the attributable biodiversity expenditure. This is how we have to calculate for 23 ministries and departments in the government of India. Similarly, at the state level, there are life-owning departments, which are line departments, agriculture, forestry, horticulture, fisheries, animal husbandry. Life-supporting departments, that is irrigation, panchayat raj and rural development. So then we will ask, irrigation department actually will not conserve, but they are supporting it. The water is one of the basic things. And at the same time, they also contribute for the plantation programs, like National Highway Authority of India. So this is the the classification you can see, because this slide itself will take half an hour to explain, but you can just focusing it. You have to, as I mentioned, TVS example, you have to see how much is there out of 100 rupees, each department, how much they are spending for the biodiversity conservation. For example, let me tell you, agriculture department is there. So they are investing in research of 10 crores in the LMOs, mustard has come, BT cotton has come, so many are in the research. That expenditure is not biodiversity related expenditure. That is purely economics, commerce. But biodiversity expenditure comes where you save and conserve the species. There is an institution called National Bureau of Plant Genetic Resources under the ICR. Entire expenditure involved in the National Bureau is concerned the attributable expenditure. That is how the classification takes place. Next slide, please. This is the biodiversity plan, biofin plan was released by the Honorable Vice President of India in 2019. Next slide. I want to show you one example. We found out, means the expert committee, 45,850 crores was the deficit, extra amount required for the comprehensive biodiversity conservation in India. The total expenditure shown, what is required, what is being done, and that is the deficit. This is how we calculate and project before the international agencies. Next slide, please. These are the innovative solutions. Just I highlighted 5. Mostly augmenting CSR funds, corporate social responsibility funding. I will not go into the details. They are there. We are shifting to next slide. Next slide, please. This is just corporate social. Next slide. Yeah. Now targets. I would like to focus. I mentioned target 2, target 3. Target 2, restoration of degraded ecosystems to 30% by 2030. Then target 3, 30% all marine, coastal, terrestrial, wetland, all these things. Every country in their respective countries, we have to achieve these targets by 2030. God knows how much we will achieve, but anyhow, our effort should be very sincere. Next. Yeah. Now you will ask me, sir, you mentioned target 2, restoration of degraded ecosystem. Can you give me one example? Naturally, you will ask me. So what is saline and alkaline soils are degraded soils in India. They are increasing day by day because of so many other factors. So to restore them, to get a benefit, this meswak plant is the right one. It will come up in saline and alkaline soils. Okay, and it's very commercially viable. How? I would like to give example in next slide. Next slide, please. See, our senior actor Venkatesh is giving meswak toothpaste, and tree is there. Meswak tree. See, this is how you have to relate to degraded ecosystems. You are restoring, and you are planting the relevant biodiversity plant and getting economics out of it. Your economy has improved, your soils have improved. You have to apply innovative thinking process. So simply if I say these are the 23 targets like that, then वो तो rote memory हो जाता है. हम लोग तो बट्टी मारते हैं ना. बट्टी means we used to say in our college. बट्टी means just without any understanding we will Ashok has planted so many like that, and we will just vomit it out in the answer paper. But after coming out in real life, if you ask nothing, no, I got 100 out of 100, but I don't know how to do it. So what I am giving is that if you speak a concept, you should relate to the field. Next. Now, this is how the local, our breeds. You know, Holstein Friesian is a foreign breed, exotic. But our local breed, the government has better late than never. We have opened our eyes. We realize that our local breeds are more important than exotic. Local breeds have their own importance, though their milk yield is less. They are highly disease resistant. Under climate change, increasing 45 degrees centigrade, other animals need air conditioning. They will die simply. Our breeds can survive. So this is how this slide showing all our Sahiwal, Ongol, Gir, Vichur, Punganur, all these breeds are going to be now, we have to save it for our own survival. Next. This is invasive alien species. I think some problem is there. You know, lantana camera and all these things, Eupatorium, or Parthenium, you might have seen it. Actually human-wildlife conflict has become very acute in our country because all our forests are infested with exotic invasive alien species. Now, once invasive alien species comes, what happens? Our palatable grasses will not come out. Then how the deer and other herbivores will live? They can't live. Then the tigers will come into villages. What they will eat? They will either eat cattle or us. They are eating us also. That is what is happening. You see in newspapers. Leopard is eaten, lifted one boy. The old man has yesterday one tiger Uttarakhand killed. So the biodiversity disturbance is ultimately it will come to your doorstep. Now this is the target 6. Next slide, please. I mentioned that is a pinworm, exotic pest, which is affecting the tomatoes. Because in India ना हम लोग तो थोड़ा laid back रहता है. वहाँ का disease आया था, disease तो आते रहता है यार, उसमें क्या है? But this pinkworm has come from Mexican, Latin American countries. तो हम लोग क्या किया? गांव में आए तो टमाटो का तो बहुत पेस्ट है और एक आया, but they don't realize that it is an invasive alien species. If it is, we have to take like a war, like a, Sindur war, we have to do war alone and completely contain that mandal, that village, that this thing, and destroy all the tomatoes, all the plants, pay compensation to farmers so that it will not spread to other states. So we are science students. We should be able to enlighten the society. Baba, it is very dangerous. Okay, next. This is urban biodiversity. Just I wanted to show it. Urban biodiversity. We are living in the cities. The urban biodiversity is very important. Next slide, please. This is also I have mentioned in detail. Next slide, please. This slide will show you how it will improve your health, how it will bring sanity. If you are under stress, you go for a walk in a beautiful, Kanha, how beautiful it is. The moment you enter, you feel like you are in a different world. That itself is an example. Coming, Hyderabad is like a red zone. The moment you open the door, you are breathing 2.5 mg all, and by the time you reach Kanha, you might have got your lungs infected. And the moment you enter into Kanha, you are again breathing, and at least you are feeling the energy is coming, oxygen. The more the oxygen goes in your lungs, the energy will come. So I wanted to show this as an example related to Kanha. Next. Same conference had we held in the center of Hyderabad. There are many conference rooms. You would not have felt so happy there. I will not feel happy. It is the right place. I should congratulate Telangana Biodiversity Board and all the organizers, member secretary and secretaries and Shilpi and all staff members for this innovative program here. Next slide, please. Digital piracy I explained already. This is the digital piracy about the ABS, because you take our genetic sequence, but you pay back if you make profits out of that. Shilpi and others, please caution me when I should end it, because I will go on speaking and they will get bored. Next slide, please. This is why DSA is important. I am showing you, and the concept, because now it is a dematerialized genetic information. Means this is a material, this thing, without any the gene sequencing, adenine, guanine, cytosine, those are biology students, they know, AGCT, thymine, these are the sequence in the DNA, and that will be transferred over the net, email also. Next slide, please. This is what I explained in detail. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is the most important thing. Now, many people, when I was a chairman, क्या कर रहे हैं भाई, अब क्या करते हैं, हमको समझ में नहीं आता है. कुछ politicians भी बोलता था, कुछ seniors भी बोलते हैं, कोई bureaucrats भी बोलता है, कोई flight में जा रहा था, बगल में कोई top intellectual या industrialist बैठता है. Divide है, क्या करते हैं आप लोग, chairman NB मतलब क्या है, National Basketball Association है क्या, आपका NBA मतलब क्या होता है, मतलब बात बोल रहा है मैंने. So what I mean to say is that, see, in a village, you can go through the slide. Dapur village, Nasik district, Maharashtra. One enzyme technology company has come. Two executive scientists have collected the soil. They took back to the labs. They produced 27 probiotics, Bacillus, Coagulans, Saccharomyces boulardii, and they gave back 71 lakh rupees to a small villages. They have never seen more than 10,000 rupees in their life, maybe, in one go. So, this is the strength of biodiversity if you conserve the soil. So if you are developing a city, big city, then first you get the soil samples and see whether any microorganisms are there in that soil. Nobody will see. Nobody will have that knowledge. We all say sustainability. Nobody. So this is the important. This is from the soil. And biodiversity includes microorganisms also. So the villagers, they were paid back because it is their luck. Maybe you can say. So what I mean to say is that soils hold so much wealth for India. Your penicillin also comes from the fungi, from the soil organism. Penicillin injection, you know it. It was the first microorganism based antibiotic. So anyhow, next slide please. This is the business and the biodiversity. This is one of the target 15. I will not go into the details. Next slide please. This is reduce, recycle, reuse is the new mantra. Circular economy is the new mantra. And many of the companies now engaging sustainability officers. A new post has come. Earlier we know CEO, Chief Executive Officer, COO, Chief Operating Officer, CFO, Chief Finance Officer. Now CSO, Chief Sustainability Officer. You see how much change has come in our working. The private companies, it is compulsory now. Don't take, it is not that everybody has to give what sustainability actions they are taking now. You cannot have a factory and go on emitting gases and GACs and waste and everything. You have to have a sustainability officer who has to limit your wastage, your emissions. Next. Yeah. Now this I wanted to show you. All companies in Chennai, they called me for inauguration. They have started Center for Business Leadership on Nature Restoration. This is a private sector initiative, not government. You can see it, how things are changing. That's what I wanted to sensitize you about the latest developments in our society. Next slide, please. Now, how business is contributing. These are the things. Corporate social access and benefit sharing, regulatory, social stock exchange has come now into play. There is a general stock exchange, we all know. Social stock exchange, go into the Google and study about it, what is social stock exchange. Next slide, please. This is target 16. How food loss, I will not go into the details. I just wanted to sensitize you. I am relating food loss and waste to target 16 of the Cumming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. So this is what about this thing. So reduce wastage in the food and this thing, consumption, production. Next slide, please. Target 18. You know how much we are spending on fertilizers which are reducing our actual soil fertility, which is our carbon content, organic carbon content when we got independence was around 2 to 3%. Now it is not even 0.2 or 0.1%. So the government has come out to cut. Our Nirmala Sitharaman, Madam Finance Minister, has vociferously said we have to cut it, and this is called harmful subsidies related to target 18, because we have to report to the convention now. Online digital tool is there. We have to, how much you are into. So 1,75,000 crores rupees subsidy in fertilizers is being given. Now we have to reduce it. This is target 18. Next slide, please. Now, PM Pranam scheme has come. I will not go into the details. In that, whichever state, for example, Telangana has saved 50 lakhs. Then 25 lakhs the government of India will give it back. You can spend on any of your scheme. So this is the benefit. Now PM Pranam scheme has come. This is related to target 18. Next. I am giving practical examples to targets. This is the resource mobilization financial mechanism. Nothing but how to generate resources. I have mentioned already 45,000 crores is the deficit. So how to generate the money, because budget is required. This description in the slides give you that explanation. Next slide. This is also same. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide. This is how the heading you can see, you can get it. Reduce or redirect resource causing harm to biodiversity. Next slide, please. Generate additional resource from all sources. Next slide, please. Enhance the effectiveness and efficiency. Next slide, please. Total for the world, we need 700 billion rupees to conserve the biodiversity and achieve the targets. This slide says, this institution, Paulson Institute has calculated this estimate. Down below it is mentioned. Next slide, please. This is nothing but, you heard about National Park Sanctuary. This is a new concept which is being in play. Our government of India is going to come out shortly guidelines. We will establish where, for example, even Kanha proposed this OECM. They have already given in writing to me when I was the chairman. So nobody will take away your land, but you will get international recognition. This beautiful area will be recognized as other effective area based conservation measure area, and it will be projected internationally. Next slide, please. Next slide. This is all about other effective area based conservation. Next slide. These are all the criteria. Next slide. Next slide. This is the difference. Not under legal regime. You remember, OECM is not under legal regime. So that means your ownership, nothing will change, but you will get international recognition if you agree to declare Kanha as a OECM. Next slide, please. Next slide. This is the biosafety I explained. Next slide. Next slide. Prospect. This is the, we have come to almost end. Now, these are the things. Now, some of you, what you can aspire, even for a few years, you may be having other plans. So these are the things where you can explore as youngsters to become. So I have mentioned here all the categories. You can see it. This PPT will be with the organizers. You can cover it. Next slide, please. You can see it. Hydroponics, many startups have come. Many people just within a span of this room, they are producing thousands and lakhs worth of fresh green vegetables. Microgreens they are producing. Some youngsters are producing it. Next slide, please. Now, this is what I wanted to suggest. Now, further specialization is required for you. So, what you should do already, there is a course. Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs, 3 months course, program on business and biodiversity. If you do it, you have a great potential to become sustainability officers in many companies and industries. And register, and you can see the website of Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs, and you can register next course. Now one course is going on already. Next slide. Yeah, what are the skills required to become bio-entrepreneur? This I mentioned. You can go through it. Bio-entrepreneur, you want to have your own self-employment MSME scheme, you can do it. Next slide, please. This is 2 youngsters, microbiology students. They are earning lakhs within a small room. You see it? The button mushroom is very common, but oyster mushroom is not that common. They succeeded. This is a practical example. So this is how the young minds venture into new startups and earn money legally with pride and with the application of science. Next slide, please. Conserving biodiversity is not only our collective responsibility, but also developmental, health, social and moral obligation. Thank you very much for your patience, and thank you.
Good morning, sir. So I had this question in regard to digital sequence information. As we know, with the advent of DSI, yes, sir. With the advent of DSI, is it not an issue which will threaten and jeopardize the access and benefit sharing module or mechanism?
See, friend, now I have to give a little orientation. We all know zero invented by whom? Indians. Okay. But who used zero for their benefit? It is a Western civilization. You got my point? Means through the civilizational progress for last 5,000 years, now we have reached AI. Ultimately, technology which will rule, and you can't afford to be a laggard in developing or adopting new technologies. So in order to face such things, you should, now they have started developing, you should have a sequencing data of all the species, and you know which are the species which are going to be exploited, which are of commercial value. For example, I mentioned microorganisms. You collect all the microorganism sequence data and keep it in your data centers. And then if somebody comes out for a patent, you have to disclose from where you got that information. You know it, that I think. Patent law is there. There you will be caught. But unless you maintain it, how you will catch? So my request to all of you is that ultimately it is a technology. So we have to, in a developed countries, the research is done on a war footing. Here we do slow walking. Above 60 like me, we will not run, we will only walk on the park. And you youngsters, like, you will be jogging, sweating like anything and carrying some protein powders and all these things. So it should be like youngsters jogging. It should not be an old man or a beyond 60 fellows walking, speed walking on the parks. So research and data. See, now data is the new science, we all know. Data is the new oil, rather. Not science, new oil. So what I mean to say is that your own personal health record will be used by the pharma industries and develop drugs and other things. That is how the data is going to play a major role in our commerce in coming years. So your concern is, I absolutely agree, but there is only one way: you modernize, you adopt technology, improve technology, maintain everything, and do CCMBs. There so many other world famous institutes. We are no way lagging behind, but we need some funding, some structural, developing labs, and also doing the research on a war footing. Thank you.
Hello, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you for your amazing session. My question is related to this green job, sir.
Pardon?
Green job, sir.
Green?
Job.
Yeah.
Yes. So, how can biodiversity restoration and conservation be structured to create sustainable green jobs in remote areas like Ladakh?
Like Ladakh?
Yes.
Yeah. See, Ladakh is famous for sea buckthorn. Am I correct? Am I correct or wrong? Yeah. Whether anybody exploited it fully? Now they started it recently. Last 5 years. But still, the way you pluck, the way you pack, the way you market it, we are zamana mein jo karta hai wo hai. In the sense that we are not modernized it. In any, especially your sea buckthorn, I took example. Ladakh apricot also is famous. It is different from other apricots. You got my point? So what I mean to say is that if you have a niche product, Booth Jalokia is there, chili in Northeast India. Those who are from Northeast, if anybody is there, yeah. Booth Jalokia is there. And then there are separate fruits, I forgot their names. The way, this is the youngsters' exposure, why we are this thing. If you say, I have this, it is not enough. If you say, I have this, I will manage and harvest and post-harvest technology I will adopt. I will sustainably use it. Nobody is telling that you should not use it. You have to use sustainable use, market it properly, get the proper price, and then you earn livelihood. I have shown the two youngsters. Button mushroom is already famous. They could have gone for it. Who will buy button mushroom? Means it's not a niche product. It's a common product. So what I mean to say, first you do SWOT analysis of your area, strengths, weakness, opportunity, threats. Then you will find out, oh, sea buckthorn is my strength. No other state can compete with me. So develop the processing technology, post-harvest technology, brand it properly, market it properly. Unfortunately, I say that I met many foreigners, they say, your Ayush products, which are being exported, उसमें कचरा में बेचता है यार, कचरा लगाता है, उसमें घास लगाता है, ये लगाता है, actual medicinal जो raw products है, secondary products है, वो कम रहता है. So if you lose credibility in the international market, then who will bother about you? This is how we have to educate the farmers. This is how we have to educate the middlemen, traders, that Baba don't do and don't spoil our name. So like that, if you do it, then you will create an employment, you will also have a startup. Sea buckthorn, now people are focusing on that. It is a niche product of Ladakh. Thank you.
Good morning, sir. My name is Shiring Lambutia and I'm from Sikkim. So as you said that all species are not vulnerable to extinction at same rate, and when climate changes, species tend to range shift and they move upward, but species that are already in the upland cannot move more upward. So are there any specialized conservation strategies that apply to them?
Yeah. See, there are, for example, red panda is from northeast. So there are certain areas. In the same way, your Sikkim state has declared itself as an organic state, if I am not wrong. The point is that if they are dwindling, first we have to see the classification, where they stand, threatened, vulnerable, very, categorization of this thing. That comes from the scientific study. Then we have to, there is a very huge movement in the National Medicinal Plant Board. For example, the plants which are getting extinct, they are proposing giving subsidies and funding for cultivation in the farms, so that people will not go into the forest areas and finish off whatever is left out. So that is the danger is there. So such schemes are there under Government of India. We have to see it and revive and restore such species which are under threat and which are nearing extinction. Thank you.
Hello sir, thank you for the presentation. In the definition of sustainable development, there was a term technologically appropriate. So yeah, my question is, in the increasing use of AI and the development of such technologies, how is it possible that both the sustainable development and technology will go together in the near future?
Okay. I don't know whether it was a good question, but whether I can satisfy you with this answer. In IIM Bangalore or somewhere, I forgot exactly, but a very famous, there was a professor, Bullakot Ramaswamy. If you see in the Google, you will get it. He's a professor in the IIM or IIT somewhere in Bangalore, and he's called Bullakot Ramaswamy, Professor Bullakot Ramaswamy. Bullakot is the most, technology hai kya, what is this? We laugh at it, and we want only rocks Thor, not Bullakot, to go to anywhere. So the point is that he made a study of all technologies in the world, and this thing. He told that for all the civilizations, even now, it is the only technology which can survive any place, anywhere, any this thing. In the sense that he, being a professor, has given very number of articles he has written. Now your question is, when the technology is going by leaps and bounds, how the sustainability can be achieved. Now, I think every day we are hearing organic farming conference, this thing, biodiversity conference and all these things. Now, you have to find out linkages. For example, if somebody asks me, anyhow government is giving freebies. Freebies era chal raha hai. Freebies, you understand? आपको चावल भी देगा, आपको दाल भी देगा, आपको चाहे तो एक bottle भी देगा. You understood what is meant by bottle? I will not go into the details. So governments are giving everything at your doorstep. They are called freebies. So आराम से बैठा. So what I mean to say, I will suggest a positive freebie. You may say, you may want to, sir, you are already criticizing indirectly. By those who are having working cattle, bullocks, and because our local species are becoming extinct, unless you use the local species, simply giving species, the population will not survive. How much cattle population, local bulls, indigenous bulls are there? You give some 1,000 rupees per month or something like that, so that bullock transportation within rural India will continue. The tractors have come in large way, I agree, but the positive aspect is that manure can be used for organic farming. So everybody who wanted to do organic farming, they are being repeatedly told, you can't do organic farming without cows and bullocks and indigenous cattle. So therefore you have it. So organic farming, linking up to bullocks and cattle, and then you achieve the sustainable. Because other things will continue, you can't stop. Because development and environment are two sides of the same coin. You cannot criticize development just because we are all biodiversity warriors and biodiversity protagonists, biodiversity supporters. You can't. We can't survive in this modern world, just say that everything you stop it. Then we have to go into the caves. We have to go back 50,000 years back and we'll live like that. Is it possible? No. But for everything we need to think. What is the carbon footprint I am leaving? What is the wastage I am leaving in this particular activity? That's why I repeatedly mentioned sustainability officers is now every company is engaged. Because they have to come out with the calculations. What they are doing harm to this thing. See, there is a called BRSR, Business Responsibility and Sustainability Reporting is a law under the SEBI, Securities Exchange Board of India. You have to report under that. You can't escape now. Okay, thoda India mein hum log laid back hai, law we will not implement very forcefully, but the days will come when everywhere 2.5 mg, every city if it becomes Delhi, then where you will survive? You know how many Delhiites have shifted their residence to Goa? Many. Because during this winter they wanted to avoid not cold they used to enjoy, but pollution. Entire Delhi colonies have come in Goa. So point I am trying to tell you is that ready-made answer I cannot give, but a harmonious answer. I mean in the sense that you have to make some adjustment here and there and then implement the concept. Then you can achieve sustainable development as well as the progress and conservation of biodiversity. Thank you.
So, thank you for your presentation. I just wanted to ask if you could maybe comment on the opportunities for integrating biodiversity and One Health in India.
Yeah, wonderful. Oh yeah, good, yeah. One Health policy is being now linked. Animal, see, what we thought about COVID, it has jumped from the animal into the human beings. Even I am told, I don't remember exactly, TB also has come from the animals to the human beings. Tuberculosis. You got my point? You have to read Homo sapiens novel by Yuval Noah Harari. Okay? then you will get enlightened. He says that 10,000 years back, agriculture was the most modern thing which human civilization has done. Before agriculture, we were hunter-gatherers. Very interestingly, he mentioned that they were more intelligent than us, in fact. The survival instinct, because everything is adverse to him. Means wild animals can attack and this is how to escape, how to hunt. Individually, they were far more superior than the present generation. That's what he mentioned in the novel. It's a very wonderful. Yuval Noah Harari, Israeli historian. So, please repeat your question. I am coming. Just I slipped it. What is that? One Health. Sorry. Coming to yeah. So he mentioned that how agriculture has brought new diseases. From hunter-gatherers who were very agile, very healthy. When we shifted to agriculture, the diseases have come. So from there, okay, civilizational growth, now we are into the present. One Health policy is being debated, discussed at the international level every 6 months, once in 6 months. Now, there is a linkage. We cannot work in silos. The veterinary department, the Indian Council of Medical Research, Indian Council of Agriculture Research, Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, and Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, they have come together and evolving a policy that in future, if biodiversity is disturbed, COVID-like infectious diseases will crop up. There are many organisms still lying, they are waiting to attack human beings. If you disturb the cycle, we don't know. If you disturb too much, we don't know. There are so many uncertainties. So therefore, as you rightly mentioned, the government has given clear directions. It is being discussed, debated and given focused attention that we should not neglect animal diseases, because there is a disease which erupts in Konkan region, Kaisanur monkey disease. Kaisanur, something like that. So now bird flu, and then there is another disease in Kerala, Nipah virus, yes, Nipah virus. So these are every 2 years suddenly we hear, and it may become epidemic and pandemic also. So One Health policy, yes, it is being given serious attention, and now they are linking up to everything, what can go wrong, what can jump from the animals to human beings. That is happening. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. For overview on KMGBF and the green job aspects. So now I request Shri.
Okay.
Yes. So now we will break for high tea for 5 minutes. After that, we'll be having panel discussion. And then next, we'll be having a session on agricultural resilience through community seed banking by Dr. Sai Priyanka. Okay. Please, we are running short of time. We are running late by 15 minutes. So we'll try to cover it up. Okay. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I request you to please settle down. We'll be starting with panel discussion. Yes. Hello. Group 4. So, good morning, everyone. Today we'll be having a panel discussion which is first of its kind for the Telangana Biodiversity Board's Youth Biodiversity Conference. So this has been done to have a much more comprehensive view about the ABS, Access Benefit Sharing Compliance companies, so that you can get to know what all they do and how to be also involved in this ABS mechanism. So the topic of this panel discussion is green entrepreneurial opportunities and practical implementation from successful ABS compliant applicants. So as moderators we have Shri Achalendra Reddy sir, IFS retired. I am requesting sir to please be on the dais as a moderator. Sir, please. Yes. Also, with huge round of applause, please welcome Dr. KP Raghuram sir, Technical Officer, National Biodiversity Authority, as another moderator. For the panel discussion, we have Somfeto Company from Hyderabad. We have Dr. Venkatesh Devanur sir among us. Please welcome him with huge round of applause. From GSRT Life Sciences, we have Shri Gangadhar sir. I request you all to join your hands for welcoming him on the dais. Sir, please. From Bayer's Bioscience Seed Company, Delhi, we have Miss Abhilasha Tripathi Madam. Please welcome her with huge round of applause. From Bharat Biotech Private Limited, Hyderabad, we have Miss Brinda Ji. Please put your hands together for welcoming her. And the last panel member, we have Herbals Cap Private Limited, Miss Gaura Verma. Please put your hands together for welcoming her, and I request moderator sir, Sri Achalendra Reddy sir and Dr. KP Raghuram sir to start the panel discussion. Sir, please.
Friends, after tea, I think you must be a little bit, freshened up yourself mentally after hearing hour-long lecture. Anyhow, we have to, as per the program, we have a panel discussion now on the topic green entrepreneurial opportunities and practical implementations from successful ABS compliant applicants. Friends, before we start, I will take not more than 2 minutes. See, COP16, Conference of Parties 16. Of course, it started from COP15, but COP16 has emphasized, stressed, flagged, highlighted the role of private sector, especially industries, companies, in the biodiversity conservation. We from government, whether in the human resources or especially from finance point of view, we are lagging behind. We are not in a position to meet the requirement of funds in the biodiversity sector for the biodiversity conservation and their sustainable use and all other related matters. In the modern world, since the onset of industrial revolution, the private sector has played a very prominent role. Generally, before liberalization in India, 91, thanks to our former Prime Minister P.V. Narasimha Rao garu for spearheading the removal of license Raj and all other things. the private sector has really flourished in our country. Now I would like to play a little bit differently, whether you like it or not, because I have to mention the facts. Life will not only be led by emotionalism, but it should be practice based. After all, you know, all educated youth needs employment, livelihood opportunities. Everybody want to lead a reasonable life, and that can be provided only by the business, private sector, and companies, industries, which can take large number of youth. But there is a caveat, there is a point now that, okay, you are our backbone of our economy, but at the same time, the planet, prosperity and people, these are the three concepts on which sustainable development goals are based. Therefore, dear friends, that means dear private sector, kindly you also contribute and change your little bit of, you know, strategies. They have already changed voluntarily. It is not that they are also you know, intellectuals of society. They are educated. They know their responsibilities. Now nature is common denominator for all of us. You know, COVID, the rich and poor suffered equally. That is a level play. COVID has proved that it is a level playing field they created. You might be knowing it. What I mean to say is that before the advent of COVID, rich people can get treated by any top hospitals. Here also, poor has suffered a little bit more than rich, but even then, the rich equally suffered this thing. So what I mean to say is that life will not be you know, just led by only GDP and progress. There is a climate index, biodiversity index, nature index. So lot of things have come into play. So today, I heartily you know, welcome captains of industry representing here, and my colleague Raghuram is there, my ex-colleague rather. So before I start, I request each one of them by name I'll mention, and I'll request them to introduce themselves just 1 or 2 minutes and what they are doing it. Thereafter, we will interact, and after interaction, the session will be open to the audience to raise some questions to one of the panel members, distinguished panel members. First, I really thank all of you for taking time to come over here and to participate in this panel, and that shows your commitment to the biodiversity conservation and nature conservation. Thank you very much. On behalf of all of them, I thank each one of you. I request Dr. Venkatesh Devanur from Somaphi to Hyderabad to kindly introduce himself to the audience.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Achendra Reddy sir. It's been my pleasure to be here with August member panelists and very interesting, enthusiastic youngsters here. My name is Venkatesh Devanur. I represent my company, Som Phyto Pharma India Limited. We're based in Hyderabad. From 1993, we are in the activity of manufacturing biopesticides, biofertilizers, and other soil probiotics, animal probiotics. We have been exporting the products to many countries, and we've been actively doing a lot of research activities with soil health activity. Thank you very much.
Now I request Ms. Abhilasha Tripathi to kindly introduce herself to the audience.
Thank you, sir. Hello, everyone. I'm Abhilasha Tripathi. I'm working as a regulatory manager in Bayer Crop Science Limited. Bayer Crop Science is a leading agrochemical company, mainly focused on agrochemicals, seeds, and digital farming solutions. So we are, our headquarter in India is in Thane, and we work in insecticide, fungicide, herbicides, hybrid seeds of most of the crops like rice, corn, and all the vegetable crops. So thank you so much.
Now I request Sri Gangadhar to kindly introduce himself to the audience.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, friends. So, my name is Sriram Gangadhar. I represent a company called GRST Life Sciences. So basically, GRST has been green, renewable, sustainable technologies. So this is a theme our company works on. So what we are focusing on concept of bioprospecting. So bioprospecting is a one kind of a process how to explore scientifically natural bioresources to make commercial products which is sustainable and also eco-friendly, as well as it meets all kind of legal framework. So we are focusing on those areas. We could able to make some successful stories on these products. We hope in the future we may come up with new products and new technologies. Thank you again, sir.
Now I request Ms. Brundaji from Bharat Biotech to kindly introduce herself to the audience, please.
Hello everyone. Thank you, sir, for giving me this opportunity. I'm very much glad to be here on this important discussion. My name is Dr. Brunda Ganneru. I'm from Bharat Biotech, which is a vaccine manufacturing company. You all know, just sir mentioned about COVID-19, so you all know how this Covaxin and from where the Covaxin came from. And there are other vaccines, COVID-19 vaccines, which I was played a key role, especially in the adjuvant formulation and also preclinical and clinical immunology aspect in the vaccine development part. So what brings me here is that during my research, 20 years of research career in vaccines, so it's also a part of, integral part of my work is that I was heavily involved in the biosafety and regulatory frameworks, which are they are interconnected with the vaccine development and the biosafety and the regulatory frameworks. So these things help me to understand the importance of biodiversity, how the biodiversity and regulatory and the vaccine development or scientific innovation can be interconnected and work towards for the biodiversity to meet regulatory expectations as well as the biodiversity objectives. So in a nutshell, for me, biodiversity objectives are kind of a critical or essential part of our vaccine development, which brings us the sustainable long-term product. So thank you.
Now I request Ms. Gaurav Varmaji to kindly introduce herself to the audience.
Thank you so much, sir. And also I would like to thank Telangana Biodiversity Board for inviting me to this event. Regarding my background, basically I'm a PG in agriculture. So I'm from agriculture background, and I worked with corporates like Dabur India Limited, Natural Remedies, Ayurved for over 21 years. And I worked in 24 states of India at grassroots level on more than 90 medicinal plants. So that's my experience in a nutshell. And beyond all this, I take pride in stating that, I worked on domestication and ex situ conservation of 11 critically endangered medicinal plants. So that's something I call, I take pride in mentioning. And as regards green entrepreneur opportunities in areas of compliances and biodiversity management, so let me tell you, that was the one thing that made me quit my well-settled job, and I started my entrepreneurial journey in 2022. So from that time, I've been working on various aspects of biodiversity conservation. I do biodiversity risk assessments, biodiversity management plans, and of late my focus has been, to develop ethnobotanical forests and conservation areas for target species. Like we're just going to start on Daru Haldi, Berberis aristata, then Nagarmotha, Cyperus caryopsis, Google, and lots of other species, but Salacia reticulata is one of my primary focus points. So I intend to keep contributing to this field of, biodiversity conservation through my enterprise. And also, just a little correction, my enterprise name is Herbalscape Crops Private Limited, as we create landscapes, herbal landscapes. So herbal landscapes. So that's a common thing, that's the disadvantage of AI, sometimes it auto corrects spellings which are not to be corrected. So that's all. So thank you so much.
Thank you, distinguished panelists. Before we start, on behalf of the panelists as well as all the young friends, I really wholeheartedly thank the Telangana State Biodiversity Board for bringing all of us together. Give them a big hand once. It reflects the leadership of the Member Secretary, Kalicharan Kartadeji, and his associates, Dr. Shilpi Sharma and Gopi and all others. And also, I also express my heartfelt thanks to Telangana State Government for taking such a lead for bringing all the youngsters who are interested in biodiversity and academicians. Here our Dr. Srinivasuluji is there, professor and head of the zoology department in the Usmania University, and many distinguished madam is there from Center for Cellular Molecular Biology, who is also a member of the expert committee of the Biodiversity Board. Many other distinguished one, Wildlife Institute of India, Farida Tampalji is there, and many others are there. So friends, this is how, what I mean to say is that they have set an example, and they have set the bar for others to follow. So friends, now the time has come for me and for all of you to interact with the distinguished panel members. I'll start from Ms. Abhilasha Tripathi from this side, and then we'll end up then. We have more or less 5-8 minutes or 10 minutes each one of us. You can take like that. We can be little flexible also. I would like to pose some questions. Yeah, my request is that it may be possible for you to answer, or it may be not be also. There is absolutely nothing to feel any hesitation. And if you want to answer it, you can say, or if you have some limitations, you need not say, because this is a democratic world. We don't want to impose anything, and we don't have any, high, everything the companies have come, this thing. It is not that, you are contributing a lot to society. We are all grateful to it. But at the same time, there could be questions from audience also. There could be some from our own, my colleague and myself also. So let us be very free and frank, and we exercise your freedom and right to say something. But let us try to do the panel discussion a useful and purposeful one. That is my main objective of this thing. And in the lectures there will be a little bit of monotony. One speaker speaks and this thing. But here the distinguished panel gives different perspectives from their own company's experience. That is where we will get all, including myself, will get benefited. So I thank once again all of them. So I'll start with Abhilasha ji, Tripathi ji. Madam, I just, this is a common question to all. I'll repeat it, but what you feel, your experience in compliance with the BD Act, Biodiversity Act, means in the sense that you can share your perspective, how and I know after earlier it was amended, 2002 BD Act is there, then amendment is there. Anything which your company, your colleagues, your seniors, your management, you are representing a company, so we wanted to just an opinion, your view, your experience. How do you feel about complying with this BD Act, Madam?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir, for the question. Before coming on this question, this green entrepreneurship is about integrating environmental and social concerns into the business format, business model. And we at Bayer Crop Science, we follow our bold mission, that is hunger for health for all and hunger for none. So, while working on this and being in the agriculture field, our field is very much inherently sustainable. Whenever we access any natural genetics, we do not deplete that genetics. We do the plant breeding and then we work on it to provide some better trait, a better variety for the climate resilient crops, which includes drought resistant, or it may be insect resistance. If you give an example, we are actually working on a project DSR, direct seeded rice, and we have taken this technology from IRI. Following all the ABS compliance, regulations, we acquired this access approval from the authority and then gone into this DSR project to make it a sustainable future for upcoming agriculture. Like if you see, DSR is direct seeded rice, what we call as, and this direct seeded rice has a very major role in saving the resources, especially the water constraint, and also the manpower, the labor problem, what we encounter in our, while transplanting the rice from nursery to the field. So there we are actually working towards making this DSR seeded rice available to maximum reach of the farmers. And we as a company take utmost care that we follow all the compliant, whatever is required. We have a separate team, dedicated team at a global level. A global ABS group is there, and we are working not only for India but across the region of the world, wherever this Biodiversity Act is in place and wherever we can make the difference. Apart from that, there is always negotiation thing with authority and applicants, like we want to do this and let us work together in that direction. But we know the importance of this topic, because if you are an ABS, you can highlight your company as an ABS ABS compliant company, and this will make brand for your company. It's something like branding. Whenever we access anything, we have to make sure, sometimes I feel there should be a general cess on accessing biological diversity on each one of us, so that, we use it. So these are some of the we are doing in company. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Abhilasha ji. Now, turn goes to Dr. Venkatesh ji. Sir, the same question. What is your experience while complying with the, BD Act and rules and regulations? What is your, experience and opinion about it. Please share with all of us.
First, I thank Government of India for bringing this BD Act well in time, compared to many other countries we are ahead of them. And thanks to our state of Telangana, very progressive in having a biodiversity board and monitoring the activities and encouraging ABS. We were probably one of the first companies in Hyderabad and Telangana to comply with this and enter ABS. And it's very proud when we go abroad and sell our product, export our product. When customer asks authenticity of product, credibility of product, we say, look, we have the ABS signed with our state biodiversity board. We pay the royalty to the habitat from where we're accessing genetic resources. The whole BD Act is what? Legal access to genetic resources. And we are very proud to say that we belong to a community where we compensate the habitat, and that gives us confidence and a sort of a ethical value with our market, that we are doing the right job, not just looting the environment. So we are very happy for getting guided by our state board and national authority. And that's a simple question, answer to your question, sir. Thank you.
Now, Gangadharji, I had in fact, when I joined, I served 2 times in NBA, from 2019 to 14 as a secretary, that is the second level in the NBA, then chairman recently. So as a secretary, I came in touch with Mr. Gangadhar, who was very young at that time, also young, but he exported neem leaves. As a youngster, I was very much impressed by this thing, and a very promising bio entrepreneur. He set an example at that time. So we recognized him at that time as a budding bio entrepreneur. So Gangadharji, now you please share your, you might be having some problems with NBA also, please share them also openly, and whatever is there, now the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. See, because my journey with biodiversity related activity started in 2008. So I am the first person, because after seeing this act, I approached state biodiversity, then it was United Andhra Pradesh. So in 2008, we put an application to Andhra Pradesh State Biodiversity Board, and they took almost 2 years time to, because at that time even they were not aware of what is the process, application, and even NBA was also in nascent stage. So but now in 2026, State Biodiversity Boards and NBA also, they evolved a lot, because their process and even a lot of reforms they brought, even Amendment Act also, they amended Act to make it more industry friendly. But the transformation from 2008 2026 is tremendously industry friendly as well as conservative perspective.
Thank you, Gangadharji. Now I request Ms. Brindaji, Madam is from Bharat Biotech. Madam, you might have, your company might have come in, might have interacted with the NBA. Of course, I visited once your company here. So whatever is your experience, or you want to suggest something, while complying with BD Act, or any issues or any suggestions, over to you, madam. Please.
First of all, I would say
Close.
Being a vaccine industry, so we deal with right from the pathogen and the cells, because we need, pathogen will not grow as such. So we need cells to grow the virus. And there may be adjuvants sometimes to enhance the immunogenicity. So as you know, the pathogen by itself, there are different technologies came in, but biodiversity still applies. Even the advanced technologies evolve. So, so my point here is that biodiversity is, in my view.
Hello.
So, in my view, Biodiversity Act is actually essential, and we have to take it as a positive framework. It helps both for science as well as for the society. It brings ethical research practices, and it also brings the traceability in the biological materials that we use, whether it is a virus or the cell substrates that we use or any other adjuvant, or adjuvants can include any emulsions or some bacterial membrane pathogens. We call it as toll-like receptors, etc. So the traceability will be there, and it also brings the transparency in the equitable benefit sharing. So that is more important. And again, most importantly, and no need to say again, it's conservation of biodiversity, which is important in terms of national perspective. And when it comes to vaccine industry, I would say we manufactured a vaccine, but before that we don't know whether it is worth going to the commercial product or it will be as a research material. We don't know at what extent we will go. We will end up in being a research project, or we end up go to the commercial use. So that's where we always have a challenge. And when to approach National Biodiversity Authority, that's a clarity we always struggle with. Of course, we always approach NBA or SBB for guidance. And when, again, when Sir asked, how do you feel that Biodiversity Act? So I would say in the industry perspective, it is adds a global credibility. So the more, actually, if international stakeholders, they're willing to come forward, if you have more and more compliance, biodiversity, whether it is a biodiversity compliance or regulatory compliance. So when you are in alignment with both the compliance, so they will have more transparency in coming forward. So this helps us in a way that we can, because India is again growing and having its own innovations. So as a scientific innovation, we can put forward in terms of we can acquire a position in the global leadership platform. So coming to the challenges that we face, I don't see Biodiversity Act or a compliance as a hurdle, but what I would say is the key challenge what we usually face is the synchronization between the timelines, biodiversity compliance timelines, and the timelines that global timelines, whether we usually file patents, and we also apply for global regulatory submissions. We all know that both, whether it is international patent filings or the regulatory submissions, they all have a fixed timelines. So for us, there are no fixed timelines. So maybe in that we have to work both parallelly. So it always sometimes becomes a challenge for us how to get aligned with the regulatory submissions or international submissions or the patent filings and the biodiversity compliance timelines. So, so when it comes to maybe, as I said, challenge, one more challenge we face is the distinction. Like there are three areas I would say. One is the distinction between the research area and the commercial use. So whether it is a research product or the commercial product. So here we don't know when to approach exact time when to approach a biodiversity authority, and maybe I would say there is a gap or a lacuna to improve the guidance document to fulfill that the clarity, interpretation clarity. And second thing, I would see that there is, again, whether it is, there are distinction, there should be a distinction between biological sources and the derivatives, and what is the derivatives and value added products. So there should be a clear-cut distinction, or better understanding need to be there in the guidance documents. So on the whole, this Biodiversity Act is a welcoming platform wherein we can have more of transparency and equitable benefit sharing. So it will put forward industrial partner in terms of international business platform. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Brundaji. Now the floor is being given to Ms. Gaurav Varmaji. Madam, please give your experience and in compliance of the BD Act. You are you mentioned from medicinal plants. It's a big area, and we also interacted number of times with the companies in which you served or serving, and now give your whatever you faced in complying with the provisions of the BD Act and interaction with SBBs or NBA, whatever you feel like. Please share with all of us.
So one thing I want to, that's a personal opinion about BDA, that it is a meticulously drafted act, very well drafted, and it covers almost each and every aspect, so that's one good thing about BDA. And I really feel very happy, I can say, when it comes to BDA compliances. And it is also part of my bread and butter, sir. I'm on panel of 6 companies at present, and I help them with BDA compliances only. So that's one thing. Now, coming to some very minor issues, sir. I wouldn't say there are some major issues.
Free to speak.
Yeah.
You can criticize us also.
That phase is over, sir. Now those kinds of, we used to have heated discussions, but eventually I understood that it is for the best benefit of the industry, and I try to bridge that gap between the industry and the regulator. I try to act as a bridge, and so far I was also part of one nutraceutical association. So as an executive director, so I convinced more than half of my members to come on the right side of the law, So I used to have quarterly sessions for BDA orientation for them, So that's one thing. But anyways, so so I'm coming to some very minor issues, operational issues, I would say. So one thing is about NTACs. Normally traded commodities. So there are some confusions about interpretations within the list, what is actually exempted, what is not. That is a secondary thing, sir. What is long due is a list of normally traded microbes, a list of normally traded animal-derived bioresources, being from agriculture background, I can say, there are the Pseudomonas, Azotobacter, biofertilizers. Then we have biopesticides like Bavaria bassiana and all. So that list of normally traded microbes is overdue as of now. And also the microbes that are used in, as a decomposer, they should also be there in that list. So that's my personal opinion. Secondly, animal-derived bioresources. So that's another matter of concern. We don't have, we have not even thought on those lines, There is a long procedure to have a regulation in place for that, So at least think on those lines is what my request is. And sir, I just want to draw your attention to one case. I was working with that company for 15 years. So my what to say, working on BDA and all started in 2008-9 financial year when my boss was called for interactions and, due diligence, industry interactions and all. So I used to prepare backups for him. So that's how it started. One thing, sir, initially we were an Indian company, where that's what we assumed. And being very proactive about regulatory compliances, we filed in 16 state biodiversity boards. It took us 3 resources, full-time resources, to handle the filing itself. Then all of a sudden, I wouldn't say all of a sudden, but we took advice from NBA and they said, no, you have FII, foreign institutional investment, so you fall under 3(2). So we became non-Indian company, though as per Companies Act we were Indian company. Okay. Then we started filing to NBA, and that was not all. We were being bombarded with legal notices from all those SBBs where we had originally or initially filed. Now again this good amendment came, and we are again Indian companies. So, and things are even more complicated for an Indian company. One of the company I worked for, now they're so scared, they're filing in 15 states. Initially they were filing at the state where the head office was there. But then, because they were receiving notices from different biodiversity board and they didn't want any legal actions, they started filing in 15 states, I told them it is not necessary, but they said, no, we can't take risk, So this kind of thing will keep happening. And then again, Indian company, just for access to biological resource, you have to go to SBB. For all other compliances, again, we are back to NBSAP. So that confusion is there. And one thing that I have advocated right from the beginning is a single window clearance. Within your organization, within NBA, SBB, or even, Biodiversity Management Committee, you move the papers as per your own will. We're not even time bounding you, because right now we're not talking about critical researchers, or human saving or this thing, okay? But still, at least create a single window for ease of doing business for the industry, so that whatever paper is there, please submit it there. We will, somebody should decide which department it should go to, and then it should move inside, rather than we banging our head, otherwise whole department needs to be created by every company, and every company where, most of Nutra and herbal companies, they are MSMEs. They can't afford even one single resource dedicated to this, forget about one department for this, So that's one thing I just request you to consider. If we can have a single window for clearance, that will be like wishful thinking, of course, for me, but I really request you on that, sir. So, thank you so much, sir.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Murthy garu. Thank you, Varmaji. Now, see, just I wanted to say a few words, rather this thing on this occasion. You mentioned one thing, NTC microbes. See, for the benefit of all the audience and everybody, we have about normally, section 40, normally traded commodities is there. This is for all the companies, industries, as well as all stakeholders, and everyone who is interested in biodiversity ought to know about it. So whatever is mentioned under NTC, they are exempted from the benefit sharing mechanism. Now, as far as I remember, Raghuram, who is serving in NBA, may correct me if my memory is not correct. There are no microbes under NTC, I think. Yeah. So, for the benefit of everyone, I also request Raghuram to convey to the senior management in the NBA. Now, time has come, because many microbes are being used by the farmers as well as the companies for the improving the yields, bio-based companies and also other companies. So it's better we have a meeting with the such companies. Since I am not there in the NBA, I am also like ordinary citizen like anybody. I request Raghuram to convey to the management that there can be one expert committee and invite all the companies who are dealing with this thing, and so that what we can include under NTC. At least I can say that 5 to 6 or 10 microbes are being very hugely used in developing the bio-based, you may say, manures or fertilizers or stimulant, whatever it may be, to improve the yields. That is one thing. Another thing is that from what I could get, this thing, that there could be frequent meetings between SBBs and the companies under the overall supervision of the NBA, so that these things can be settled. More we can come on the same page. There could be, this is a vast subject. People have different understandings, different opinions. So if the NBA organizes the meeting between regional meetings, for example, five, not all SBBs, 5 SBBs in one place, and concerned companies can be informed, they will come like representatives, they will pose, these are the issues, then we can come to, after all, we government agencies, we have a responsibility, we have to serve the society. Not that we are a regulator, means we will only do a policing role. It is not correct. Things have changed a lot. We need to learn a lot from the developed countries. One thing, of course, all companies and everybody knows, earlier any offense was a criminal offense, non-bailable and cognizable. Now it is not there. 2023 has brought out a radical change. So no company representative, none need to be, afraid of going to the law, because earlier if we tell something to SBB and NBA, they will ulta, matlab jo hai, you have violated and they will book offense and something like that. It is not like that now. It is very democratic. So you have a right to place your argument before the NBA and SBBs. And we will consider it, if required, we will call the experts, and the SBBs also equally responsible. They are also, they know their role and this thing. So that way, that is one thing you can, because we may forget at the end, because these are the things. After all, this panel discussion should yield some purposeful, outcomes, from the NBA point of view, SBB's point of view. So these are the things I wanted to in between. And next round of this thing, my distinguished panel members, these are only just 1 or 2 sentences replies, are not more than, not much. Of course, you can speak, but this thing is that it is simple questions. You can answer in 1 or 2 sentences or 3 sentences, something like that. Madam Tripathi from, again, it starts from, can I take that, Raghu? This microphone. Madam, just, it is a, what are the challenges you faced while filing applications with NBA? That means online system and other things, or whether we replied or not, because on behalf of NBA I am speaking now. Any suggestions to improve our procedures, our responses to the requirement of the companies? Yes, Madam.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. This is something what we were discussing with the authority since long time, and several of our requests has been accepted also in our recent delegation what we had with the authority. Few of the things which is challenging in online application is we need to, like if we have a long list of biological resources, we have to enter each biological resources one by one. It's very time consuming. Okay. So if it's possible to have an option of uploading the Excel sheet with the with a particular format which can have all the required field geographical locations and what are the plant parts, everything. So one is this. Another is there are still few biological resources which are missing in the application. Like if we want to access soil samples, there is no option for that. It's only plant, animal and microorganisms. So we need to extend that list. There is one challenge what we always encounter is the disproportionate asking of, long timeline. Like if I have one record of 2012 or so, and something has been asked from that application, it really becomes difficult for us to fetch the details, because most of the people, sometimes they are not in the company, or yes, I understand we need to develop the record keeping system of ourselves, and we are working on that, but there should be a timeline.
Hello?
Timeline allotted to that until this year you need to maintain the data, and I mean until the closure of the application. Apart from that, yes, yeah, that's it. Otherwise, the administrative complexities related to timeline, I think that has already been shared and discussed. So that's one of the things. One point, sir, I want to say on the NTC part, what ma'am was just now mentioning. Seed is not considered to be exempted from the NTC.
Which one?
Seeds.
Seeds.
Yeah. Now, we need to see what type of seed it is. If it's a hybrid seed that is going to directly to farmer in some country, and he is going to sow that and sell the commodity, in that case, I think we can have this exemption. Otherwise, like parental seed, if it's going to some research company or something like that, it should be definitely come under the ABS purview. So that's all point I have to mention here. Thank you, sir.
Venkatesh sir, same thing. What are your, anything, filing applications, any problems, experience, and also any suggestions, general or procedural, for improvement of our, services from NB and SBBs to the companies. General suggestions also.
Thank you, sir. See, we are in soil health, biopesticides, biofertilizers. A lot of microorganisms basically we isolate. There is no requirement in NBA or state board that we have to deposit these microbes in any certified, like Budapest, approved repository. I can simply say I have the microbe, I enter the ABS with state board or NBA. There is no authenticity or credibility attached to it until and unless I have an accession number attached to the particular state. Though we sign ABS to draw the soil sample first, after that, before commercialization, I think they need to add one particular clause. It needs to have a proper accession number for you to track and for us to go ahead. Number one. Number two, in terms of administrative response from NBA, we certainly feel a lot of delays are there in response to industry. That we keep feeling it, and that needs to be certainly improved from industry perspective. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Madam and Sir. Friends, now from the company side, 2-3 points have been raised, especially filing applications with the National Biodiversity Authority and certain accession numbers to the microorganisms. Ma'am have said that biological resources, plant species, animal species have to enter. If the seed company wants to access 100 or 120 biological resources, the problem in the software portal which National Biodiversity Authority will allow the applicant to enter one by one only. It will not allow them to enter copy and paste. In that they cannot do it. This point has been taken. Now, ma'am, the redesigning website, phase 1 has completed. Phase 2, we are planning to launch in the month of May, wherein the companies, if they want to access both seed company as well as the medicinal plant companies. Why? Because in the medicinal sector as concerned, they will access close to 130 to 200 plants in a year at 2 durations. Certain periods are there, October to November, April to this thing, that ma'am can tell. So, those species they can submit it in the application, in the ABS portal as a CSV file. That is what the software people have said. And one more thing, if we have entered in a bulk, it should be retrieved back for our future reference purpose. For that reason only, we have kept one by one. Now the provision has been made it, ma'am. Next thing is, sir. Yeah, I am going, sir. With regard to the soil sample, ma'am, the Act is governing the biological resources and associated knowledge. Two things. The medium where from you are taking, the ecosystem where from you are taking, whether it is from forest area, all those things, we are not capturing. However, you can say in the any other column, serial number 9 of the application, in the software also we have given, there you can give. Otherwise, the geographical location from where you are taking, there also we have provision. In that you can mention, this is the village area, I am collecting it from, going to collect it from sludge or water or swamp area. Those kind of things can be given in future. With regard to the timeline pedigree as concerned, Sir well aware, Sir served as a secretary to the National Biodiversity Authority as well as chairman of the National Biodiversity Authority. See, tomorrow any misappropriation, infringement between the seeds, between the companies, then these kind of things alone will save us. Of course, you will go to PPFRA, fight or court, you can fight those things. But NBA also, to whom we are giving, whether that material belongs to them or not, those kind of things, checks and balances we are having. This is related to ma'am, and sir said that microorganisms are with this. Microorganisms are National Biodiversity Authority designated 2 microorganism repositories in India. One is National Institute of Virology and another one is IMTech, Institute for Microorganisms related thing under the CSIR. So in these 2 places, you can very well deposit your microorganism. Accession number will be given by them. That you can put it in the SBB or NBS application number, so that it will be tracked. Even otherwise, once you have deposited in IMTech and NIV, wherever it is, they are all connected with the WFCC, World Federation for Culture Collection. So automatically your things will be under the monitoring of all those people. Only thing is, we have to prove us that this material has been collected by you, and whether somebody is accessing or not, that check and all from your side you have to do. This, with these things at this side I have completed. Thank you.
Just since time is very short, so we have to cut short this thing. Now, one last question to all the distinguished panel members. You can intervene as per your this thing. I will not say in a serial way. Does your company undertake biodiversity conservation under corporate social responsibility? Kindly, anybody can speak if this is a final question.
Yeah. Am I audible? Yeah. So, sir, yes. When I was working with corporates, we used to take biodiversity conservation under corporate social responsibilities, and even now, I'm working on 3 such where these are CSR funds. One of them is Aruna, is in that's in Shera Basti, and one in Shergaon. Shergaon is 250 acres medicinal plant, ethnobotanical forest. for conservation. And Shera Basti one, it's 50 acres of Berberis aristata plantation. So far, I don't think so any individual is cultivating Berberis on it. And another species in Kankere district, we are working on habitat restoration for Nagarmotha vicariosis.
Yeah, as a corporate social responsibility, we took up in a fencing of one village school in Gadwal district, and we spent around 2 lakhs rupees to develop the boundary wall and also plantation of the area, and also the plant species what we are accessing is called Soralia carulifolia seeds. For that, what we did, we started cultivation of these species in Rangara district in 5 acres of land. So usually this is seeds we access from the in Pairani in combined Adilabad district from the farmers and also local collectors. But as a conservation perspective, we started cultivating whatever seeds we access from there. We started cultivating the same plant in our area.
Very nice.
Yes, Bharat Biotech also believe in sustainability philosophy, and recently in collaboration with CII and SAHE, Society of Advancement for Human Endeavor. So in collaboration with these two organizations, Bharat Biotech actually restored 2 step wells. One is in 13th century step well in Ammapalli temple, and another one is in Salarjung Museum. So these were actually previously they were traditional water harvesting systems that got destroyed, and now the restoration actually helping the local bodies and local ecosystem as well as the biodiversity. So we do take part in these kind of biodiversity conversation, and moreover. Actually, Bharat Biotech believes that it's not just an environmental responsibility, it's actually investment for the future public health security. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. You want to say anything on this?
So, in a small way, what we are doing in our habitat, we are benchmarking or taking survey of organic carbon level in various parts of the village in our area. We have black soil, red soil, moram soil, various crops are grown. But then there has been no uniformity of soil fertility, as you know. So the first step, what we thought is let's benchmark and do the organic carbon level fixation. Thereafter, we can look at how biochar can be used, biomass can be used, how we can increase soil organic carbon later. The first step is benchmarking. The first step we are trying to do from our end. Thank you.
You want to say anything, madam?
Yes, sir. So
CSR.
we also do. We also have a separate department for CSR. One of the main work around that we are doing on waste management. Much details I don't have to share as of now.
No issues.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
So, friends, now I would like to open up the this discussion to the floor. I mean, the audience, my young friends may have some questions to ask. Short and brief, and time is running out. So please, now the floor is open for questions, please.
Good afternoon.
You mentioned if you wanted to have any distinguished panel member specifically, then you name or say, it would be better.
Right, so Abhilasha ma'am, my question is to you. Ma'am, since you deal in pesticides, so my quick and short and crisp question to you is, like, since we have known that antimicrobial resistance is a concept, so how do you deal with that, and is it a problem which you have to tackle like on a weekly basis, or how does that happen?
So my first response around this will be, I work for seed regulatory. For pesticide division, probably I will not be able to comment much. So I can definitely help you with the right contact person in my company to answer this question to you. I'm so sorry.
Thank you. Please, next. Anybody?
Thank you, sir. That was a very informative panel session. My question is to ma'am for Bharat Biotech. So the thing, during COVID, we saw that we were not prepared, and that was a very havoc for the health system. So in your suggestion, how are we as a youth and from a perspective of biodiversity conservation, how should we prepare so that we will be prepared enough for another such instances, and also how these companies who's in the business of action making, how they making sure that another such instances shouldn't be occurring in near future. Yeah, thank you.
You want repetition?
Yeah, can you repeat
please?
The voice
be
is
brief
not
and
clear.
it is.
Is it audible, ma'am?
Yes.
Yes. So, ma'am, we know the COVID cases, how it happened. So, I'm just wondering, in your point of view, how youth engagement and this biodiversity conservation can be a way to tackle this, such scenario can't become in near future. And also, other question or just extension of it is how the vaccine companies are making sure, or are they preparing themselves to tackle these situations in near future.
Okay, yeah. So the first question is, in my view, so how do we handle, the first question is how do we handle this COVID-19, right? So, so first thing, I think everyone know about this. We were little bit prepared in advance. Not just we were anticipating the COVID-19 pandemic. We were prepared for either it is facility-wise, or it is adjuvant that we have used in Covaxin, or the platform that we used in making the Covaxin. These three things we were prepared for making another vaccine. So that preparedness was there in terms of technology, preparedness was there in terms of facility. So that helped us to make this vaccine way ahead of time. And of course, we got this virus from the National Institute of Virology and Pune. So again, how did we tackle the Biodiversity Act? So we know actually thanks to NBA, because they have created much awareness in the recent past, of course, I think it's 5 to 7 years. We got much awareness on how to, what are the requirements to comply Biodiversity Act. So much in advance, we have actually filed an application in order to make us go for the commercial use. So that is one aspect. And the second thing, preparedness, I think I already answered you. And how do we predict is something like we need to have epidemiological data is very much important, that is lacking in India. So if we can have that epidemiological data, and so we can actually predict some kind of we can have some anticipation that, okay, this virus can come up and we can have some kind of a technology in place. And moreover, the good thing in advanced technology is that there are more platforms are coming up. It is like plug and play. There is a platform wherein you can just put your target gene and then make, of course, maybe you all know about the Covaxin, but there is another Incovac, that is an intranasal vaccine that was introduced by Bharat Biotech much later. That is a kind of another plug and play approach where the viral vector platform was already built in by the Washington University. We took that as a part of licensing agreement, and that viral vector platform has we have introduced the COVID-19 spike gene into that, so that the viral platform, how to grow and what are the technology, the platform purification, starting from growing, purification, and then the formulation, everything was known before. when we actually, the change that we did is inserting the spike. So that way we could make it a more easier way. Of course, there might be other challenges which we had to face it, because that's why though we started this project much in early, because of the challenges that we faced, it took little longer time than co-vaccine. Thank you. I hope I addressed your questions.
Thank you, ma'am. Anybody? Yes. Give it there, please.
Yes, so my question is actually to all of you, all the panelists, but in the best interest of time, maybe any of you can answer. So according to you, what are the 1 or 2 core emerging areas in biodiversity where social entrepreneurship or private sector engagement is needed in the next 5 to 6 years, so that we as young people can, look at those emerging areas to start ventures in or work on more research in? Or alternatively, because we have 2 big private sector organizations, Bayer and Bharat Biotech, what are the exact skill sets that you're looking for to make your organizations more responsible, compliant, so that again, we can look at those skill sets to potentially work in these sectors? So preferably all of you can answer.
Thank you. A right question matching the description. And the opportunity for a good question. See, India is having, let's say, 140 million hectares of land. Our basic soil health is determined by soil organic carbon. As Sir said, from 3% we're down to 0.2, 0.3% now. How do we increase this carbon is the most important aspect. But challenge is, we have 6 rupees kg urea. As long as 6 rupees kg urea is available, farmer, there is no incentive for him to learn anything new. Throw urea, get green. Now, similarly, water. Dig the borewell wherever you want, take out the salt water, flood it. In this situation, we are spoiling the soil further. But opportunity for you as an external is, how do we produce simplest product, biochar? Any biomass from any village, any quantity is good enough. Excellent quality biochar can be produced in a very simple, bhatti, the kiln, what we call pyrolysis in a scientific language, but a simple anaerobic burning. That gives conversion of any biomass into biochar. We can supply to farmers at 20 rupees kilo. 20, and make good profit in that. And tons can be made and sold. And then we can improve the quality by adding microbial organisms. We call it fermented, organic manure or fermented biochar, new classification. This again augments the quality. This way biodiversity of soil in terms of useful organisms can increase, carbon can increase, together can increase the soil fertility. This every district, every taluka from Tibet to Lhasa to Kanyakumari, everywhere the opportunity, thousands of plants can come, all youngsters can be gainfully doing business also in this. Thank you.
Nice. Madam, Farida ji.
So thank you very much for this panel. I had a question I'm asking on behalf of the students, all these people who may have not asked this, and all of you are in your sector doing some fantastic job. So in these 4 days, we are bombarding them with a lot of information on biodiversity, biological act, etc., etc. Now they're all set to hopefully pursue the career. So would you all be open to provide this set of students an opportunity to intern with you all, or at least get some kind of an experience to go forward as an entrepreneur, or at least get into the green sector as a career option? So you have internships open, so please approach them.
Thank you.
I would recommend you to take a lead auditor course. It is hardly a 1-month course and not very costly. For GHG, greenhouse gas emission, carbon credits, it's a very new upcoming area, and almost all corporates are concentrating on it. So that can be very beneficial. And from my side, you're most welcome to intern with me. I take at least 10 interns in a year for this. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. So
Bharat Biotech also takes, it's not a regular activity for us, but we do take some interns. Maybe in my, actually my department plays a key role in taking internships. And I personally go to different colleges and give lectures on creating just know what are the skill sets that are required for industry, especially in terms of vaccine industry. Those kind of awareness also actually sometimes depending on I go alone or I go with a team of my people. So we do encourage this kind of programs. You can approach either me or our HR department. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, distinguished panel members. Really, it is a very heartening to know your response for the improving upskilling of the youth who are here. And if there are no questions, we are going to conclude. Lastly, so friends, one or 2 minutes I will take and I will conclude it. One practical thing which has come out, outcome which is useful for the youth here is that the positive response from the company representatives that you can have, you can try for the, the queue and the trigger just now was given by Farida ji. As per your interest, you can select the companies and approach, and hopefully Kalicharanji and the Telangana Biodiversity Board might be giving participation certificate for all the people. So that will act as a one more feather to your cap. And with that you can approach, and I also make an appeal to Telangana State Biodiversity Board and Kalicharanji, if they can write to all the companies in especially Telangana, and also share with the NBA my request to my Dr. Raghuram, who is has a institutional memory and is a permanent staff, technocrat in the NBA, who is well known to many companies, to write to all the companies that these things happened, and if you can provide some internship for the exposure, at least 6 months on some stipend payment and something like that. That will they will be doing a lot of human service for the biodiversity conservation, as well as improving the service profile of the youngsters here. Later on they can try for any other jobs, but for some exposure as per their own interest. Some people are interested in seed sector, some are interested in microbes, some are interested in vaccines, some are interested in medicinal plants, and so on and so forth. So that in that way, this panel discussion, I feel that has come to an end with some purposeful conclusion has been made. And I once again thank Telangana State Biodiversity Board and Member Secretary Kalicharanji and all the distinguished participants from the companies who have come took time and interacted with all of us. And it is definitely a great thing, and I appreciate your participation, and I thank one and all for giving me this opportunity, and my colleague Dr. Raghuram for explaining certain technical aspects. Maybe it is a little bit, deep diving into the technicalities. You might have felt some, something monotony or boring this thing. But it is a very essential. It is a vast subject, and if we wanted to, bring perfection in your thinking and acting, you need to take some, put some efforts, and also come up with flying colors. Once again, I congratulate you all, and I wish the remaining program a grand success, and thank one and all. Thank you very much.
So actually, as Sir mentioned, I think a couple of years back, 2 interns or 3 interns came to Bharat Biotech. Actually, Telangana state government already having this program, internship program. They are facilitating internship programs, so through which you can approach different companies. So I'm sorry, I forgot the name of the program, but Telangana government is already facilitating this kind of internship programs.
Thank you.
You can actually see maybe website or something.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The panel discussion is concluded, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you everyone. Thank you all the panelists. I would like to request the Secretary, Telangana Biodiversity Board, Sri Kalicharan Khattade sir, to please come on the dais and give mementos to the panelist members. Sir, please. Huge round of applause to the panelists, please. Thank you. I request the volunteers to please clear the dais. One announcement, those who have T-Hub presentation PPT ready can submit their PPT there, technical section. It will start at 2:30. Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone. Now I request Ms. Wame. One important announcement for reimbursement of your travel tickets. Those who haven't submitted or those who haven't uploaded their travel tickets should do it today, and I'll share you the number in the group. Kindly send if you don't have the hard copy, kindly send the soft copy to that number so that you will get the reimbursement timely day after tomorrow. Okay. So now I request Ms. Wame to introduce the next chief guest, Dr. Sai Priyanka.
Am I audible? This has been a very informative discussion, and I must say that biodiversity protection is indeed a shared responsibility, and we as the youth should ensure that as we contribute to biodiversity protection, we also find our footprint in the private sector. Namaskara, everyone. We are honored to welcome Dr. Sai Priyanka Bakadala, a scientist in agricultural extension at the Deccan Development Society, Krishi Vigan Kendra, Zaya Harad. My apologies if my pronunciation is not exactly as it should be. Dr. Priyanka's work focuses on community-based agricultural resilience, seed sovereignty, and sustainable farming systems rooted in traditional knowledge. And through her engagement with the rural farming communities, particularly women-led collectives, she has contributed to strengthening indigenous seed banks and climate-resilient cropping systems. Her work exemplifies the integration of biodiversity conservation with grassroots livelihood and food security. And at IYBC 2026, she will speak on agricultural resilience through community seed banking, and she will also highlight how biodiversity-rich farming practices can enhance climate adaptation, economic stability, and ecological sustainability. Her experience bridges scientific extension services, particularly with rural innovation, offering youth a grounded perspective on how biodiversity conservation directly supports resilient local communities. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome Dr. Priyanka on this diocese. Dhanyavada.
Thank you for the very sweet introduction, and let me introduce myself. I am Dr. Sai Priyanka Pagadala. So I work as a scientist in agriculture extension for Deccan Development Society's Krishi Vigyan Kendra in Telangana. So Deccan Development Society is an NGO located in the Zahirabad region of Sangareddy district. So I work for the KVK, which is Krishi Vigyan Kendra. It is an ICR based extension outreach unit, and Indian Council of Agriculture Research Extension Outreach Unit. So the work we do in the Deccan Development Society and the KVK is mostly around the sustainability concepts. So when we talk about sustainability or biodiversity, we always forget or give a little or not required emphasis on the seed. So the seed systems in India particularly. So we would like to give a proper orientation, or we can tell that it is a case study we present which was very successful, and it is a pilot based success story. So this is about the community seed bank in the Majnur village of the Zahirabad district. So about seed banks, before we get into the seed banks, when we see the science and technology advancements, we often see that with the breeding efforts, there are many improved varieties coming up, which can be like improved resistance, pest and disease resistance, and also high yielding varieties which are very much of the commercial values. So when we see agriculture is not always about the markets or the commercial values. So it is beyond that. So when we see that when we continue this progress from the decades of breeding efforts, we have seen a significant loss in the traits, especially from those of the indigenous land races, which are very much native to our soils, our culture, and also our communities. So this erosion of the genetic traits, which are not very much expressed in recent breeding efforts, poses a significant risk to our biodiversity, and this, if not conserved, will lead to adverse effects in many fronts. So genetic diversity, when reduced, will also reduce the resilience of the farming community, because a farming system should be seen as a systems approach, and it should be able to be observe the shocks, be it by the climate, be it for the markets, or even socially. It should be able to observe these shocks. But these efforts are little not given equal emphasis for the traditional land races. So when we talk about the sustainability as well, sustainability is always expected to be external or from the laboratories, but it need not necessarily be. It can be strengthening our local resources, It can be like improving our traditional land races which are there, which can be brought into practice, cultivation practices. So this cultivation, and also we are seeing this natural farming and organic farming, which is very much talked of in recent times. So even in that prospects, Indian government has given very much importance. But then we talk about much of the soil health and also water conservation measures and other input reduction strategies, but not about very fundamental seed, which is fundamental for agriculture. Seed system is not given the equal emphasis. Soil and seed are the two fundamental things. So seed systems, especially which are native, are not properly given the equal importance, or policy support is really limited. So with the efforts of such community-based seed banks, we would like to highlight how these can be improved or brought into practice. So it is a case study from the Machnur village of Deccan Development Society's NGO. So this community seed banks were set up. So before, next slide please. Hello. Yeah. So when we talk about agribiodiversity, agricultural biodiversity, we often see climate change, monocropping, and also different commercial seed system dependency has posed significant losses, because when the diversity reduces, resilience also reduces, and the selection process will alternatively affect the limited variability in the future hybrids or crop season. So this will ultimately result in the varietal erosion, and also will affect more or less on the nutritional habits, which we see in the nutritional decline and malnutritional aspects in Indian dietary habits. So it was always not about conservation. Agribiodiversity is also about resilience, nutrition, and livelihood securities. So in the context of climate resilience and also sustainability, if we would like to ensure we achieve this sustainable development goals, we should always start with the seed sovereignty, which is very much fundamental to the agriculture. So agriculture always depends upon the quality seed and the seed and soil nexus, which will help to improve the yield and also stabilize the results. Because when monocropping happens, or even when there are erratic climatic conditions, we often see that crop risks or farmers has to face differently, maybe the loss. Monocropping, if they lost everything, it is like the loss of the family or the entire farming systems. Even the erratic high rainfall even has caused last year's yields to be drastically reduced. So these kind of activities will at least be they will be resisted, or risk mitigation will be allowed, or they will be happy to get something better than nothing when they practice the diverse farming systems. So this way we would like to see how agriculture biodiversity is important. So before we get into the agriculture biodiversity, we also want to see agricultural resilience. How can the farming systems be able to attract or able to sustain these efforts. So next slide please. So the agricultural resilience, when we talk about, we always talk about three components, which are the basic fundamentals. So that are ecological resilience, and also economic resilience, and social resilience. So a farmer who, when we see in a farming system, it has to be always a balance of all the three items, all the three pillars. Only then can be agricultural resilience can be addressed. So ecological resilience, crop diversity has to be maintained, local varieties have to be included, and soil crop balance. And when it comes to economic resilience, it has to be input reduction, seed costs, which are very much higher nowadays, which have to be brought down or at least set to stabilize. and which ultimately gives the stable yield. And then the social resilience, which is very important aspect of our community seed bank, is that knowledge transmission. It is not always from the external sources or the big conglomerates that the knowledge flows, like not the top-down flow of the knowledge. It is always encouraged from the grassroots level, so that the knowledge which is very much indigenous to the local region or community, which will again be transferred to the future generations, and it will actually provide a platform or a very much good opportunity for seed systems to strive. So this again cannot be achieved on a very commercial basis, but it requires the collective governance and also taking care of the gender roles. So we would say that community seed banks would strengthen all the three dimensions in a balanced way, and will take forward the agricultural resilience, so that these community seed banks will be set as an example or a part of pathway to reach the agricultural resilience. Next slide, please. So about the community seed bank at the Machnur. So our NGO DDS, Deccan Development Society, works in many parallels. One is on the seed sovereignty and biodiversity. So based on this seed sovereignty and biodiversity principle, a seed bank has been established in 1995, since 1995. So this NGO operates on women groups which are who are very much vulnerable, come from vulnerable communities, Dalit and tribal communities actually. So these women are not very educated, they are resource poor, and also they come from a rain-fed region of Zahirabad, that is a very much Deccan plateau. So the farming systems are different from the rest of the Telangana's farming systems, which is predominantly rice-based farming systems. So this is a unique landscape which offers a pilot example to how to strive among the communities for agricultural resilience. So these seed banks was established by the women themselves, these vulnerable women who form into Sangams. Sangams is a cooperative of women who come forward to work on the agriculture and livelihood opportunities. Okay, so more or less similar to the SHG concept. So these women, they have seen the vulnerability they have faced from the 90s, because the Telangana's Zahirabad region is very much rain-fed, and you know, like there are many droughts and famines happening during that time. So to strive against that, they have made this possible to establish community seed banks. So what does this seed bank do is that women, actually in agriculture we do know there are gender roles, like men do certain kinds of agricultural operations and women do certain other agricultural operations. So seed is seed selection or be it seed dependence, everything is handled by women usually. This gender role has made these women more interested in establishing these seed banks, and they have established the seed bank with around 80 plus varieties which are local and indigenous to the Zahirabad region. So these are mostly in terms of millets, pulses, oil seeds, and also very traditional vegetables. So these are conserved in the seed banks, and there are actually Deccan Development Society works with around 5,000 more women who are organized into Sangams. So this seed bank is majorly at the Machnur village, but then all the Sangams, who are groups of 20 to 30 women in each village, they even maintain a small internal village level community seed banks at each village also. And some who are interested farmers, they do have their own seed bank at their farm level as well. So these women, they share the seeds, they conserve the seeds, and they also make a cashless seed bank, because when we talk about seed banks, it is always like it is a banking facility which who can access, who can buy or sell. But it is very much different. So the concept has made in such a way that still from the past 3.5 decades, it has been working in a seed barter system. So if a woman or a Sangam member comes forward and who is not able to afford the seed, and she, or even maybe the lack of availability of a particular plant species or the variety, she can take it from the seed bank, and in return, if let us suppose she takes 1 kg of some seed, maybe the pulses, millets or anything, so she has to return back double the quantity. So after the harvest of the crop, and she can actually use it for timely sowing, she can even conserve the seed and market everything, but then she has to return in the seed system. So this made the community seed bank very much lively, active, and also the ecological adaptation of the local land races has been continuous from the past very few decades. So yeah, as expressed, they have seen these women, though illiterate, very vulnerable to farming systems like the rain-fed farming systems. They have seen the need to establish this because their, as I have said, this is not a rice-based farming system. Their staple is millet. Like the food, they have the habits of millet. But then with the policy demands or the policy favorism for different other crops, or be it for the commercial crops, the cropping systems in the region are also changing. And the younger generations are still buying the millets, which is very much staple, in a very hybrid form, and they do have reasons for be it cultural significance or the sensory significance, anything, they are not very much relating to their older generations varieties. So, and the climate change, of course, a risk to this kind of farming system, has made this community seed bank establishment very much successful. You know, these women, they come together as Sangams, they discuss on how to select a seed, how to conserve it, and also how to make it available, like accessible to the community. So they make it in a very community approach, like governance, decision making, everything is in between the women, and not any other agency or any outside agency is handling this. So they even maintain a registry for how much of their varieties are being utilized on the cropland for the crop season. So all these things are being done by the community women themselves. So the next slide. So we know seed is a propagative material. It can be any form, like tubers, cuttings, grains, anything. So most of the seeds which farmers use nowadays are in any of the forms. Different forms, nuclear seed, breeder seed, foundation seed, and most of them do use certified seeds nowadays, very much commercially available. But these land races which these women have been conserving are not readily available in any of the commercial forms. These are native to their species and native to their communities. So this made them realize their seeds have a value which can be equally adaptive to the regions, and can be adaptive to different risks posed by the agriculture. So again, they have been trained in their own language, their own traditional ways, with their factors affecting the seed quality. Like they do have knowledge about all the factors that do contribute for the seed purity, and they make sure that every crop season, when every crop season ends, they make sure to qualify and standardize the seed based on the selection, vigor, and also the expression. Like there are like around 7 to 10 varieties of sorghum alone in the region, which is specific for the season, soil, and also different dietary habits as well. So they do maintain such kind of registry with their indigenous knowledge and take forward this community seed banks, land races conservation. So next slide, please. As I've talked about how a community seed bank functions, first they do make sure the seed collected is very much with lot of care. They do select the seed. And then the storage methods. They have a very unique storage methods indigenous to the region with no fancy equipment or infrastructure, anything. They do use the local resources for the storage, and then the seed lending system or seed barter is established. And always the diversity is maintained, because this Sangam women, they have realized this diversity importance, and they make sure that in 1 acre of their cropland, at least, they would maintain 5 to 10 crop varieties to mitigate the risks, and also to conserve the seeds and biodiversity. So be it for their household consumption, be it for their market, commercial market value, they do make sure to maintain the diversity at farm level, at home level, and also in the seed systems. So the decision making is completely community governed. So this actually requires the skill. So very native skills, indigenous skills which these women possess. The seed selection, preservation, and which ultimately provides for the agroecology and biodiversity documentation. And here we can see local entrepreneurship opportunities even for the women or the local communities who do or carry forward this legacy. So this is very much skill oriented, not very backward knowledge, or it is not very much we cannot think it is not very relevant to the present day's farming systems, because many present day farming systems are concentrated with the hybrids, which farmers cannot reuse after one season, and this thereby increases their cost of production, like the investment increases, which in turn if affected with the other factors would ultimately result in the destabilization of yields and economic value. So this way, community seed banks have leveraged many opportunities which are very skill oriented for these women. So next slide. I've talked about the storage facilities. So this storage facilities are very much unique to the farmers here. So what they do is, one example I would like to share is like they use earthen pots or the bamboo baskets made, and they would, like the procedure I'm just narrating, like they would coat it with the clay or the cow dung mix and make it sealed for the seal, and then they put layers of seed and also some neem leaves or neem powder, be it custard apple leaves, and also at least for the small seeds, it is 1 year to 2 years, but it is bowl seed, it is up to 1 year. So which is very much with the indigenous knowledge they do maintain this, and also they make sure the seed drying, the properties which are required for the seed storage are properly followed, like the standard procedural formalities. So seed drying, moisture levels, without any equipment, they do assess the seed moisture levels and make it for the conservation. So the sealing would reduce the microbial activity, and it would enhance the shelf life of the seeds, like the dormancy induces, and the efficient expression will be like prolonged. So this way they do select and also monitor eventual very periodically they do monitor these storage units, like they count the viability and vigor of the seeds, and they do maintain and circulate the seeds, like they do make it very lively by sharing and keeping it in the process of production. Okay, so this way they have developed their indigenous methods. Okay, next slide please. So they use many of these products, like these things for the preservation, turmeric powder or chili pods and charcoal pieces, and the cow dung coating. So this is a very indigenous method. You can see the image here. The basket is being filled with the layers of the seed and also the indigenous properties. So this way our women have represented DDS and have won accolades at national and international level. So one such thing is about our woman hero, Gangwar Anjama. She is very much known for her conservation practices. She has conserved around 100 plus varieties of local indigenous seed varieties in various crops. So she has also received a Plant Genome Savior Award for the year of 2017, and she still advocates women's role in seed systems and also encourages the younger generation of women to follow these practices and passes the intergenerational knowledge. So another woman, there is one other case study of Lakshmama. So this woman also, next slide please. So Lakshmama. So she is around 75 to 80-year-old lady. She even does the thing of seed conservation. She hails from the Humnapur village and also maintains the community seed bank of the Machnur village. So she is very much expertise in the. She has very much expertise in the seed, soil, and climate compatibility nexus, and she has represented DDS at at least 25 international platforms, hailing from a very humble background. So she has also received a award as a seed keeper from the Honorable Government of Telangana in 2020. So there are many such success stories from the women who do these kind of activities, but they do lack the institutional support or the facilitation in common grounds. So next slide. So how, when we think how is it made possible, Deccan Development Society has made it a habit, or it is culturally imbibed within these women, so that they take on this intergenerational knowledge from older generations to the younger generations. They do organize the International Seed Days, Seed Melas, and also provide a platform for these women groups for the direct market support as well. So what happens is this Deccan Development Society works with the women, especially in two categories. One is the Sangams, that is in mother-in-law Sangam, and one other is a daughter-in-law Sangam. So mother-in-law Sangam, who are the elder women, they do pass on the traditional knowledge to their younger women. So these concepts are not any religious practices or any rituals, but these cultural practices are imbibed within the society, and seed exchange rituals are being organized for different villages with the facilitation, and also they are being recognized for the number of seed varieties they do conserve, and these are sent for the registrations under PPBFRA and also for the dust testing levels. So it finds the scientific validation required for their efforts. Next slide please. So next. So one other important thing about Deccan Development Society's community seed banks is the mobile biodiversity festivals organized. So recently we finished our mobile biodiversity festival last week. So this is the 26th edition for the year of 2026. So this is a month-long festival, not associated with any kind of religious or spiritual beliefs or anything. So it is solely celebrated for the seeds and also the biodiversity conservation. So what happens is the bullock carts carrying the seed display units will travel from the village to village where the Sangams or the Sangam women are there. So they do take forward with the proposition of taking forward the legacy and also promotion of the biodiversity among the younger generation, and also creating the food systems being more sustainable. So this is a very unique kind of festival happening, and for a very long number of years. So for this year's edition, we could make it possible to include local level stakeholders, especially the newly elected sarpanchas and also policymakers of the Telangana state. So we could bring out a policy, not the policy, we could bring out the realities of grassroots, what farmers are actually facing, and what is the conservation status happening within the villages, and how the biodiversity is being shifted towards certain traditional cropping patterns. So these kind of farmer discussions, Kisan Gostis, were arranged, and document has been brought out and submitted for the Telangana's Farmers Commission for the further policy extension. So this has been always a part of seed bank's effort to conserve and to practice, and also to make it sustainable for the younger generations to share the knowledge. So only it is because their cultural cultural importance that they did carry forward this legacy. So, and also there are other kinds of festivals being organized in terms of uncultivated greens. The crop plants which we feel those are weeds in the farming system, that do have edible values were also being conserved, and melas and festivals are being arranged around these activities, and more awareness is being created among rural communities as well as the urban communities to make the biodiversity efforts more pronounced. So again, this did not stop only at the advocacy. So we did take forward this towards the legal empowerment for these seed banks as well. So PPVFRA, Protection of Plant Varieties and Farmers' Rights Act, a Government of India's initiative, has been also, we would able to register these plant varieties under this act as well. So PPVFRA basically gives farmers the breeder rights, when a variety is conserved, or there are different breeding techniques which are very much like pure line selection and also participatory breeding approaches. When farmers do make these efforts, this PPVFRA board will recognize that efforts and give them the rights of the variety, both in individual and also community level. So we would be able to register around 44 crop varieties across millets, pulses, oilseeds and vegetables from this seed bank alone to PPVFRA. And also this actually helped us to also create a platform for raising awareness, which is not very much known among the farmers, and also even among few other stakeholders of the seed system. So we were able to arrange a workshop with the help of the PPVFRA chairman, Dr. Trilochan Mohapatra, and there also the women were the center stage and are very much appreciated for their efforts. So this PPVFRA efforts have realized, like they have brought into account the Plant Genome Savior Awards for the seed bank again. The community seed bank has received a Plant Genome Savior Award for their efforts in seed conservation. So next slide please. So with the advocacy and with the legal empowerment, we could make it possible to have several awards and accolades across biodiversity and environmental perspective. And our founding director, PV Satish, late PV Satish Garu, has been awarded a lifetime contribution in reviving millets into food systems award as well. So there are many such awards backed by the organization and also the women groups especially. So for their works recognized at several national and international platforms. However, this is not stopped at the preachings. It has been initiated to deliver policy level advocacy and stakeholder level meets and also networking practices, which is being efficiently facilitated by the Krishi Vigyan Kendra and also the NGO. So this has brought a linkage between the community knowledge systems and also empowered women to realize their efforts and their farmer rights. Okay, next slide please. Although we could make all this possible, but still we do face a lot of challenges in terms of community seed banks, maintenance, and also taking it forward, because we see climate change is a big effect here, and also youth migration. We hardly find this generational youth to become farmers or do farming or do conserve such land races which do not have any, not much of commercial value. So it has become very critical, and also limited policy awareness among the stakeholders and even the women who are very much vulnerable to resources and everything. They do cannot take it forward for the future generations as much as they have carried forward for the past 3.5 decades. So here we would see very much scope or opportunity for youth like us to venture in mostly research collaborations and academia to introduce into participatory breeding research areas, and also biodiversity internships as talked about in the previous session as well. So, and also there are very much like the shifts in the digital landscape as well. So we, the women don't find their place in this fast shifting world in terms of conservation. So this requires multiple facilitation from like different areas and line departments as well. So this area can be a wonderful opportunity for those who want to work around community seed banks and seed systems. Although commercial seed systems have very established networks and standard procedural formalities, such community seed banks do strive for policy support. They do stand out as an example where they can like show up. It is not always the institutional interference that comes as a policy recommendation. It can be the local governance, it can be the local system, because we have seen previous decades or generations of farming shift that had strived through various droughts, erratic rainfalls, and also adverse climatic conditions. That was made possible not only because of the traditional crop varieties, but also changing water and also soil constraints as well. But seed systems have been growing into very vulnerable stage nowadays, that we hardly find any of the organic or desi cotton in our croplands, or be it paddy, which was not short dwarf varieties. So these genes or traits explored for commercial value may not actually strive, or a blanket kind of recommendation will not survive for the every other part of the region or even the state, agroclimatic regions. So that requires customization and also local suitability, which offers many more opportunities in terms of venturing into agrobiodiversity. So there are areas which can be like for the varietal traceabilities in PPV, FRA kind of opportunities, and also seed inventory mechanisms, which are very much neglected or limited to nowadays areas, and also GPS-based inventories for the crop land races especially. These are all the areas which are very much lacking, and also this also ensures we establish a value chain for these land races, which will ultimately support us to achieve the sustainable development goals, and also helps us to strive through the adverse conditions. Okay, next slide. So telling this, I would like to conclude that these are pilot-based examples which need not necessarily be replicated always, but the institutional standardization can always be taken as an example, but then the local governance and also decision making and community mobilization when happens from societies themselves will make these kind of institutions very much prominent and satisfying pathful approach for the sustainability goals. And also telling this, a robust seed systems are very much fundamental to the farming systems, because seed failure will cost so much for the farmer and vulnerable section. And the research, networking and also capacity building in the area are being facilitated in very much isolated efforts, which needs networking to make it possible that we bring out more of that indigenous knowledge into being, into like practice, and which will further facilitate and would help communities like this to realize their farmers' rights, and also to make it reuse and also reduce their cost of investments, etc. So yeah, this is about the case study, and thank you so much for this opportunity for the Telangana Diversity Board.
Anybody having questions can raise their hand, please. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you so much for this presentation.
Yes.
You talked about the barter system.
Yes.
I want to know if these women are getting monetary support so much so that, because the youth migration is happening, so is the young generation not getting that much financial incentive to continue this?
Yes, let me tell you that these women are not being paid. They don't get any kind of financial support. They do it out of their knowledge, out of their interest. Being part of their Sangam groups, they have very much advocacy, not just related to the seed systems, but also about biodiversity and farming systems in various fronts. They do have these Sangams established with the participatory approach. So they come forward, they also kind of make savings within the Sangams and would use that for the running of certain institutions, not just community seed bank. There are other organizations within DDS that are functioning. One is community radio station, which is the India's first community radio station handled by the Dalit women, and also community production centers, and also community media trust, where illiterate women, they would go make the video extension possible, and they're also on the YouTube now. So these women make it as a part of their lives. Only a few NGO coordinators would help them to do this, but most of the women in the Sangams do not have any financial aid, but they do make the savings and reuse it for the survival or the making this functional. And however, recently with the Plant Genome Savior kind of awards, we did got financial benefits of around 10 to 15 lakhs to revive the infrastructure present for the community seed bank. So,
yes. Good afternoon, ma'am. I have two questions.
Yes.
First is community hello.
Yes.
Is community seed banks part of self-help groups? First one, and second one is I think seed banks model is more applicable for organic farming only.
Organic farming, yeah, okay.
Not for
yes, I would like to. Yes, I would like to tell you that, because this SDG, this is not any SDG, a formally or legally recognized SDG. These are women cooperatives made into Sangams. The concept is the similar. So yes, this is run by the women cooperatives alone, and they do maintain these seed banks as part of their membership in the NGO as well, because the facilitation always comes from the institutions like this.
villages, they did carry forward this as part of their SDG approach. And yes, for organic farming and natural farming systems, these do support very much. But I would like to also, I myself wonder if there is any seed bank that alone tells that these are organic farming suitable seed varieties or natural farming suitable seed varieties. No, we can't tell it that way. Hybrid seeds, although they do not go for the organic farming, or in some cases, very rational cases, they do happen, but mostly suitable for the organic farming approaches. But then these are not really, you cannot tell they only are suitable for the organic. These are desi varieties, because many regions, like especially for the dryland regions, when the resource crunch is there, like the water, or be it the small and marginal farmers who cannot afford hybrid or high intensive agriculture, they do go for the desi varieties. So it is more or less organic, but then not just restricted to the organic.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes.
So, yeah, this side. I come from the state of Bihar. So, if we have to describe something as beautiful, we say that aha ke prastuti khub neek bail. That means your presentation was very beautiful. So, yeah, I don't have a question to ask, but I really wanted to share a similar experience with you, because I'm doing my PhD. Currently, I'm doing my PhD from IIT Bombay. So, yeah, I'm working on Malha community who are engaged in makhana protection. Okay. So, when you were sharing your story about this Mashnur community, so yeah, those women, they are also engaged in similar kind of activity, but it's just makhana. So when you were speaking about traditional ecological knowledge, and then how, like, they don't have a degree, right? They're not educated, but they are working, they are supporting themselves. So I really wanted to appreciate them and your work and your NGO. So maybe your presentation was so motivating for me, at least. I just hope that next year, maybe I can also work with the NGO and represent my community there at the DICE, and not just as a feedback giver. So yeah, that is, because ma'am, I brought that Malla community here on the stage also because this is a global platform, as this is an international conference. And also whenever I speak about those community who come from this Malla community, and especially the women, I feel like this is not me as Sonali speaking, but thousands of Makhana workers, both male and female, working there. So this is for them. Thank you so much.
Okay. Yeah. To add more context about that, so this woman did know the biodiversity. As I've said, their part of membership itself is that they do maintain the crop diversity. So they did not see any crop, because when we talk in the farming systems, we do tell that pulses or the leguminous crops add nitrogen, and that helps other crops to reduce the external inputs for the crop production, and also other disease resistance and pest resistance and risk mitigation is achieved through mixed or intercropping facilities. So they do value all these principles of agriculture, and that's where they have included all the crop varieties, and also I've mentioned uncultivated greens, all these together, around 80 plus varieties of uncultivated greens, which are otherwise considered weeds in our farming systems, are being conserved by this woman. So to tell more a personal interest is that you're very welcome to and also I appreciate your choice of working with the NGO. So before joining DDS or during my agriculture graduation and master's times, I used to cry myself to I have to work in the villages, grassroots level. But then after working and after doing, seeing the women, and I myself have learned from them, the women, they are the superheroes and they are the face of the DDS and these activities. They did make me realize it's not what I have lost, it is what I have gained working with them. So it's not always about the fancy lifestyle or the cities and everything. It is what is happening there is actually matters and would run the ecology as such. So yeah.
Hello, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. You give a better lecture on this seed banking. There are some traditional crops which are native to Ladakh and have good medicinal values, but production is in very less quantity. And now even government are encouraging farmers, giving incentives to them. My question is, how do you identify and how can we identify and preserve the traditional or indigenous crop varieties that are sensitive to weather change? Thank you.
Yeah. So when we talk about the land races, it is always the ecological adaptation that happens and the traits that express. So policy recommendations and otherwise benefits or subsidies from the external inputs is always kind of favorism to certain crops, but not all. So when it is seen as a system like within the culture, within the dietary habits, it will be like imbibed into their we are not really worried about the genetic we are worried about the genetic diversity or erosion, but not the evolution. Okay, so keeping it in farming practices, making it lively, the adaptation happens obviously. So we don't want to restrict it, like unlike the gene banks, which actually make it conserved in controlled atmospheres. We do not maintain seed banks in such a way. We make it circulating. We make it flowing, and the farming is always lively, and adaptation is always evolutionary. So the philosophy is that genetic purity be maintained, diversity is maintained, but not the controlled condition is always not mandatory. Is the philosophy. Civil society organizations need to take forward, if not from the government. So yeah.
So I'll ask my question finally.
Yes.
I work with seed savers and cooperatives mainly in Karnataka and Kerala. What we've seen is the burden of agroecology is on women. Policy support, and even if there are good policies like the natural farming, the burden is just always on women to take care. We've seen that not just youth but men are also migrating from rural areas to peri-urban and urban areas into service sectors. And we've seen that although legal frameworks have caught up, but the market and consumer awareness has not caught up, and this is where big agri-tech really dominates this sector with their seeds, and there's a whole different issue of illegal seeds that is affecting our farmers. So that's the landscape. So as young people, primarily from urban areas, how can we bridge this consumer urban-rural gap by being better storytellers, by being better social entrepreneurs, or working with FPOs or researchers? There are so many things. So I just wanted to understand, as people coming into this field with good incentive, what kind of pain points we can solve for our farmers or for NGOs and cooperatives like DDS?
Yes, that's a very good thing, good question to ask. So one solution or one pathway can be like organizing direct market platforms for these communities. Like DDS does organizes all the areas you can venture as a thing that communication is the key. Good storytelling and good like the awareness creation always leverages these women's efforts. And always nowadays, like when farming is seen as a less remunerative profession, at the same time we see the shift of many big corporates coming and venturing into the agriculture and organic farming. So we do tell or encourage our farmers not to transition completely into desi or organic in one go. It needs a period of patience to get it converted. So youth can be or the civil society organizations can be a strong backbone for these organizations to take it forward. And also in terms of branding community produce, many SDG groups do brand their produce, they do sell it. So there are reduced standardization techniques in such activities. So we can clearly document and present it, take forward these stories, so that in a way encourages them and also provides opportunity. Digital content making, organizations like Digital Green and all, they do venture in such activities, and also CSR is always there. So yeah. Oh, I just want to say sorry, I did not even realize there are audience this side. I just carried with my flow in the other direction.
I think they have understood what you wanted to say. So thank you, Dr. Priyanka ma'am. I would like to request our Secretary Sir, Shri Kalicharan Khattade sir, to please come on the stage and felicitate madam. I would also like to request once again to sir to please be on the stage and felicitate Miss Nivedita. She did wonderfully her last citizen science workshop. So I'd like to request sir to please felicitate her as well. Thank you, sir. So now we'll all be having lunch after this session, and the lunch will be over till 2:20 or so. It is requested to hurry up for this lunch, and sharp 2:30 those who have enrolled for T-Hub will come back to this room. Those who have enrolled for photography session will be at the entrance of this hall, and for eco, those who are interested, the other side, like room number C is there allocated, so they can also attend that workshop. Near the, besides the lunch room, there is one space is there, so there eco workshop will happen. So yes, kindly disperse for the lunch. Thank you.
'26, where biodiversity conservation intersects with innovation, entrepreneurship and climate resilience. His contribution to this panel will help youth understand the scientific foundations that must underpin green enterprises, ensuring that innovation remains environmentally responsible and aligned with global sustainability frameworks. Now, I'd like to introduce our next jury member, Ms. Zeel Jain. It is a pleasure to introduce Ms. Zeel Jain, representing the Startup Innovation Team at T-Hub, India's largest innovation ecosystem enabler. At T-Hub, she works closely with early stage and growth stage startups, supporting ideation, validation, ecosystem connections, and market acceleration. Her role involves identifying high potential innovations and mentoring entrepreneurs in refining business models, scaling responsibility, and navigating complex regulatory landscapes. Through her engagement with diverse innovation cohorts, she contributes to building sustainable enterprises that address real-world challenges, including climate resilience, agri-tech transformation, and circular economy solutions. Her presence at IYBC 2026 reflects T-Hub's strong commitment to fostering green entrepreneurship and enabling youth-led biodiversity-based enterprises. She brings practical insight into how young innovators can transform ecological ideas into viable, scalable ventures within Telangana's growing startup ecosystem. I welcome all of our jury members. Thank you.
Thank you, Kumud. So now we'll start the workshop on idea incubation. I would like to invite the first candidate, Ms. Sabira, to pitch her idea and gain some insightfuls regarding her. Please. Yes. Thank you. So the time limit for this is we will be conducting 3 minutes of timer. And if you you have to finish your idea by 3 minutes, then afterwards some discussion will happen regarding your idea, and you will get to know how it can be more fruitful by discussing with the dignitaries. And then hopefully, so you just have to make sure that you don't have to cross the time limit of 3 minutes. Questions are with us, and we'll be doing by the technical room. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Respected jury members, dear fellow researchers, a very good afternoon to everyone. I'm Sabira Nisar, PhD scholar from Sher-e-Kashmir University of Agriculture, Sciences and Technology of Kashmir. So today I'm here to pitch my idea or concept about Costas Conservation Hub, which is an integration of biodiversity conservation, scientific innovation, and a livelihood generation. So next slide, please. So first, if we talk about the Himalayan biodiversity, Himalaya is one of the 12 mega biodiverse hotspots in the world, and it possesses like 7,000 to 8,000 medicinal plant species, and out of which 30 to 40% are native to this region only. So these are some of the medicinal plant species, high value medicinal plant species that are present in the Himalayan region. So with such a rich diverse biodiversity, India ranks first in terms of percentage of its flora that contains the active bioactive components, but out of which only 1% has been explored yet. So there is a very large, enormous, underexplored therapeutic potential in the Himalayas. But due to the overexploitation, or we can say the habitat degradation, these high-value medicinal plant species are at the verge of extinction. And out of that high-value medicinal plant species, we have one of the species, that is Sasuria costus. Next slide. Sasuria costus belongs to family Asteraceae. It is commonly known as cot in Hindi, and in English it is called as costus. Its tradable part, or we can say the high-value medicinal plant, is its roots. The IUCN status, which is the most important, it is critically endangered. It is distributed throughout Jammu and Kashmir, Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand, and this is the brief description, the morphological description. Then the phytochemistry of the plant, it contains various rich bioactive compounds, because of which this plant has antimicrobial, anti-inflammatory, anti-cancer, and antifungal properties. So why we chose Sasuria costus? Sasuria costus is native to Jammu and Kashmir. The plant is distributed throughout the different districts of Jammu and Kashmir, and it's present on high altitudes like 2,800 to 3,800 meters above mean sea level. It has a high therapeutic potential like anti-inflammatory, bronchodilator, antimicrobial, and anti-cancer potential. Also in our Kashmir, we use this plant to preserve our pashmina shawl fabric, because this plant has 30 seconds left. Okay, insect repellent properties. Okay, slide. So despite its high medicinal economic value, Sasuria costus is facing rapid population. Next. So this is my vision of making a conservation hub which will integrate the farmers, then the value addition, and after that we will go for the pharmaceutical industries, or we can say the industry linkage. Next. So my model has two approaches. First, the conservation approach and then the value addition. Conservation, which we include the in situ
Time is up.
conservation, that is in situ conservation, which will include the protection at its natural habitat, and the ex situ one, the controlled environmental propagation and the tissue culture. Then value addition, it includes like Sasuria costus has the potential of, we can, make essential oils, standardized extract and isolated bioactive compounds. Then our target audience will be the pharmaceutical industries and the herbal drugs. Next. Then the most core principle of my idea is the farmer and the youth integration. So we can do this by contract cultivation, like taking the land on lease, which will benefit the farmers. Then capacity building programs, like making the awareness campaigns to make people aware about this medicinal plant species. Then women self-help involvement, buyback model, and youth green enterprise. Next. Then the economic and the ecological impact, like it will increase the rural income, reduce the illegal trade, local industry growth, then reduce the wild harvesting, climate resilience and biodiversity restoration and genetic conservation. Next. Next, please. Then this is our product focus. We will be developing, extracting the essential oil, which is very costly, like 1 or 2 ml, it costs for 1,000 to 2,000 rupees. Then the perfume, because the, you can say the medicinal potential of Sasuria costus is very much explored, but its aromatic potential is yet to be discovered. So we will be developing a perfume, high-grade perfume, and then the herbal roll-on, because this medicinal plant species is used for, anti-inflammatory purposes, for joint pain. So we will be developing a herbal roll-on for that purpose. Next. So a plant of immense therapeutic value, yet overlooked, under-recognized, and rapidly disappearing. So where does Sasuria costus stand in our conservation agenda? So there is a call for the collective action. Should Sasuria costus be considered for recognition as a UT medicinal plant of Jammu and Kashmir? Like India, we have Tulsi. I want this plant to get recognition as well. Thank you.
Ma'am, if you have something to ask, then you can ask.
What is the investors' potential for this thing?
Sir, what?
If somebody wants to invest in this thing as an enterprise in your area, did you find any source like that yet?
So investment in the sense we have to just first go for the raw material collection.
No, as an enterprise, there are so many values around this plant.
Yes, sir.
Which will address so many livelihoods, and also many products will come out of this.
Yes.
So there must be naturally some investors in this sector.
Yes, sir.
Is there any policy by government?
We have like Ayush department also, herbal departments also who can invest, because our model will have a scientific validation. We have a transparent supply chain. Like there are some products available in the market, but we don't know what are they selling like at the name of Sasuria costus. It is actually Sasuria costus or not. So our product there will be a transparency, like we will be developing a hub and then we will go for the product development thing.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, thank you.
Hello.
Sorry.
Hello. Yeah,
Yes, ma'am.
very great presentation. Just
Thank
a
you,
quick
ma'am.
question. I just wanted to understand when these products go live, or once you develop these products, will the formulations be something that you can IP or patent?
Yeah, we can. Like we can go for the Sasuria cost, like it's oil extraction. Most important thing is like what is important in medicinal plants, like its harvesting stage is very important, because these bioactive compounds are not present if we will collect the plant like at first stage or second stage. Like for Sasuria costus, third year. After the third year, you can go for the cultivation of this medicinal and aromatic plants. Like this, I don't think so. Like there is a perfume of Sasuria costus till now, so we can go for its patent. Like, and also the herbal roll-on. I don't think so there is in the market till now the herbal roll-on, so we can go for its patent as well.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Sabira, I would like to just...
Sabira. Sorry.
So, one last question from my end. It was a good presentation. The only thing is that I would like to know whether any company is already, doing any
there are like Khus Aroma is a kind of company who is selling this product, but they don't have the back-end story. Like that is missing.
Okay, so this is more or less like innovative, going to be innovative. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Sabira. So the next candidate is from Maharashtra, Dhrutesh Yogesh Dev. So I just want to reiterate that the time limit is strict because we are already late. So please stick to the 3 minutes time. Thank you.
Hello. Hello everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the Telangana Biodiversity Board and T-Hub for giving us such a beautiful chance. I am here to present my project. It is an AI-based project because my graduation or my qualification come from the field of AI. I am a tech student. So the name which I have given to my project is Shuddha Sthal. Shuddha means clean and Sthal means location. Actually, this project I am making for the whole Indian by taking, but right now I have taken the component for Maharashtra. The main problem which we face in Maharashtra, that is the waste, the plastics which have been thrown on regular basis. From the Maharashtra record, in a day, 4 lakh of plastic bottles has been thrown on the roads, which are going to the nalas or a bus stops everywhere. So because of that, many difficulties we have to face. So for that, I have come with a solution for making a solar power microstation, which is with the help of KISCO. Basically, I have assumed that you go to the cafes or everything. You have been seeing the machines where you can select the food items. They are basically made by them. So the function is, when we just did the survey in Maharashtra at the Nagpur slum area, there was a very messy place. So we just asked them, why didn't you clean that? They say, for free, who will clean it? So their mentality means not there, but everyone thinks, why should we do it in free? This is a brand who give the rewards for using their AI powered. So the main thing is my project. So the main thing, I am creating the microstations in which people can throw the waste or the bottles, and due to that they can get a reward. So the work can be is that the collection, which can be waste can be collected in the microstations, and the reward can be gotten by that right away. And monitoring, it also sends the air, water quality and temperature for report. For report, we can. I have selected to make an app
30
where we can.
30 seconds left.
Okay, when we can store every record of the specific user. Impact also that the waste can be collected at a single place, which can be used for recycling. So the marketing opportunity which I am seeing, the Indian green economy growing rapidly from ESG data, and these are the following. Due to the less time, I am not reading it. These are the following things what I am thinking for the marketing.
Time's up.
Yeah, and the revenue status, it is not going to be free. So we are going to collect it from recycling, and we will. Means if we are giving, we can get. We are earning too bad. Okay, just I stop here. And this is basically the machines, is the microstation. If I try to create a 5 microstation, what can be the cost I will get for the 1 year of duration? And these are the partners which I am trying to collaborate with, so that I can make my project easily and I can make it publicly. Okay, thank you.
Okay, is there any initiative happened from your side in this regard with anybody discussions?
Actually, sir, I was thinking it for creating as an Avishkar for representing it, but the opportunity we get because of you, it is also not less. So I try to pitch it here. The plan has been, my whole team is working in that because we are the coders, we are the developers and the hardware workers. We have every team, but we were not getting a platform to pitch it. So I got an opportunity here, so I came and I just pitched it here.
So just wanted to know how the revenue will be generated. I mean, who will be benefited? The one revenue generation, who will be benefited? I mean, the one who are actually going to collect the waste, they, or one who are?
Sir, actually the AI powered the kiosks is for using their software. They pay the rewards. Okay, so the reward section can, if I get a collaboration with them, the reward session would be from their side. So the afterwards that the waste which or the plastic which has been collected, it can be recycled, which can be divided into government also. So because of government, municipalities, or because with their support only this is working, so it can be divided in that way, revenue.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, just a quick question. What is your go-to-market strategy? How do you, aim on getting users, or how do you aim on bringing awareness in the public to make use of this?
Ma'am, actually the concept, what I am thinking, that if people get to know that while throwing the plastic in the micro station, we are getting rewards. So by your curiousness, they will try to throw there, and if they like it, so might be.
What will be your platforms to make this awareness?
Ma'am, actually I am trying to make it on the crowded place, like the railway stations. I am just trying to there, where because many people just travel there, so that they will come in front of their machine. So due to eagerness, they will try.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. So now next presenter will be Mr. Sagar Banewal.
Hello. Hello everyone. My name is Sagar Banwale. Before I start, I just wanted to do a parody. Anyone of you might have shopped with Nykaa, right? What they ship with is just a lot of stuff which is not at all usable, just the main product, right? This is where mayors come in. We are a e-commerce platform where we do sell the textiles over here. So please, next slide. Yes, the main problem comes over here is hidden cost of e-commerce. As everyone is now doing e-commerce nowadays, shipping, buying, selling over here, but you never got to know that what environmental cost must be hidden in this. Excess plastic packaging. This is the main idea which I'll be working upon. This is the thing. And again, high carbon footprint for the shipping. Yeah. So these are the ideas I'm working with it. Please, next slide. Solution is mayors.in. We totally depend on paper packaging as of now, as we are trying to scale up. We'll move more to paper packaging, and again, I ship in paper. Yeah, we don't use plastic packaging at all. And in the logistics as well, we use the shortest route to ship all over in India. As my warehouse is in Bhopal, if you'll see geographically, it is the most, I should say it's in central India, so anywhere you can ship within the same frame time. Please, next slide. So currently, I'm doing sustainability practice such as optimized packaging size, reduce packaging material, and directing shipping with no unnecessary handling. And what are my future goals? My future goals are recycled packaging materials, eco-friendly product selection, and vocal for local, if you're missing. Please, next slide. Yeah. What actually the pollution and these textiles have on impact on biodiversity? So our goal is to reduce plastic waste. As you know, it creates a whole lot of chain, that plastic, then seed, then it goes up to the waste management. It's a lot of chain, it's complex web of pollution. So what we are trying to reduce is just reduce the pollution over here just by getting the waste from this e-commerce thing down. Next slide, please. What are my market opportunities? My market opportunity and even my consumer most are Gen Zs. We try to attract consumer by making our products sustainable, as we all know Gen Zs are sustainable conscious and shopper. So and demand of sustainable and green products is also increasing. So we try to
30 seconds left.
Scale it up. Please next slide. So current progress website was already launched in 2024. It again already is generating revenue. It already is in working. As I manage logistics personally, and also we try to scale up by collabing with famous creators on Instagram. Please next slide. This is our website screenshot. You can see first one is the phone one, last one is the web one. Please next slide. Our vision is to build India as most sustainable platform and be included in the circular economy. Please next slide. What I want from T-Hub. So I just am seeking mentorship and guidance for sustainable logistics and operation. Also, I want to help T-Hub to provide me mentorship in scaling up. Please next slide. Yeah, so I strongly believe that if sustainability is integrated in the early stage, it can create long-term impact at scale. With the right guidance, Mayor can grow not just as a business, but as a model for sustainable e-commerce. Because again, as it's written, small changes in e-commerce can create large changes for biodiversity. Thank you. And this is the QR code. You can scan it and visit our website. It already is there. Yeah, thank you. Hi, ma'am.
So first question is, you mentioned about revenue. So just wanted to understand what kind of MRR do you have currently, monthly revenue?
Monthly revenue, if I'll consider 500 is an average price of my product, we are generating average revenue, although it is very less, it is I think 35,000 a month. It is the whole overall revenue as of now.
Okay.
Again, it is less because I'm currently a student and I'm working it as a part-time. We'll shift it to full-time if we'll get scaling up opportunities, and as soon as I get post-graduated from university.
Okay. And what kind of competitors do you have in the market right now?
Yeah, so it again is a very competitive market. I know that Amazon, Myntra, already all over there. It's just they are not sustainable as we are. And again, as I'm a small creator, so I'm looking again opportunities for becoming more sustainable. Even I can route through carbon neutral technologies, maybe in the future when I scale up. So yeah, currently competitors are huge. I mean, they have great market.
Yeah, I meant competitors in the sustainable e-commerce place.
I don't think there is, but there must be, but not at least in the textile field.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
So, Sagar, you were telling that you will be using shortest route possible to deliver.
Yep.
So, what does it mean?
So, actually, when, for example, if you want to ship from Bhopal to Delhi, okay, so there are three ways. For example, from Kota, then to Jaipur, and then to Delhi. Second is from Gwalior to Agra to Delhi. So, I'll choose the Gwalior to Agra to Delhi, which is the shortest route to possible to reduce the carbon emissions.
But I hope that all the other e-commerce platform, they must be doing the same thing?
No, they don't do the same. They actually, I have read their model. So what they do, they just outsource their shipping technology, okay, and then they just choose the, whatever the cost-effective route. It doesn't matter the shortest or longest. Whatever the cost-effective it might be for them, they use that, because again their motive is to generate profit. I mean, I also have a profit motive again, but not at this scale. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All the best.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, regarding the packaging material, you want to reduce that thing. That's good. Apart from that, think about some innovative materials which can help the environment.
Yeah.
Okay, when it ultimately reaches.
Yes, sir. That's what I want to learn over here. I again am saying that I am here for learning, not I'm pitching anything. Yeah. So, okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. So the next candidate is Mr. Amit Kumar from Himachal Pradesh.
हेलो नमस्कार मेरा नाम अमित कुमार है और मैं हिमाचल प्रदेश डिस्ट्रिक्ट शिमला से हूँ. इट्स मोर कंफर्टेबल फॉर मी इन 3 मिनट्स. आई एम आल्सो प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ, मेरा खुद का NGO है, कीपिंग हिल्स इंटीग्रेटेड विद वन एंड नेचर्स. उसी में से एक ऑब्जेक्टिव है जो कि मैंने इस कॉन्फ्रेंस के लिए भी भेजा था. वो हमारा ऑब्जेक्टिव है कि हम प्लांटेशन ड्राइव्स लाते हैं हर साल. मैं ऑलरेडी 2 साल से इस पे काम कर रहा हूँ और प्लांटेशन ड्राइव्स हम सिर्फ फ्रूट बियरिंग प्लांट्स की करते हैं, ताकि क्योंकि जो फ्रूट बियरिंग प्लांट्स है उसकी सस्टेनेबल रेट 90% से भी ज़्यादा है, और जो फ्रूट बियरिंग प्लांट्स है उसकी कहीं ना कहीं हम प्लांटेशन फॉरेस्ट लैंड पे नहीं कर सकते हैं. इसलिए हमने जितने भी गांव, अभी सिर्फ इसमें 2 गांव है, एक मेरा अपना गांव है, दूसरा गांव है, उसको हमने इसमें जोड़ा है क्योंकि मेजॉरिटी ऑफ द जो लैंड है वो कहीं ना कहीं उजाड़ पड़ी है. तो उसको हम एक टारगेट करते हुए इस NGO के अंडर ही धीरे धीरे नर्सरी भी, मतलब इस साल हम फाउंडेशन स्टोन नर्सरी का भी रखेंगे, और हमारा मेन टारगेट है कि इसमें वुमेन्स को एम्पावरमेंट मिले. और आने वाले 3 सालों में, क्योंकि जो जैसे नाशपाती है, पलम है, उसके रूट स्टॉक्स ऑलरेडी हमारे जंगल में मिलते हैं, जो कि खासकर शिमला वाला एरिया है. उसके ऊपर ग्राफ्टिंग करने के बाद 2 या 3 साल में फ्रूट मिलता है. ओवरऑक्स मेरे अपने कम से कम 100 पेड़ है जो कि बड़े पेड़ हो गए हैं और जो ग्राफ्टिंग करके तैयार हुए हैं. इसी के साथ जो मेरा जो NGO का टारगेट है उसमें 4 ऑब्जेक्टिव है, लेकिन ये मेन ऑब्जेक्टिव है कि हम फ्रूट बियरिंग प्लांट से एम्पावरमेंट भी दें और सस्टेनेबिलिटी भी कहीं ना कहीं सस्टेनेबिलिटी भी को भी प्रमोट करें और बायोडाइवर्सिटी को सस्टेनेबल बनाया जाए. थैंक यू. दूसरा ये सर मैंने इस प्रेजेंटेशन के लिए यही डाला था इसलिए, लेकिन अदरवाइज दूसरा एक आइडिया था वो थोड़ा लॉन्ग रन का आइडिया है. उसमें हम ट्रेडिशनल जो होम थे हमारे उनको रिवाइव करेंगे और उसको टूरिज्म के लिए सेटअप करेंगे. ठीक है, थैंक यू.
ठीक है, वही आप महिलाओं के साथ काम करेंगे बोल रहे हैं ना?
नहीं, हमारे गांव में महिलाएं जितने भी लोग हैं वो उनके साथ हैं जी. एम्पावरमेंट
रेगुलर NGO टाइप भी वर्क है, इसमें इनोवेशन क्या है? अदरवाइज भी प्लांटेशन करते, नर्सरी रेस करते, ये तो कॉमन काम है ना?
नहीं, ये सर मेरा खुद का NGO है, मैंने इसमें यही डाला था. तो
आपका काम ही है वो?
हाँ जी.
Amit ji, sir wanted to ask a question. No?
So, Amit, आइडिया अच्छा है, और जैसे कि रेड्डी साहब बता रहे थे कि इसमें नया मतलब जो इनोवेशन हम लोग देख रहे हैं कि इनोवेटिव आइडिया ऐसा कुछ नहीं लगा. मतलब
हाँ जी सर,
हर जगह होता है, प्लांटेशन होते हैं, विमेन्स को भी जैसे सोशल इसमें एस्पेक्ट है.
हाँ जी,
विमेन को हम लोग एम्पावरमेंट करने की बात करते हैं तो होता है. तो इसमें मतलब बायोडाइवर्सिटी कंजर्वेशन वाला क्या एस्पेक्ट है, थोड़ा सा एक्सप्लेन करेंगे?
हाँ जी सर, इसमें ओवरऑल मैंने जैसे को पहले भी बताया कि ये जब मैंने फॉर्म फिल किया था, मैंने यही कहीं ना कहीं अपना NGO का रेफरेंस डाला था और उसी में सिलेक्शन प्रोसेस में है. तो इससे मेन जो हमारा टारगेट है कि हिमाचल में या जितने भी फॉरेस्ट एरिया हैं उनमें बहुत सारा प्लांटेशन होता है, लेकिन सर्वाइवल रेट 60% भी नहीं है. लेकिन इस प्लांटेशन ड्राइव से और इस तरह के फॉर्मेट से अगर प्लांटेशन की जाए तो उसमें सर्वाइवल रेट हमारा 90% से ज़्यादा है. यही हमारा मेन टारगेट है इसमें.
इसके लिए कुछ स्टडी हुआ है?
हाँ जी सर, ऑलरेडी 2-3 स्टडीज इस तरह की है जिसमें ये कोट किया है मैंने.
थैंक यू.
हाँ जी सर, थैंक यू.
So next we have Naina Upadhyay.
Hello. Very good afternoon, everyone, to the respected judges. This is Naina Upadhyay, and I'm currently pursuing BA LLB from NLU Shimla. So I come from a state called Rajasthan, and Rajasthan never requires any sort of explanation when it comes to the protection of biodiversity. As we can see, the contribution by famous Bishnoi Samaj, the women of this community sacrifice their lives for protecting the flora and fauna of Rajasthan. Even we look at the Khejdi Andolan, which spreads awareness in order to protect the native plant species. So here, I'm sort of influenced to pitch my idea where, if we, for an example, if we ask today's generation alpha that where does oxygen come from? So they might answer Amazon. And I don't mean that the rainforest. So this is a generational gap we have. So in order to fulfill that gap, I'm here pitching the startup named Prithvi Roots. Here, so the core question is, I want to involve this whole idea of, it's a microforest startup where I would want to make the students learn how to grow saplings and to let them know what are the native species. So somehow I want to do a change in their education curriculum, where from the very beginning itself they learn how to grow plants, and they'll get connected with the nature. So overall, the base of this idea was inspired by a Japanese plantation method, which is known as Miyawaki, which is basically in 1 square feet, 3 to 4 saplings are planted together so that when they fight for the sunlight, they grow faster. So this microforest somehow teaches them how to grow plants and stay connected with the nature. So the main challenge that I found here is that building a team of the expertise that I want for it, the people who really know what suits, like whatever the nutrients that are required, and how to make the biocompost and biomass at a very low cost-effective method. So I require this team, and I would like to pitch for a fund which will be around 1 lakh for 1 schools. What we'll do is that we'll do the field visits, we'll see the empty patches of lands, and then we'll ask the students to come and let's create a microforest there. So right now it's just an abstract idea, and I have not, you can change the slides. So the main problem, as I've already discussed, in this the rapid urbanization, there's a high loss of biodiversity. So this requires building biodiversity in microforest from the very primary level. The students will learn it from the very beginning of their growth and education. So that is just an abstract idea. I'm looking for a team as well as some funds so that I can more expand this thing. And if we truly want the biodiversity restoration, it doesn't happen overnight. It requires a lot of time, ample of time, around 4 to 5 years. So I would like to amalgamate all of the expertise, the plants and saplings. Right now, whatever I have been doing, I'm using my own savings and bootstrapping it. But further, it would be great if I try to expand it in a way so that I can fulfill this whole startup and give it a way, shape it in a proper, productive way. So if we truly want the biodiversity restoration, we must begin where the learning begins. And a microforest is in every school, means a generation that doesn't just study the climate change in the boardrooms and just the conferences hall, but does something at the fundamental level as well. So,
your time is up.
So that's all about it, and it's great to represent my state here and represent the idea that I wanted to. Sir, I'm open with all of the questions.
Yeah,
the jury may ask any sort of.
Yeah, good microforest is a very good concept. First thing is, whatever trees are there in a school, let them declare as mother tree, something like that, okay? let them respect whatever is existing. What is the size of, minimum size of your microforest?
Sir, it's around 1,000 square feet. I mean, sometimes there are lands which are just empty and kept like that. So it's just a waste of land. Instead of that waste, we can use it in building a microforest, whereby it will be a fun element for the students. They
It's
would
okay.
learn.
Think
Yes.
about it can be smaller also. See, even if you have 4-tier, 5-tier kind of different types of plants, then
Yes.
also it's a representation, okay?
Sir,
Don't think about too big, because in school sometimes playground is not there. In Rajasthan maybe yes, they have more land.
Yes.
Okay.
So, sir, the plants you were asking about, so we'll be starting with the native species because they will be able to survive
No,
there
that's
in
fine.
that
All
area.
that is fine. Agreed. Whatever you said is fine. That's not an issue. It's a good concept. Do it. Okay. I'm asking the size of the forest.
Yeah. Hi, Naina.
Hello, ma'am.
So, since you're looking to raise funds and take this forward as a startup, just wanted to understand what is your revenue model in this? How are you planning to earn money out of this?
Okay, so the primary revenue that we'll be generating is that we'll be charging the educational institutions or the schools to sort of give us some money, around like 70,000 to 80,000 rupees for installing a microforest, and the other rest of the things will be done by my own team. They will teach how to create one microforest, and every resources will be brought by me. It's just that I would require them to provide me cost, and then after the first year, the pilot project is about 15 to 20 schools, the most educational institution. So I estimated around, I'll generate a revenue around 25 lakhs. So I researched about it. So there will be no problem of the revenue. I mean, we'll be able to generate it. In the first year, maybe we'll burn. Right now, I'm just using my own money to sort of make such initiative. But once we get some funds, we'll expand it.
Right. So what stage is this currently at? Have you started talking to schools and gathering their interest?
Ma'am, right now I have mentioned it in the very initially that it's just an abstract idea, but I've been working on it. It's just me and a few of my friends who try to, on the weekends we just go and spend time in the nurseries and get some saplings and then grow it together. So nearby my school, the elementary schools and KGs, we spend time because they already know us. We have already built their trust and confidence. So we are doing it on a very local level. But to expand it, I would require some funds.
Got it. Thank you.
It was great.
So Naina, I think probably last question.
Okay,
so are you looking for only schools as of now, or you have any other areas also in your mind?
Sir, I feel like to start this initiative, I mean, we have to start it from somewhere. So I probably chose schools because right now, if somebody tried to teach me anything, I won't be able to adapt it quickly. But in the very initial stages of learning, a student will easily grab those things. So school is the best area where I focus. But further, we'll spread this thing all over. I mean, yes.
All the best. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Naina. So the next candidate is from Tamil Nadu, Mr. Prabhakar P.
அனைவருக்கும் வணக்கம். Namaste. I'm Prabhakar from Tamil. I'm a PhD scholar from the Department of Chemical Engineering, VIT Vellore. So my idea is it's a smart fertilizer from the waste. It's a fertilizer derived from that sewage sludge, which is coming from that wastewater treatment plants. Next. I'm going to address the two main problems. One is that conventional NPK fertilizers releases the nutrients rapidly. While applying the farmers, the excess level or in that more water level, it releases the nutrients rapidly to the land, and water bodies will contaminated with that nutrients. So that POD, COD, it's affected, so that aquatic organisms will be affected directly. The next one is that from that wastewater treatment plant, there is lost waste derived sludge. It's mostly dumped in some landfill. It's not used anymore as an economic value. So it spreads some pathogens to the environment, CHCs emits, and also it's making some unpleasant odors. Those things affect the environment directly. Next. So I combined two of these main problems. So I want to derive that some biochar from that sewage ledge and made as a nutrient-enriched biochar for that fertilizer applications. Next. Yeah, this is my model. This is a working methodology. First, we are collecting the sewage ledge from the plant. Then it's done the pyrolysis process, which is the process done in that absence of adjacent burning. So here that sewage ledge gets that pores and surface functionalization increased, so we can add some nutrients like NPK sources, which is required. Through that I can add the nutrients, then it's applied to the soil. It will releases, while applying the nutrients, I will add some biopolymers like sodium alginate. It will be cross-linked with some calcium ions. It holds the nutrients as well as the stability of the fertilizer. So it slowly reaches the nutrients to the soil. It will conserve that nutrient use efficiency for the plant at required level. Next, sir. This is actual plant I worked. Next. This is a nutrient loading mechanism. Next. This is the actual fertilizer. It's a plain polymer which is wet and dried. This is made of biochar polymer fertilizer. It's wet and dried. This is a mechanism working in that soil, how it's a nitrification and denitrification, how it's degraded with the microorganisms with that bio-derived polymers. This is, I did that seed germination index. It's a good level than that control. Next. This is a soil studies which I did in my lab. It's showing it's better than that conventional fertilizers and also the available controlled release fertilizers. From these process optimizations some I did. So it's published as a paper. Then I applied for the patent. I'm having 2-3 proposals for the corporate companies like L&T. So I'm waiting for the patent. It's in advanced stage. It's a TRL 5 level. I have some economic analysis also. Thank you, sir.
Okay, good. I saw one presentation on biochar.
Thank you, sir.
I had been working on this subject since last 2 decades.
Oh, yes, sir.
Yeah. So I think the time has come, but only the concern with sludge is like heavy metal contamination, and sludge could have anything, okay? So yes, even though you might do pyrolysis, when you apply to plants, think that these are non-edible kind of thing. Like if you are using for timber or some greenery and other things, that is okay. You have to do your experiments with these kind of pollution, I mean to say pollutants which remain within the biochar. Okay, that is very important. Yes. But don't recommend this fertilizer for any other regular crops that farmers cultivate. That's the only thing. But keep up your research, and happy to see you.
Yes. Sir, this is an institution of biochar. I worked first, not yet tried with that industrial biochars, sludges, because I did that heavy metal analysis also. it's that sludge source derived from our college hostel. So it's as the very trace amount of heavy metals. So I am trying to make that industrial sludge, how to reduce that heavy metal contaminations and other contaminations which are harmful for that humans and living things. So I am trying to eradicate those also, sir. Initially, it's derived from that institutional biochar.
I got it.
And also, I'm trying with that municipal solid waste also, sir.
That's your domestic, so that's not a problem.
Yes,
so
sir.
within the campus, restrictions are there.
Yes, sir.
But when you do outside sludge, you have to be a little
Yes, sir.
bit careful.
I understood that problems.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Hi, I think 2 questions. One with respect to your IP, what sort of a IP have you filed for?
Which one?
Patent. Yeah, so what category of patent have you filed for? Is this the formulation or for functionality?
Yes, ma'am. It's a process that design, composite design and process. Don't know, ma'am.
Okay, it's a process.
Because I've made some unique composition from that biodegradable polymer with ionic reaction. So that's one formulation, and also that process, how we are doing. We are in that 2 level claims, with the 2 claims mainly.
Right.
It's
Thank
a secondary derivatives also.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Prabhakar.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone.
So the next candidate is from Telangana, Ms. V.S. Sruta Kirti.
On a count of 3, please start it. 3, 2, 1. T-Hub Visionaries, good afternoon. I am Shrutakirti Maganti from Andhra Pradesh, representing Telangana, a master student in TIS Hyderabad. Today, I am pitching IndieVault, the app that turns India's unknown biodiversity crafts into a 1,000 crore national movement. And I need T-Hub to make me your next Skyroad success story. Why a 45,000 crore problem? Well, the real problem is India's handicrafts market is worth 45,000 crores. But 80% of artisans earn less than 10,000 rupees per month. Why? Because their biodiversity crafts, let us take the example of palm leaves, or bamboo weaving, kokum dyeing, gond art, you name the art, you name the handicrafts. They are hidden, but they have unleashed potential. And this potential, when unraveled, will make a visionary impact. So IndieVault is a premium value addition hub where youth register traditional skills like urban foraging and other handicraft items, which NTFP products are also there. They come into highlight. But here, what is the problem is that in rural areas and in tribal areas, no digital identity is there. For example, Toda embroidery, Saura paintings, or other handicrafts, they might not have, they have zero Google presence. They do not have the identity. And one more problem is no market access. Rural artisans cannot reach Fab India, IKEA, or export houses. Youth exodus, what is happening is, we might be having an idea about Swiggy, Zomato, and other platforms which are already gig platforms that are making the visionary roles out there. But IndieVault will be a visionary platform where the artisans, whoever are having the potential, they will register into this app. We might also have the skeptical doubt that how these people might register. So to register, we can keep a 30 seconds video of any craft. AI certificates, instant digital badge with all these certificates will be given. What is the revenue generation idea here is that, let us say we can keep a subscription. If Swiggy, Zomato people who are having bikes and taking up this activity, who are having bikes and they are using for delivery platforms, why not a person with skill? Next slide, please. So IndieVault is a transformative mobile app igniting IYBC's theme by redefining skills as lifetime assets. Youth register in these indigenous platforms And they bring to circular bioeconomies the jobs that outperform Swiggy and Zomato gigs. Next,
Time's
please.
up.
The last one. Next slide, please. I would like to give a brief outlook of it. We might think the rural, tribals might not have access. So here where the rural solution comes up, the PG students like us who go for field visits, as well as the research scholars who go, no smartphone is not a problem because the master students become the indie world Scots. They visit the interiors of Odisha, Northeast, Rajasthan and other areas. They document these unknown crafts via mobile phone, earn 500 rupees per 5 new subscriptions and create artisan sign-ups through their link. And research income, PG students can also earn 25,000 rupees per month, facilitating 100 sign-ups. So it will create a value addition chain for indigenous people, as well as the PG students and research scholars who are involving in this, and create these indigenous crafts to come into a limelight where everyone having a potential will be able to be, they'll come to the spotlight and they'll be able to come into the economy and earn a livelihood income. That is my pitch. Thank you, sir. Questions, sir?
So, Shrutakirti, it was a nice presentation.
Thank you, sir.
So, I would just like to know how competitive the market is presently.
Sir?
How competitive the market is presently.
How competitive market is present?
Yeah.
I didn't get the question.
How competitive?
Yes, sir.
So, your idea is,
Sir, my idea is basically, it's not only about handicrafts or biodiversity. Everyone has a skill. I have a skill, you have a skill, we all have skills. Because I have worked in the Ministry of Handlooms, where I interacted with one of my colleagues. She has a very good handicraft, in tailoring, but she doesn't know where the investors will come. Then I also worked with one of the NGOs. They said that they are making out of this Vistarakulu. With Vistarakulu, they are making paper plates. But their idea was, those who are producing it, they are not having the market source. So they are being at loss. They are earning only 10,000 rupees. But these who are having the market linkage, they will be earning 50,000 rupees there. But if they have the skill, they should also have the potential to earn it. They should have the right to earn it. So when these people, if they don't have access, we people are there. We will facilitate it, and through these sign-ups, we will know where these skills are being practiced, so that anywhere we go, we get to know these skills or these handicrafts are being produced, and we will access and will buy them. So that is my idea, sir.
So basically you want to, you mean that there is a lot of scope and lot of handicraft.
Yes, sir. It has lot of scope. It's not only biodiversity, I would say. It is the skill set. It will be a revolutionary, because I have my brother, sir, he has developed an app called Skill Arc. It is only confined to the educational sphere. But my app, I wanted to give it a very wide horizon, where I worked with NGOs or ministries as such. I was actually awarded the Best National Journalist Award, sir, by Nitin Gadkari in the Mission Life last time. So I thought not only my thoughts, but this time it should turn into action. And this is where my app comes into play, sir, and I want, start the support from
All the
T-Hub.
best.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir, ma'am.
Hi. I think 2 questions.
Yes,
One
ma'am.
is because this is a app.
Yes,
and
ma'am.
most of the artisans that you will be targeting will be from tier 3, tier 4 cities or towns.
Yes, ma'am.
Or rural districts, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So how do you plan on making these artisans use your app constantly? Because they might not be very technology friendly, right? So how do you, you mentioned about the volunteers going there and trying to teach them. That is a one-time thing. They might install it, they might register their profile on it. But how do you want to, how will you encourage these people to constantly use your app? Also because of low, network there, I don't know how this will work. because this is a mobile application. So any thoughts on that?
Yes, ma'am, I have a solution for that as well. Ma'am, if Swiggy, IT sector, all these have jobs, I mean, they are also not permanent. They are also working on, private basis only. But still they are earning an income. Why not when certain private, those corporate companies are earning a livelihood and they are sustaining, why not green economies? Why not create job employment to these youth as well? If we are able to create an employment opportunity for PG students like that, because many are already unemployed, what if this is a source of, job source for them? Green economy, employment opportunities, where we are employed and we go to the field not only once, maybe as, as a particular proper job, where we will register them, analyze it and make sure that they are consistently doing that. So that this skill, hidden skill or this hidden handicraft is not only coming into the limelight, but it is also under constant monitoring, and we are creating a job employment opportunity to many. So it's a one-time revolutionary, app opportunity that I think it is going to make a revolution, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Shruta. So the next delegate is from Karnataka, Mr. Achyut.
Yeah, who will pay if I register? You pay me or I pay you?
Sir,
I have 10 skills, let us say. I'll register 10 skills on your this app. You are going to pay me or I will pay for the registration?
Sir, for subscription you will be paying me, sir. But for doing that I will pay you, sir. Because you are giving me a opportunity, to put up my ideation part there. And you are creating your ideas where it serves many. So that is where B2B platform is happening. Yes, sir.
Okay.
This idea actually, just one thing, sir, I wanted to mention. I discussed this idea only with my father. And I told, Dad, I'm having an thought like this. And I want to present it somewhere. This is a very sudden opportunity, T-Hub. Until then, I didn't know where I could present the opportunity. And being a girl, I didn't know where I would get a spotlight or how I can get a patent right or something like that. But this platform is somewhere I can lively talk and present about, in front of the authorities as well. Thank you so much for the opportunity, T-Hub, and all the authorities who have given me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Shruta. So the next delegate we have is from Karnataka, Mr. Achyut Nadagoda.
Hello. Good afternoon. My name is Achyut Nadgowda. I am presenting an idea for a biodiversity impact assessment simulator, which will be online on a website. Can we go to the next slide? So this idea came to me because I'm a master's student in environmental science. There is a concept called environmental impact assessment that normally we do for getting clearance for big constructions and other projects. So this idea basically shows how one can understand what type of impact the area is going to face biodiversity wise before a project takes place. So it's only niche to biodiversity because environmental impact assessment also includes social concepts in it, so that cannot be quantitated in this way. So can we go back to the previous slide, please? Thank you. So the main problems are this rapid urban development is reducing the local biodiversity, environmental impact, and the same things. Yeah. Can we go next? Yeah. So the gaps in the current system in this area is the technical gap, process gaps, accessibility gaps, and preventive gaps, which I will tell you what is it about in the next slide. So when I was talking about technical gaps, it's about using real-time platforms that we have right now to mitigate that problem. And we can also, by using various ecological models, we can do automated biodiversity risk scorings and platforms for site developers. And yeah, that is the basic idea. The solution to the whole problem can be it can predictive biodiversity impact simulation platform. So we can create a platform where this data can be given to them. Habitat loss estimation can be found through this, and also it focuses on urban bird and other taxa that are present. So can we go next? Thank you. So this is how it works. So once the upload, the targeted audience is trying to do this, they upload their map or development plan. The system is going to analyze it using various ecological models and other technical aids like GIS, remote sensing, satellite data, geospatial data, and it runs an ecological simulation model
30 seconds
which gives us all of the other information. Can we go next? Thank you. So it also is very environmentally relevant because it can help us with all of these. Along with that, it also aligns with the sustainable development goals, which is sustainable cities and communities, which was one of the parts of modernization of cities in the smart city plan that came in 2015. Can we go next? Thank you. So it's feasible because uses existing open satellite data. Okay. Built using GIS and other ecological data sets. Yeah. So target users mainly will be real estate developers, the environmental consultants, and of course for the smart city projects. Next. Now we can go next. Yeah, so the budget estimation is, so for the first 6 months to develop this can take us around 20 to 30 lakh rupees for this, which will directly go into software and other technical aids. Next. Yeah, so support required is again technical guidance into this, environmental engineers, environmental modelers, and who know stuff about this. Can we go next? And it's not just a short-term thing, it's a long-term vision where once if we start with the city, we can go to further places. Yeah, next. So that was the gap in the presentation, in the idea that was there. So this is the gap completely, where if there is lack of data and if there is if there is basically lack of data, we will not be able to do this process. So that can be done by collaborating with SBBs present now. And yeah, conclusion is about that. So using this platform, maybe we can make a change to biodiversity assessment. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, I think this modeling, whatever you are suggesting is okay, but environmental impact assessment or the town planning departments are there, otherwise also. The most of this kind of developments will have some impact. So what kind of decision making that you can give to the, is it for the people or for the government? Mostly it should be for government, so it should be internalized only.
Yes.
So what is your revenue model then?
Okay, so sir, this is for both of them. It's for the government as well as for the developers and the people who are into expanding their business. So let's take an example of a road widening project. So it's basically for them, because environmental impact assessment is it takes a long time and it is also not feasible. So this kind of thing, with keeping only biodiversity as a niche, we can understand how in our simulation, when there is change in, or when there is impact in the environment, how real time it can show the change in the data of different taxas present. So revenue model in this is, of course, we cannot expect much for at least for the first 2-3 years until the word starts spreading into different sectors. But yeah, if there are more people visiting the website and trying to download their total report, I think we can charge a nominal fees for that, because we are again using free data, and yeah, so it's open source data is what we are using, so we can charge a very little nominal fee for it. So it's not a money making thing, but it's something for a part of conservation.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Yeah, hi.
Hi.
Just wanted to check if you have done any sort of competitor analysis for this.
Yes, so there are two similar kind of projects that one has happened in UK and there is one from Germany, I think. But those models have failed because they have not able to maintain it properly, and they do not give an angle completely to biodiversity. So it's half done because there is no data available. So because we have this initiative after the 2023 in the we have biodiversity boards in every state. I think taking a region first and then, because they have the data, and Telangana will be a very ideal example for it, because they have very good, very let's say very nicely taken care of all the data that they have collected already. So that can be a start idea to this.
Right, because I've seen a lot of startups who use satellite imagery and do analysis for different applications, different use cases in different industries. Of course, biodiversity is a niche that you're focusing on. You know, what becomes very important in this is, I think, how you're training your model. So you spoke about open data, open source data. That doesn't give you as much accuracy when you go to predicting something or analyzing something. What you would need is proprietary sets of data.
Right.
So there is, in fact, you spoke about how Telangana has maintained their data well. In fact, Telangana has a special data exchange board called TGTDX, which has these open source data models that you can download. You can also request to get some proprietary data to make this platform.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, Achut. So, mentioned about environment impact assessment.
Yes, sir.
So, which is, I mean, mostly done by the government agency.
Yes.
Which has a lot of credibility.
Yes.
Because, and now, today, the government is becoming very much aware and strict requirement laws, biodiversity laws. We have NGT, we have lots, I mean, sort of, mechanism in place.
Yes.
So then government has lot of its, very full-fledged, a very strong machinery in place at ground, even at, very, GP level also. Right from the local to global, we have a mechanism.
Right.
So in that mechanism which is already set, where do you find yourself, the scope which you are, talking about?
Yes.
How you feel yourself that you can still stand out and you can still make, as Reddy Garu was mentioning,
yes,
some sort of revenue or some sort of authenticity, which is very much required in this kind of fields.
Right, absolutely, sir. The main audience or the target audience for this will be the corporate sector, where people who want to develop their businesses into bigger things, build new set up new industries, and of course the construction thing. So they normally try to everyone try to conserve as much money as they can and try to finish work as fast as they can. So given the opportunity of this model actually running properly, maybe they can understand that how much what credibility they have in investing in such kind of a project that they are going to propose. So if they already know that there is high loss of biodiversity because of this project that is going to happen, and they get that data from here, they will not go and invest again into environmental impact assessment and waste their, or not waste, or put in that time around 6 to 8 months to complete the process. So I think that can be, those people are the market, and of course collaborating with the government and other people can be, I think there are a lot of little gaps also present in this, and there are also, if I don't want to get into the political aspect, but then you must already know how it might be if this starts running, right? So yeah, that is what I'm looking at, sir. Yes. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yes. So the next delegate we have is from Himachal Pradesh, Mr. Bhanu Chaudhary.
Good afternoon, respected chairs and my fellow delegates. So, My name is Bhanu Chaudhary. I am pursuing my PhD in environmental engineering from NIT Surat, Gujarat. And currently we are working and discovering the impact of sustainable material for noise mitigation. Next. So these are some publications or academic journals we have already submitted our articles, researches, and last year in Brazil, I have been awarded with Young Professional Award for researching in particularly noise area. And if we talk about noise, it is very underrated but very impactful and very big stressor in India. So there is a huge need to acknowledge this problem and further find the solutions. So one of the solution we have addressed is using sustainable materials for noise barriers. So it can be used for outdoor noise as noise barriers and further reduce echoes and noise in inside environment like industries. And next. So we are basically using the coconut coir and sugarcane bagasse for as a sustainable material in composition with epoxy or other resins to check the impact of reducing or mitigating noise. Next. So as per our findings, so coconut coir can reduce noise up to 0.65 of SAC value. SAC is basically a coefficient which shows how much noise can be reduced with particular solutions. So we can say these kind of a material are able to achieve a 65% efficiency in mitigating the noise or reducing the noise. And these kind of solutions are also eco-friendly, and now in tier 1 cities, the noise problem is being acknowledged by the administration, and further noise barriers has been prepared on the flyovers. But these noise barriers, for example, the bullet train project from Mumbai to Ahmedabad, it is costing 1 crore for 1 kilometer stretch. Noise barriers, the cost of noise barrier is 1 crore for 1 kilometer stretch. So these are the double glazed PVC panels basically. So we can use these kind of materials in placement of a plastic, and these are also low cost. Next. So these are some of the findings we have discovered or researched in our study. Next. So we can basically use these materials and further commercialize it for the public use and further for noise barrier applications. And we are also in process of discovering the air pollution mitigation through these particular materials. So coconut coir can reduce PM10 concentration up to 50%. Other it is not achievable. The results were not so good. But for PM10, we can use this kind of sustainable materials for mitigating the air pollution problems also. Thank you so much.
Climate resilience aspects, anything are there like temperature, because acoustics will also address temperature also in a way, some of the materials. You are integrating anything like that?
Sorry, I didn't get you.
See, with global warming, our average temperatures would increase.
True.
When you use this kind of material for acoustics, similarly that would also prevent temperature in your rooms and other places.
True. It can reduce PM10 concentration. Further parameters we haven't researched that, but I'm sure, and there are previous researches which show that it can reduce
humidity. If you are using as a filtering media, then PM10 and other things come.
True.
But otherwise, what are the other values you can integrate? Maybe I would suggest some biochar also you test, add on and test.
Okay.
More pollution control will happen.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hi. I just wanted to understand how you mentioned about the economic comparison of how cheaper this material is as compared to the one that is getting used right now. Just wanted to understand property wise how different is it or how better is it?
Ma'am, the current noise barrier which are being used, it can reduce noise, or it have a SAC value of 0.7 to 0.8. So we can achieve till 0.65 through this material.
Okay, so comparable.
Comparable, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
The next we have Mr. Bhanu Chaudhary from Odisha. Shubham from Odisha.
Jai Jagannath everyone, I am Shubham from Odisha, from Puri. So it's known as the city of temples. We are famous for Jagannath temple and also for various temple, Lingaraj temple and all sorts. Next slide please. So before I start out to talk about my startup, I have been already associated with a startup known as Bagul Foundation working on temple waste, not only converting into agarbattis but also into different products. Next slide please. So my basic idea of my startup is let me talk about Patachitra. So Patachitra is basically a local artistic framework, basically when we portray about different culture, about basic and mythological stories in a very different manner and a very beautiful manner. Next slide please. So basically, since Odisha is prone to cyclones and due to COVID, a lot of losses has already happened. This data shows according to the cultural livelihood assessment by the government of Odisha report, 2005-2008. As you could see, there is a continuous reduction in it. Next slide please. So my startup stands for Nirmalya Sutra. So this is a Oriya term, works like worship to God. So basically I feel, because I come from Puri, so it's I feel devotion should be inside. Whatever you do, there should be devotion inside, whatever, because I want to work for the people. I'm not working for myself. I want to work for the people. Next slide please. Okay, so my problem statement combines both the temple waste. Basically, as you could see, the temple waste is growing, and I know a lot of startups are already working in the startups, and they are converting into various agarbattis and other products. But mine is unique because I am adding the cultural part to it of Odisha. My market is not pan-India. My market is in my own state, that's Odisha. I will be going into further if I get a chance. Next slide, please. So this is the average data I've collected from the municipal data of Puri. How much plastic, how much flour is wasted every day, every month, every year. Next slide. Yeah, so this is basically a graph showing how is the temple recycling market, temple waste recycling thing is going on. Basically, yeah. So this is the beauty. So we are converting this flour waste into this known as putts. Now, you can be guessing what is putts. So putts is basically a very beautiful type of artist work which is we put in our houses, in our Oriya houses, in culture, and it's a very beautiful thing. So we will be converting this into natural colors, into board, and then we will be painting it with the help of the Patachitra artists. Now this is a plastic bottle. You might be guessing plastic is a very harmful thing for the environment and all sorts. But I think I will be reusing it and we can convert into pencil stand and all sorts. So yeah, this is a picture of my house which I have kept. So this is the practical. So these are the two putts which is made by the natural colors from the flower things. This is a very good market. Now this is the supply chain. Yeah, okay. So this is how temple rituals and income to artisans and the cultured system. So yeah, so this is a pilot study which I have done. Before started also I did something in my mind. So I have considered 60 units for putts and also 60 units for this. So the present market price in Puri is 750 to 800 and 500 to 650. I will be reducing it sometimes, and as you could see, there's an artist earning, there's an NGO share, and there's a money saved. Now this is my plan. I will be going from pilot, improve production, district.
Time is up.
Yeah. Strong cluster model. So yeah, you might be guessing what will I do with the money saved. I will be basically focusing on the spreading awareness on waste segregation and also focusing on building a website to sell these products. So these are the NGOs who have successfully liked my idea and they want to work with me. If I go and approach them again, they are ready to work with me. Not for the funding purposes, they can connect me to the artisans, they can connect me to the people, and they can easily help me out on reaching out to the other societies. Next slide, please. So these are, I want a mentorship help. I'm not coming here for the revenue purpose. I'm coming for the mentor so that, because I'm a policy student, I have been working with policy in the last, my bachelor's as well, my master's right now. But I just want a mentorship from you guys so that I can also learn and want to learn it, make it further. Next slide. So yeah, that's it. Thank you so much.
So Shubham, you are not, you are reusing these plastic bottles as a form of art?
As a cultural art, sir, because I feel we Odia people, generally our people basically are very associated to Lord Jagannath, and even I have seen and I have also worked with these NGOs who have been like promoting Jagannath products elsewhere, and it creates a good market in Orissa. I'm talking about Orissa and Puri. I can give you examples. So for example, you might have heard there's a Bali Jatra in Cuttack, if you have heard. Yeah, so Bali Jatra Cuttack, and also there are also this Ananda Bazaar in Puri, which is behind the Puri temple, which creates a very good market for the people, even foreign visitors. They are also very fond of Jagannath. And so this idea came to me when I was a bachelor student. So I just want to reuse the things so that it can be converted into cultural products and can be helpful for the artisans. So the artisans are facing a lot of problems. It is not being highlighted anywhere. That is the biggest thing, because when I was working there in a Bakul, so a lady came to me and then she said me, I don't have a house to live. So
Shivam, I find the idea good, but the only problem I find is it's because you're using plastic, which is not sustainable. So that is the only worry or only point which I am looking. Otherwise, the rest is good. It looks.
Thanks.
Thank you.
I think it's a very real problem that you're solving. There are a couple of startups who are invested in this space already. I don't know if you know of this startup called Fool.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
ma'am.
I know, ma'am. Yeah,
for that. Which is again flowers,
yes,
flower waste to products,
yes,
sort of a startup. So I think it's a very real problem that you're solving. Just wanted to understand in terms of originality, because you're looking for impact investment. Just wanted to understand if there is a value proposition or differentiator as compared to the other competitors in the market.
Ma'am, so there's a like for example, the products which I'm using, the putts, I think there is no particular, so the putts which is being made are made by the artisans only. There's no private startup which has been working right now. I'm the first startup. I have done my market research, and there's only one movement that is known as Waste to Wealth movement in Odisha, which was run by the Odisha government. So I think value tradition, yes, because these people are experienced people. These have 25 or 35 years of experience. This is a lineage thing. It comes from one person to another, another to another. So I think that could be a value creation cost. And also, obviously, I'm not seeing for the profit margin in the very beginning. So I want to first focus on giving them some support, because initially what I feel, even Fool is an excellent company. I have been researching about it. They are very successful in Odisha as well. And as you have heard, Odisha has been also converting the flower waste into biogas recently. So this is also a startup which is already working there. So my idea basically works on the artisans only. It is not on the overall community. So also adding onto that, I think, if I'm not wrong, the organic colors that we use in these putts, so if there is only a slight touch of water, it's destroyed. So that is what another point which I can help out with, and I can face the competitors. So yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, in this thing, concept is good, but waste management, ultimately you are making God again from waste. So I don't know how people will get connected to spiritually to the waste. Yeah,
sir.
You are making godly figures, no, in the part.
Yes, sir. So I mean, not godly figures, mythological created. Yeah.
I'm not sure. Okay.
Sir, thanks, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, the next delegate we have is from Uttarakhand, Mr. Shekhar Panwar.
Good afternoon, one and all present here, respected jury and others. This is Advocate Shekhar Panwar. If anyone has ever imagined what is it like a real life of a young budding lawyer who is straight out of a law school, is looking for job opportunities, but all he gets is 30,000 of Delhi and the hustle and bustle of the crowd, running from helter and skelter, but not getting any clientele by the end of the day. Next slide. This is how he looks like. What's the reason behind that? Basically, it's the personal networks which dominate the hiring decisions. Another one is the experience bias. We all know we won't be trusting our legal cases or litigation suits with any lawyer who is not having a vast amount of experience. It should be a large firm monopoly as well. There are so many large firms which have already dominated the market, leaving none for those who are starting just now, budding lawyers, as well as the billable hours we all know about. Yeah, next slide. Naturally, everyone will think that advertisement should be done. But I think many would not be knowing that advertisements in legal industry is not permissible at all. Rule 36 of BCI, let's not get into the legal details of it, but it is not so. However, we can see how usually and how openly flouting happens. Legal Cart, Vakil Search, Law Reto, and all other websites are being run. And I won't doubt if some of them are being run by lawyers itself, because when you know the law, you also know how to break the law, basically. Next slide. Next slide. What I have come up is, I have come up with this biodiversity score. Basically, even I am trying to convert a platform. I am trying to evolve a platform which is doing the advertisement for lawyers. But how am I doing so is on the basis of this biodiversity score, which is in short, let's call it BD score. It is an incentive for those lawyers who are looking for clientele. This BD score will help them to do tasks which are environmental friendly. It can be conducting environmental friendly sessions by raising awareness. It can be from taking up pro bono cases of environmental department. It can be of planting a tree as well. From wide range, it can be happening. On that basis, BD score will get generated. Next slide. The more your BD score is, the better your ranking will be there in the portfolio of this platform. The more advertisement will happen of your own standing. Next slide. Previous slide. Basically, as I said, environmental actions can be there, community awareness can be there, digital impact can be there, legal contribution can be there. Basically, any sort of thing can happen, and on that basis, your BD score will be generated. Next slide. So, on this basis, the legal BD score will be there, but that's not the only part. That's just one of the parameters on which I'll be advertising the clients, lawyers. Others can be client feedback, others can be case resolution, and the pro bono commitment. We all know that how speedy our cases run, and more has to do with the lawyers as well. Last slide. So this is the formula of the BD score. It's just a BD score which will ensure once your score is high, your fees also gets incremented. Your standing in the portfolio also gets incremented. Client can choose that this lawyer has done the BD score, so he is a reliable lawyer. This will also ensure that he has the experience as well. Next slide. Next slide. Ultimately, it is serving three purposes. Basically, it is also bringing justice to the people. It is making responsible planet again. And ultimately, it's also breaking the divide, gender divide, as we know. Because male and female, I need not to tell you that how male and female are getting biased against when it comes to taking up the cases. Also, it is also solving the rural and urban divide. So yeah, jury, if you have the questions.
Yeah, good, but say I worked with MC Mehta sir, you know him. So he was a direct action man. His earning is not much, although he has contributed for the environmental, most of the legal things. So, but practically planting trees, all that adds a social value also. Your carbon footprint, ecological footprint, many things can be brought into saying that he is a good person. Yeah. But I don't know how his fees will increase or his clientele will increase. All these are...
So we can tie up with the NGOs who can certify that whether this work has been done or not. That can be done.
That's fine, but we are not linking this to the monetary aspects. We want good people, but you are telling his fees will also increase relatively. So that's what I don't get.
So if I'm getting the question right, yes sir.
So basically, Shekhar, what is the incentive for the clients so that they come to you? I mean, because this BD score and how you are going to compute this score, what are the criteria, what are the parameters?
Already a model has been created where we have the database of the clients. already that is there. It's like a legal wallet which has been created by a friend of mine. I just need to integrate these two. I already have the client base. I just need the right platform for the clients to get to the best advocates. And as I told you, like all those other websites which are already running, they are illegal. In 2024 itself, Consumer Ministry has taken a crackdown on all those websites and have them held null and void. So that's how it is working. Like right now, there is no such competitor in this space who's working through building biodiversity as well as doing it, serving the purpose of these new lawyers which are not getting any work.
Okay, I still feel personally this is really an abstract idea for me, but all the best. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Shekhar. The next delegate we have is from Maharashtra, Mr. Sankalp.
Sustainable apiculture. The next slide, please. Next. We all know that apiculture, this is the beekeeping. It is very important for the biodiversity purposes. I'll not go deep into this because everyone knows the importance of pollination. So please, can you go through the next slide? My prototype. My idea is that we'll take a farm or a 10 feet area from a farmer on lease. Doing this will help us grow the biodiversity in aspect of such as if we promote apiculture. The pollination rate I'm a bit confused. Honeybees are among the 75% pollinators among the entomophiles. So I promote this having I'm blank out, sorry.
Okay, no issues. You can pitch afterwards. We'll call the next person, Miss Mitali from Goa.
Hello everyone, my name is Mitali. I'm from Goa. So, name of my startup is Biobank of Forgotten Species, preserving nature's lost voices through community science. So, as you all know, what is biodiversity? So, biodiversity includes of life. So, I won't go too deep into this. So, second is, change the slide. Okay, the invisible crisis. So, most of the startups or most of the researchers, what they do is they only focuses on this big species like the tiger, elephants, and like pandas. What about these small species which are very biodiversity? Like almost 90% of the biodiversity is made up of insects, amphibians, and different types of microorganisms. So the other species which are almost on the edge to extinct, as bees, fireflies. As you all know, fireflies are almost from. Okay, so these are the microorganisms which helps us to restore the soil fertility and the cycle of the soil. So change. Why small species matter? So these species matter because of pollination. So this species help the pollination in the so like it helps in the food security. Then the ecosystem like amphibians plays a major role in the food chains, and the microorganism that helps in the soil fertility and the soil. Then next. So these are some existing researches which I have found, this research and startups only focuses on big animals and not on the small species like microorganisms, small plants. So my startup is, the idea is that local species document. First is that I will take help from the local communities and research to document insects and small plants and microorganisms. And the second is preserving their samples to plant tissue, seeds and biological samples. Then the third step is that, like digital, we will preserve all this data in a digital format. Then we will take the barefoot botanists, like the village people. They have more knowledge about this species rather than other people. So we will take the help of the communities who live in that area for documenting the species, identification. Just 2 minutes. Okay, documenting the species and to take more information knowledge. So we will also take help of geospatial technology for the to identify the distribution of the biodiversity, like the species. And then at the end, we will generate a app which will help to store all the documented and the samples in the app in which all the documented species will be stored. Then these are the targets. Local communities and farmers, students and universities, environmental NGOs and conservation organizations, government biodiversities and forest department. Next. So this was the survey which I have already conducted. So these are the results. Next. So these are the 6 months roadmap. This is the cost and these are the impacts. Thank you.
Just wanted to understand the revenue potential of the initiative.
Revenue?
Yeah.
Okay. So revenue is basically, it costs like 8 lakhs because there is also different types of technologies involved in that, like GIS. We also need to generate a mobile app and community field work. Like it will cost almost 8 to 7 lakhs.
The revenue, basically how will you make money?
Okay. The app will have, it is not a free app. We have to subscribe for that app. So then after that, the researchers, the government can use that app. So the app has a subscription.
Free MOF based colorimetric sensors for better air pollution monitoring. The air pollution is a major environmental problem which is affecting human health and biodiversity and ecosystem balance. And there is so many existing air pollution detectors is there in market, but they are expensive and it requires electricity. Coming to the green startup, so we are introducing a strip-like without electricity and very less expensive strip is there. Okay. Next slide, please. Yes. Next slide. Limitations of existing monitoring systems are, they are very expensive and require continuous electricity and need skilled operation, and it is very limited to specific locations. And so real-time pollution awareness is not available with these existing air pollution sensors. Next slide, please. So by coming to the green solution, we take paper strips, MOF coated paper strips. MOF stands for metal organic frameworks. So there we can see a pH strip is there. This pH strip is invented around 1867, and now we have digital pH meters are available in the market. So till now we are using this pH strip for better result and very less expensive. So same like this, we are also introducing MOF coated colorimetric sensor strip in the market. It is affordable and very easy to be used. And why metal organic frameworks are used? That MOFs are porous crystalline materials, which is made up of metal ions and organic linkers. Here we use as a metal ions, copper metal can be used or zinc metal can be used. As organic linkers, we can use pyridine. We can use pyridine or amino groups or like carboxyl groups. So how this works is when the pollution like ammonia or sulfur dioxide, like these gases are attracted by these MOF, then it changes its electronic structure, and we got a naked eye color change. So when we use copper based MOF, when ammonia is attracted towards the strip, then it will be changed to blue color. So like that we can you? Okay, there is a lot of research work is going on that MOFs. And next please. Yeah, this is the working principle. The visible change color occurs. Next please. The green advantages are no electricity required, no electronic waste. The biodiversity relevances are useful in eco-sensitive zones and supports environmental awareness programs. What I need from the Telangana Biodiversity Board and the T-Hub is I seek mentorship only. Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
So Gopal, it's a good presentation. So any authentic systematic study has been conducted in this regard, and do we have any research on this?
Yes, sir.
Published already?
Yes, sir. I am working since 3 months on this research. I have observed that color change. When I prepared copper-based metal organic frameworks, I introduced ammonia gas. So it is changed the color to blue color. So, and the strip also have the reusability capacity. When we are removing that strip from the container and we place in the normal room temperature, it will becomes colorless. Yes, sir. A lot of research work is included in this. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The next delegate we have is from Telangana, Mr. Mokati Prem Kumar.
Good afternoon, respected judges. My name is Prem Kumar, studying MSc Biotechnology second year from Telangana University, and I am from Telangana. I hope my idea and planning is justify the demand of Biodiversity Board, that is sustainable development. My idea mainly is focused on Spirulina for the next generation diet as a fish feed. Change the slide. Fish feed is the largest and growing second product in the fishing industry. Telangana is one of the second largest in water body producing the fish. About 0.6% of total Telangana GSDP producing 0.6% of production. Next slide. These are the inline water bodies which I have in Telangana. About 77 bodies of reservoirs, 4,600 fish boat water bodies, and total 19,000 water bodies of Gram Panchayat lakes, and total area of 24,000 bodies. Total it's covering the area of 5,72,000 hectares of area. Next slide. My vision is to produce and impact the fishery to more efficiency. More in Telangana, about 5 lakhs of families are livelihood depending upon fishery, mainly on Gram Panchayat lakes. So boost this idea, I brought up to an idea that is to feed the fishes with a spirulina, which avoid the growth of artificially synthesized products. It replaces the spirulina, sir. Spirulina will greatly works towards a fish feed. It enhances the growth rate and increase the muscle mass of the fishes, where the fish production is rapidly increased, and the fish production is almost boosting in our state. it will give a boost to that fishery products, sir. So when the mass of the production of the fishes is increases, somehow the supplies have in, and we can export the market. In the same time, we have somewhat of the price cost is lesser, and we get more people will have the fish as a nutrient purposes. Next lesson. So Spirulina, how it works on, after inoculation in one inoculation means starting a material in a tank that is 100 ml to 25 ml of tank. For one acre of land, we get 15 kgs to 27 kgs per day. After inoculation, when the product is matured, from after 21st days, we get product on every alternate day. That is from 15 kgs to 27 kgs, and per month we get 450 kgs to 810 kgs. The price of the Spirulina product may be vary depend upon the quality. Maybe the quality may be good or sometimes the quality may be bad. The per kg of Spirulina product may cost from 600 to 1500 rupees per kgs. Next slide. To show that Spirulina is really works with the fishes, and is any idea to show that fish, is there any side effect the fishes will go or not, we conducted an experimental taking as a Labiorhoita, zebra fishes and experimented with the rohu fishes. We conducted an experiment. Can you display the slide number 13? So we conducted an experiment between the zebra fishes and rohu fishes, and these are the data we collected. And go to the slide number 16.
30 seconds left.
Slide number 16. And these are the data we collected. While observing the Spirulina food which are feeded in the both zebra fishes and rohu fishes, the growth is immensely good. And we can conclude that Spirulina is well and efficiently worked on the fishes. It helps for the fish growth to enhance and boost the fish production in Telangana state. And I'm lucky to say that among the 5 lakhs families, my family is one that is sustained on the fish development product. Thank you, sir. From the T-Hub, I am asking to about investment and the network to the fishery boards, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. So the next delegate we have is from Jharkhand, Ms. Bharti Kumari.
जब किसान मुस्कुराता है तब देश का भविष्य खिलता है, और जब किसान परेशान होता है तब पूरी धरती चुप हो जाती है. जोहार, सत श्री अकाल and namaskaram everyone. My name is Bharti Kumari, proudly representing Jharkhand. I like to very thankful to T-Hub and Telangana Biodiversity Board for giving me such a golden opportunity to pitch my idea in front of you all. So basically, next. So my core idea is about the farmers' smart agriculture. So let's discuss about the problem statement. So basically, farmers don't know what exactly their fields needs right now, like water, fertilizer, protection. And next, farmers lack timely field-specific alert for rain, drought, heat waves, and storms. And pest and disease attacks arrive suddenly with no early warnings. So my innovative solution is about creating an app which detects the soil protection and gives an alert to the farmers about their field-specific alerts to the farmers. So in this, I am going to make an app which will be create like it will fetch the data from the satellite, and it will give alerts to the farmers. So I am using my satellite weather alerts, AI crop risk prediction, and LLP voice assistant personalized advisory system. So I am being a technical student, I am using my AI like AI ML satellite data NLP. So in this I am like future scope might be agro biodiversity monitoring system, soil biodiversity protection, and pollinator safety, alerts, and many more. So in this I am concluding my presentation. That's all. Thank you.
So, hi. question. How are you going to make money out of this app?
Ma'am, actually, firstly, I want to create an app. Like, firstly, I want to create awareness to the farmers. Like, firstly, it will have to take trust. Like, from being from the rural areas, it will very difficult to manage the digitally. So, in the offline mode, like, in my village, like, many farmers are rural, like, poor. They have the Nokia phone. But in the offline mode, it will send the notification to the phone. Through the notification, it will send the alert from their specific field, and it will get the alert. So basically, it will like from the app, like it will embed it from the Nokia phone, and it will enhance the field specific alert, and it will detect the specific alert, ma'am.
I got that, but how will you make money out of this app?
Ma'am, through the subscription, it might be for the subscription or for the app.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. So the next candidate we have is Miss Vaibhavi Naik from Goa.
Good evening, jury and my dear friends. I am Vaibhavi Vishwas Naik and I come from Goa. I have been into teaching profession. Apart from that, I've also worked closely with environmental NGOs, NGOs that work close with environmental issues, as well as self-help groups, and also BMC committees, creating PBR surveys for 3 different villages in Goa, and also connected with youth during the National Youth Climate Consortium, where I was representing Goa and had got some fundings for creating a project or initiatives. And that is when this concept or idea came to my mind, wherein I felt there is many things happening in Goa for the biodiversity conservation, but what lacks is the interconnection of them, the connection between different sectors, and I wanted to build something wherein there is a circular economy and a model that can sustain itself over a long period. So I came up with Vishakha Vishwas, which means we, that is us, Shakha is branching towards trust, connecting people, livelihood and nature. So currently the 4 major challenges that we see in Goa is that the sustainable, the SHG groups, the women SHG groups, self-help groups do not have a scalable livelihood opportunities. The traditional Goan art which is there, azulezos or Kavi art, Chitari art, and even Kunbi textile is on decline. The previous slide, please. The souvenirs that are found in the Goan markets are mostly not made from Goa, and which causes an economic leakage. And the youth which are disconnected from biodiversity and conservation. So, yes, next slide please. So this business idea works on the 4 pillars, wherein crafting livelihoods. This is a Chitari art form which is currently practiced by only 1 family in Goa. Second is Kunbi textile.
30 seconds left.
Yes. Second is Kunbi textile. Next. Okay. 4th being the Kavi art, made using the laterite soil of Goa. And 4th is golden jackal. Now, why do I talk about golden jackal for the biodiversity conservation is because this is the animal which is ubiquitously found in every habitat present in Goa, right from mangroves, plateaus, which is called as wastelands, but do have its ecosystem of its own, and they are also scavenger animals which are least concerned and do not have any data for, we do not know exactly what is happening with them, because people have mentioned of not being seen them in the habitats from last 20, 30 years. As in they are there, but not, they have probably locally migrated. For what reasons is not yet known. So first, in the first phase, the animal that would be focusing on is the golden jackal. Next. 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 Yes. So the concept is to connect all of these four, creating livelihoods, empowering the youth and the women, conserving the heritage, and then the biodiversity as well, by creating eco-friendly products that can not just tell the story about the species conservation, but also about the artisan who is making that product. So they feel more belonging towards the cause. Next. That's it. Thank you.
Any questions from the panelists? No. Thank you, Vaibhavi. So the next candidate we have is from Jharkhand, Ms. Kashi Kumari.
Good evening, respected jury members, fellow delegates. I am Kashi Kumari from Jharkhand. Today here I am to pitch my idea, that is modern farming. Nowadays, because of modern farming, we are shifting towards the monoculture landscape. The amount of pollinators are declining, and here I am with the idea with the pollinator corridors. Pollinator corridors are the long strip of the native flowering plants or macro habitat that will be created along the roadsides or farmlands or irrigation canals. Because of these pollinator corridors, our crop yield will be increased, and as well as our biodiversity will be conserved, as because of modern agriculture, several microorganisms are declining. Even the weeds which are treated as the herbal medicine, they are also getting declined. So here I am to next please. Again next. Move to the pilot implementation plan. Next. My target customers are the farmers, where I will be implementing the corridors to the farmers so that it will be helpful. The crop will be yield will be maximum. At first I will start from the village level, then move to next state level, and for this I need the mentorship guidance. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. The next delegate we have is Ms. Pratiksha Kumbhar from Karnataka.
Hello, good afternoon panel members and their delegates. I am Pratiksha Kumbhar, research scholar from Department of Biotechnology, Technological University, Hubballi, Karnataka. Today I am presenting my startup idea focused on developing a scientifically validated phytopharmaceutical from the medicinal plant which belongs to family Rubiaceae for breast cancer therapy using integrated network pharmacology and in vitro validation. As we all know, breast cancer remains the most common cancer in women globally. Even though there are therapies exist, but metastatic breast cancer is still largely incurable and expensive. There is an urgent need of safe, affordable, and multi-targeted therapeutic option. There are medicinal plants which have bioactive compounds like flavonoids and like terpenoids that acts multiple molecular pathway. However, many plants like which I am working on, the plants which I am working on remain scientifically unexplored, and my startup idea bridges traditional knowledge with modern computational analysis and experimental validation. Next slide, please. And this medicinal plant which I am working on belongs to Western Ghats of Karnataka, and it belongs to family Rubiaceae. And there are many polyphenols in it, but the anti-cancer property of this plant is scientifically unexplored. Next slide. And my innovation lies in integrated work with in silico and in vitro analysis, and my work includes HRLCMS metabolite profiling, which stands for high resolution liquid chromatography and mass spectroscopy profiling, and network pharmacology in molecular docking, and in vitro biological validation, and this creates a mechanistic evidence, but not only traditional claim. And my objective includes identification of bioactive compounds and validate biological activities, and understand molecular mechanism of the compounds, and develop nanoformulation and commercialize as standard products. Next slide. I prepared hydroalcoholic extract of that plant, and then I tested on the MCF cell line, which is breast cancer cell line. And then I treated extract and used extract for activity for anti-inflammatory and enzyme inhibition activity. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide.
Time's up.
2 minutes, ma'am. The medicinal plant, this plant shows IC50 value for MCF cell line about 28.3 mg per ml, and which is comparable. It is near to standard drug, that is 17.3 mg per ml. These are the cancer cells of MCF cell line. And next slide. Next slide. Next. And these are the HRLCMS results which validate the in silico analysis. In HRLCMS, the major compounds I could get ursolic acid, catechin, rutin, and chlorogenic acids. And these are the well-known biocompounds which have anti-cancer potential and anti-inflammatory properties. Next slide. And we all know that an ideal drug must excrete from our body. If it remains in the body, it will convert it into toxic. And my extract has an ursolic acid which passed the ADMET screening and Lipinski rule. In future, it will be converted as standard drug. Next slide. Next. There are 33 overlapping genes from protein targets from plants and also breast cancers. Next slide. Next slide. This is the future works. Till now, I have completed till breast cancer activity, where my whole plant extract showed IC50 value, good IC50 value. But I wanted to extract which particular compounds is actively involving in that killing the breast cancer cells. The budget allocation, and I wanted to treat the extract on animal models also, and formulation of that particular compound, then commercialization and standardization, sir. So that I am seeking budget, funding and incubation supports. Thank you. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You have a lot of clarity regarding that. So my question is, how long you have been working on this project?
It's about 8 months, sir. and I have experience of working with cancer cells from 1 year, sir. And I know how different cancer cells acts on different drugs.
So, are you able to conduct some clinical studies so far or not yet?
No, sir. Till now, I have treated extract on MCF cell lines, but once it is expensive, sir, and it needs special permission to treat with animal model and all, sir. And we'll get, if I get permission or budget, I could.
All the best. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. The next delegate we have is Ms. Sanvi from Uttar Pradesh.
Can I start? Oh yeah, right. Good evening, respected panel. Let me ask you one question. Look around this room and ask yourself, are we breathing fresh air at this very moment? The answer is no. Air pollution causes nearly 7 million deaths each year. Respiratory illness spike in Indian cities during poor AQI, and we spend almost 90% of our lives indoor breathing that air. Yet clean indoor air has become expensive. Next slide, please. Current air purifier costs rupees 10,000 to rupees 25,000. Require costly filter replacement, consume high electricity and generate plastic waste. We are fighting pollution with more pollution. This is why we choose moringa. Right. Moringa is drought tolerant, high biomass and naturally powerful. Its cationic seed proteins attract fine particles like PM 2.5. Its biochar absorbs harmful VOCs and toxic gases. Its phytochemical inhibit microbial growth. Nature has already engineered the filter. Next, please. Next. Right. Through a dual-layer plant-based system, we convert moringa biomass into a biodegradable low-energy air purification model, creating a circular model. Our production cost is rupees 1720 per unit, selling at rupees 3499, with a sustainable subscription model for filter replacement, making it more affordable and profitable. Today, I am on the behalf of all citizens who all are breathing polluted air, seek seed funding and complete lab validation and pilot manufacturing 200 to 300 unit, along with mentorship and market access support to scale across India. Moringa Air Biofilter is not just a product, it is affordable clean air, rural empowerment and reduced waste in one solution. Because clean air should not be a luxury. We all love our families, right? My father is a patient of liver cirrhosis and his health depends on, and his health depends on the air he breathes. Yes, I have an air purifier at my home, but even that adds to waste and energy use. That's why I created Moringa Air Filter, a solution that protects our loved ones without harming the planet. Thank you. Sir, you're not audible.
Moringa, that seed you are using or leaf you are using, what you are using in this air filter?
It's the moringa plant, not the leaves. The
Plant?
moringa drumstick, not the leaves.
Okay, drumstick.
Yes, sir.
How you will use in the filter?
Sir, basically moringa seeds and leaves contain natural antimicrobial and pollutant absorbing compound, and biofilter layers grinding seed or dry leaves into its powder or small seeds and place them as a filter layer in the air purifier.
I don't know. They are slowly, it's a biological, no?
So Sanvi, basically I wanted to know, have you done any kind of experiments on your project so far? Have you studied it?
Sir,
how it really works in real time?
Sir, I have not done regarding the air, but I have done regarding the water.
Regarding?
The water. Moringa also clears the water, right? It reduces 90 to 99% turbidity in the water. So yeah, I have done on water, not on air. But my project proposes for the air.
Thank you. All the best.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. So the last but not the least candidate is Mr. Sankalp from Maharashtra. So please put your hands together for welcoming him.
Hello, this is Sankalp from Maharashtra. My startup idea is on apiculture, that is the sustainable apiculture. As we know, my project idea is from the place where I am from, that is from Mahabaleshwar, Maharashtra. The Mangar named place in Maharashtra is known for its honey cultivation. Now I'm currently studying in Mumbai. As I'm in Mumbai, I can see there is no, I don't find any tree over there. The pollination rate is too low. So my idea promotes, in Mumbai, even though there is no space, we have many institutes where there is greenery. I don't say that we should. So I don't say that the place that is under cultivation should be stopped or something, but I do promote that the place where we find the greenery should be promoted with apiculture. Doing this will help us increase the rate of pollination, which is necessary for germination. This will help us make a balance between the developing, as we are the developing nation, we are only going on getting deforestations, reducing oxygen levels from the air, can be said. So I do promote apiculture because this will increase the rate of biodiversity. Biodiversity, in sense, this is necessary input from us to give, because 75% of pollination through entomophily is done by honeybees. So honeybees are the major pollinators, and this is it. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. So I think we all are done with the candidates. I would like to request thank you, everyone. I would like to request Ms. Zil Jain, ma'am. Okay. I would like to request our Secretary, Sir, Sri Kalicharan Khattar. So please put your hands together for our Secretary, Sir, Sri Kalicharan Khattar, sir, to address the gathering.
Thank you. So we had almost 21 odd incubation ideas from this gathering. So it was a wonderful experience, and the basic theme of this conference was this only, that we wanted to give a lot of boosting to green economy, green startups, green ideas, green jobs. So most of you did well. You performed quite, efficiently. But at the same time, there are some gaps as well, which we all collectively find. But I hope that, I feel that you are still in a learning phase. So I hope this might be a very good learning experience for all of you, those who have, presented their ideas. So I personally feel that you guys have a lot of potential, and you understood the urgent need that how our country, the entire globe, has to move forward, okay? So that is the basic theme. If you understood this urgent need, that we need green jobs and we wanted that our environment has to be protected collectively, then I think this conference has won its, has achieved its target, has achieved its purpose, its meaning. So with this, I would like to wish you all a very good, future, and thank you for sharing your ideas. I wish you all the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to now request Ms. Zil Jain, ma'am, Startup Innovation Team from T-Hub, to address the.
Hi everybody. I think firstly it was incredible to listen to all of your interesting ideas. It's really incredible to see how you all come from research backgrounds and still think about commercialization and the business aspect. So I think all 20 ideas were unique and it was great listening to everybody. I think while we will give individual scores and suggestions to everybody, I think one common advice for everybody would be, because these are all ideas and early stage startups, I think one very important thing for all of us is, while all of the ideas were unique and you think these are all unique things that will add value, two important things. One is researching your market landscape very well, understanding what sort of competition already exists, and two, talking to your end users, realizing if the need exists really or not, because founders usually have this bubble of sorts where they think that this is the greatest idea that ever exists. I think two important things is talking to your user and understanding the market landscape. So I think I leave you all with these two advices, and we would be happy to support you at T-Hub. We help with technical and business mentorship. Like sir is a mentor at T-Hub, helping sustainability startups. Once your product is built, we help you with your IP, we help you with going to market, basically helping you connect with your customers, and of course raising funds and grants. So happy to connect and support you at T-Hub as well. All the best.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I would like to request Dr. Sai Bhaskar Reddy, Environmental and Sustainability Expert, to address the gathering.
Yeah, happy to see young minds here and hear lots of ideas and so many big challenges. But some of them are like already existing things which you are thinking already in your own way, new way, okay, with maybe with artificial intelligence, kind of sensors, and so many new things are happening, big data things. You can always integrate, but take up big challenges. Creative mind is always creative, and once you get into one innovation, you can do hundreds of innovations. Okay, that way you can always do many things. So keep up that kind of innovative mind. Don't copy paste things. Already India, recently we have some challenges with people not acknowledging. Research starts with acknowledgement. Okay, that is the fundamental thing. So from there you have to build new things. If something is done, let us acknowledge, let us build on. Okay, this also we have to keep values. That is very, very important for us. Okay, thank you very much.
Sir, now I would like to invite all the dignitaries on the dais to felicitate them. Yes. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Personally, thank you for giving the opportunity. I would like to personally thank Technology Hub for collaborating with Telangana Biodiversity Board. It has been a pleasure to have you all for this conference. And let's hope that this partnership continues for the future events as well. Thank you everyone. Thank you. So now if anybody wants to have tea outside, can break for 5 minutes. After that we'll be having women panel discussion. Okay, thank you.
And she never reveals is that she is also a fish scientist. Okay, so she's got a lot of information about fish. Some of you who have been talking about that, I think in our eco program also we had a project on that, on marine and aquatic fishery and all. So maybe you can connect with her. And I welcome all of you, the panelists today. We have on my right hand side, we have Priya Venkatesh of the Naturalist School. She has turned nature education into a career pathway, building ecological literacy outside the convention classroom. So thank you, Priya, for coming. And I also take pride in saying that she is also a fellow WWF. Priya, do you want to show your short film quickly? Yeah.
India, a continent within a country, a breathtaking mosaic woven with life. From the majestic Himalayas to the serene archipelagos, from sun-drenched sands to emerald forests. These aren't just beautiful vistas. They are the lifeblood of a nation sustaining 1.4 billion lives. And within these vibrant ecosystems reside the true custodians, communities whose ancient wisdom holds the key to preserving the delicate balance of life. Meet Medha. Born amidst the verdant foothills of the Western Ghats, her roots lie deep in an agricultural lineage. Today, at Windermere Estate, Munnar, she is a naturalist. More than a guide, she is an interpreter of nature's wonders. Through her words, the flash of a Malabar trogan becomes a moment of pure awe. Through her stories, a child's heart pledges allegiance to the forest. These sparks of wonder, ignited by Medha, are her gift to conservation, cultivated through a deep understanding of nature and the power of storytelling. Medha's journey was nurtured by the Naturalist School. We believe the most passionate protectors of nature often reside within these very communities. We identify and train individuals, offering vital scholarships to those who need them most. Our comprehensive residential program ensures deep immersion, combining rigorous theory and practical training. Students master essential skills from natural history information and crucial first aid training to professional hospitality, refined guiding techniques, and the art of compelling story building and storytelling. We also ensure they are prepared for every interaction, instilling high standards of grooming and professional etiquette. Our unique approach includes invaluable on-the-job training with potential employers, providing real-world experience and a direct pathway to a fulfilling livelihood. Over the last 4 years, we have had the privilege of training over 2,000 naturalists and nature guides across the length and breadth of India, including 20 national parks and wildlife sanctuaries. We equip them to become well-informed guides, eloquent advocates, and empowered custodians of our natural heritage, helping them get on a sustainable path to a dignified livelihood. As the world awakens to the unparalleled beauty of India's vibrant ecosystems, the demand for knowledgeable naturalists is surging. This growing interest transforms into a powerful force for good, empowering communities to become the guardians of their natural treasures and build sustainable futures. Medha's story is not unique. Across India, hundreds of passionate naturalists, empowered by the Naturalist School, are forging vital connections between people and nature year after year. They are the bridge between wonder and understanding, fostering a deeper respect for our planet. Do you feel a deep connection to nature? Are you passionate about India's incredible biodiversity and eager to share its stories? Your journey begins here. Discover a fulfilling livelihood that connects you directly with nature and allows you to make a tangible difference.
So I think this is something which, one of the lines which said that what we need now, right now is a deeper respect for nature. And I guess what Priya has started with her naturalist school is doing precisely that. Moving on, we have Ms. Jagata. She is a very interesting, So Ms. Jagata is into something very interesting, and I'm very happy to have met her today for the first time, into sustainable clothing and circular economy. She works at the intersection of fashion, sustainability, and systems thinking, redefining consumption models. So welcome, Jagata Garu. We have with us on my left-hand side, Ms. Shailaja. She is from the Forestry College and Research Institute. What she is also going to talk about is something even more interesting. Besides what she teaches at FCRI is about honey beekeeping, bridging biodiversity conservation and sustainable rural entrepreneurship. I'm hoping that she'll throw some more light on it. We also have another interesting woman over here whom I happened to meet at a workshop last month, Chaitanya Reddy Kinnarla, and it says that she is talking about green dining as a career, but I think she also does much more than that, and I think there is eco camps, and her passion is to ignite people around the Adilabad district, so she's working in that space. She is reimagining food systems, hospitality and sustainable dining as a viable green profession. So I think this applies not only for women, but even for all the men, the boys, men, gentlemen, everybody in this room. She also has an interesting book, which I found out from online, which is called Children-Led Parenting. So this is very interesting, and I thought that one needs to read that book. Children-Led Parenting is a very unique concept. And last but not the least, the senior most panel member with a huge amount of experience. She's an architect, planner, scientist, activist, Mrs. Neelam Manjunatha. She is often referred to as the Bamboo Lady of India. She has championed bamboo as a climate resilient, sustainable construction material, challenging mainstream construction practices and advocating for ecological urban planning. She has a small slide show to give us. We will listen to that. Over to you, ma'am.
Hello. Yeah. Is there? I have given to you.
Okay, we can show it slightly later, ma'am.
I had sent you in the morning today. That's what. Yeah. Through WhatsApp.
Okay, so as the presentation is going to come on, maybe we can start the discussion without further ado. Something which is very powerful and something which is a strong message out here is this: women all here who are there on this panel, and many of you here, are not choosing the conventional careers. These are all far away from the traditional career templates which women used to earlier be into. We have each one of them representing innovation within the biodiversity economy. So they have chosen biodiversity conservation as well as economy to see how both of them together make sense. So we will now move on. Okay, the presentation is very quick, so over to you, ma'am.
Okay, hello, thank you. Yeah, so this is actually, I've been working with bamboo for almost 30 years now, and in the architectural sector for almost 49 years. Almost. So, bamboo and this...
Ma'am, your voice is...
Hello. Yeah. Okay. So now, I think the recent years, lot of interest has come in for the bamboo, in the bamboo sector. Hello. Yeah. I think even to the COP28 and COP27, the bamboo was considered one of the 5 best solutions for global warming mitigation. So I have tried to close the loop by doing a framework of a bamboo city. Okay, we can go to the next. And this is why the rapid urbanization is happening, as we all know, and this is a common problem. Urban heat islands, urban flooding, air pollution, and water scarcity. And the projected urban population, as we know by this much, is going to be so much higher. Can you go next? And this is all we know. I think every city has this problem. Next. And this is why bamboo is actually a nature-based solution. These are some of the facts that how much carbon dioxide it produces and carbon mitigates, and how much of carbon dioxide it can absorb in the fastest. This is the fastest plant which actually grows and mitigates that. It also brings the microclimate by reducing the temperature, the water table phytoremediation. It also reduces the dust level, and there are many other for bamboo for ecology is one of the best solutions again for ecological gains as well. Next one. And this is the cycle. This is a regenerative. This is a plant which is regenerative. It's not that when you cut it, it goes. So after the 4th year, every year you get a harvest. And so you use it, and it keeps on growing. And so it's a regenerative resource for all kinds of works, and you can use it for several kinds of things here. Next. This is a comparison between a traditional tree and a bamboo, and why we should be using bamboo instead of the tree. And these are some of the parameters on which it is there. I mean, I will not go a lot in detail because we do not have the time. As a construction material, it really aces many of the materials. And these are some of the properties that we have here on the left, and some it has got immense flexibility, best for disaster management and disaster prone areas. It's a traditional building material, it's a resource efficient. Next. And this is again the conventional, what is the huge cost of inputs, a lot of carbon dioxide production when other materials are put, transportation cost, all these things are there. Next. So this is actually the whole mandate of urban greening, carbon sequestration, less carbon footprint, control air pollution, rejuvenation of water bodies, and energy generation. So bamboo doesn't do just one thing, it does all these things. Next. And this is how the carbon sequestration actually happens. So it's actually, I'm not just claiming, it's a scientific base on which we have put. One bamboo plant actually produces enough amount of oxygen required for one person in 60 years of his life. So if you are able to plant one bamboo per person in a city, you have taken care of the oxygen for the whole life. And this is the mitigation part which we actually calculated for Bangalore, how many trees we need to plant and how much actually we can mitigate 58% of Bangalore's carbon emission can be done only through bamboo plantation itself. Next. This is a building that I have done in 2004, and we have calculated the actual carbon emissions from this. Next slide. Yeah, and this is like, bamboo is 7.1 times less energy than a conventional building it takes actually. So you can imagine the amount of less carbon that we will be producing. Next. Yeah, same. So it's completely this. It's all the calculations for this. Next. These are sustainable development goals that it covers. Next. And these are different kinds of buildings that I have done. These are all my projects, from small housing to big housing to slum housing. Next. To all the institutions, very big conference centers. This is my office, Bamboo Symphony on the left. The other offices. This is my building for a metro station, which actually got an international award. I was also involved in the Bangalore, Terminal 2 as a material expert for vetting the design. This is also metros. This is a bridge that we have done in bamboo. Next. The different kinds of buildings that is possible with bamboo is what I'm just trying to show, and where we can actually mitigate carbon sequestration. Next. Again, cultural, this interpretation center. That's the Toda community, that whole community building that we are doing in Bigpati. Bigpati municipality started construction, different kinds of buildings. Yes, again, infrastructure, different kinds of infrastructures. And just through this one, 58% plant for the plantation. And if only 30% I am able to put it in my development, I will be able to put in actually almost 86% carbon emission down in Bangalore in less than 7 years. Next. And these are things that we have been doing. This is my several years of work. We keep working on different, next, can keep on going. These are all activities we have been doing in the last 25, 26 years, different kinds, medias, collaborations, MOUs with different kind of people, different colleges, universities. Next. Different workshops across the country and abroad. Next. And this is a place where I'm developing now in 5 acres near Devanahalli in Bangalore, which we call as the place you belong here. This is the headquarter of my CGBMT, which we say CGBMT Center of School of Simple Living. And that's what I do not want to talk about sustainability. I want to talk about simplicity, which is actually the main component for sustainability. Next. Next. This is Nitin Gadkari. He also said that Nagpur he wants to have it the next city as Bamboo City. Next. This is my book, Let's Build with Bamboo. International, this one, launching. The book is available. Next. And this is what is my dream, to work together. People say, when I started working with bamboo, everyone thought that nothing could be done with it. And here we are today. So thank you so much. And thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Actually, this also gives a lot of you all something to think about, and a resource which is yet not completely thought about in that sense of where it can contribute to the economy. We have changed from scaffolding, which used to be bamboo scaffolding, to iron scaffolding and steel rods, and also there is a lot of avenues over here opening where you can actually go into entrepreneurship with bamboo, and some of you could actually meet her at the end of this session and learn how could you become one of them. So having said that, let's hand over the floor to Shilpi to take this conversation forward.
Yeah, so there will be few questions which we will discuss with you, very casual questions, but one by one each can answer. So the first question, what I feel everybody's mind this question must be roaming around, that when you choose your career, what was the biggest doubt from others and from yourself also? So I'll just...
Hi. So I worked as a business analyst for Target Corporation of India. Everything was going good, but all of a sudden I felt like I'm not adding any value to my organization. But at the same time, I was also not sure where else should I go. Then after having my kids, I had an opportunity to go back to my mother's place and spend some good quality of time there. Then we had started celebrating all the festivals which we used to do during my childhood days. Then when I look deep into the every festival's celebration, the main reason was either it is biodiversity conservation or celebrating different seasons and Mother Nature's conservation. That's when I thought maybe I can do something about it. And then I got an opportunity to go attend a bird walk. And that's when I understood there is much more to do with conservation part. We need more people to work for Mother Nature's conservation. Then I started exploring. I did learn a lot of arts, so I thought of bringing people and make them learn the different arts which connects Mother Nature again, like hand embroidery of critically endangered species, and we used to stitch leaf plates with Butea monosperma leaves. So when by conducting all these workshops, I understood that people are ready to listen and know about the nature and ecology, biodiversity, wildlife, everything, but they need somebody should make them aware about it, bring that awareness into them. So that's when I started Bhumi Eco Camps. Through Bhumi Eco Camps, so we take people to the bird walks and we make them experience the nature immersion activities. This is how I find myself connected, and I also I decided that yeah, this is what I want to do. Before it was like I was missing something. Then I myself connected with the Mother Nature, and I also wanted to give the same experience to the communities, children, and parents especially, so that they can create emotionally safe environments for the kids, and the parents who can create this connection with the children again. Yeah.
But how was it? You were doubtful that how will be your career and how are your parents and all society? Like they were doubtful about it, or they were okay, you go forward, everything will be fine, you will be succeed?
Yeah, I was doubtful when I was leaving my organization, but I thought like, where should I want to invest my life into? That's when I thought, okay, let me take some time. Maybe I may not earn what I had been earning. Maybe I'm leaving my comfortable job and all the facilities it is providing. But I wanted to take time and experiment what really makes me feel content.
Okay. So now supposing there is a time machine and you go back to the same age of post-graduation, will you come to the same career again, or you want to do something else?
No, I do this. I will definitely do this. Yeah. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm basically an agriculture entomologist. I did my post-graduation from Agriculture University. We all know that agriculture entomology means we'll be talking about only pest management, so that we can reduce the pest damage and we can enhance the yield. Productivity can be enhanced. But luckily I got job in forestry. I worked in forest department. I'm working in forest department where no one will take care of pest management in forestry. Timber is the economic part, otherwise NTFP. So I came to know that after entering to this forest field, so every organism has its own right to survive in that ecosystem. We should not disturb the ecosystem and ecological balance. Natural regulation will be there. So pest will be feed for the natural enemies. So natural regulation will be there. Your intervention is not required in forest, especially not only in forestry, in agriculture also. There is a food web, ecosystem will be there. So no work to me actually after entering into the forest department. Then I changed my work, not pest management. Ecological entomology means any lac insect or sericulture or apiculture. So I took apiculture. So this is a very fascinating world of apiculture. After choosing this honeybees, so I started my work 5 years back only on honeybees. Initially I worked in pest management only because of this shift from agriculture to forestry. I'm so happy after coming to here. So in forestry field, honeybees are most important for our human survival. Not for, we have to conserve the honeybees for our survival only. Because whatever we are eating, no, 80% of the food is prepared by honeybees only. Most of the crops, flowering plants are cross-pollinated. So to attract the honeybees, they can't do their pollination on their own. To attract the honeybees, they'll produce nectar, pollen. Because of that, they will come and they'll pollinate the flowers. We'll get quality seeds, not only quantity. Everyone will concentrate on quantity. So we need quality food, which will give more germination, biodiversity conservation and everything. So unknowingly these farmers, agriculture farmers, they are going for the application of pesticides. Unknowingly they are killing honeybees. Not only honeybees, other natural pollinators also. So here in forest field, I'm forest department. I'm creating awareness across the country. I covered almost all states and created awareness and conservation of honeybees for our own survival. And in addition to this pollination support, we are going to get so many products. As an enterprise also we can start. Honey is nothing, but everyone know whenever we are talking about honeybees, people will think about honey only. Honey is nothing, I can say. Pollination, because of this pollination support, we are going to get 40 to 80% yield enhancement in pulses, oil seeds, orchards, vegetables, fruits. So in addition to that, we are going to get, how many of you know about royal jelly, bee venom? So these are very expensive products. Royal jelly.
We'll come back to these details.
Yeah.
Basically, we want to know that how you came into this field and what was your first thought process, your family, society, like this is okay for you working in honeybee
Yes,
sector?
I'm very happy after coming to forest department and especially with honeybees I'm working with. So I'm happy here.
We'll discuss about yes. Priyaji.
Check. Hi everyone, good evening. And well, in my case, others didn't have too much of a doubt because I have been conventionally unconventional, so people were quite used to me by then. Naturalist school is about 5 years old now, and the doubt was not, others didn't have a doubt, but I had a doubt when I started this, because the whole premise was that, I believe that ecotourism in India and also globally had taken such amazing proportions. I mean, if you look at the tourism graph, it's quite steep already. The ecotourism graph is probably even steeper, right? And yeah, especially after COVID, yeah, absolutely, yeah. And so the naturalist school was an idea or a seed which was meant to bring in professionalism and bring in a sense of like a career, a job to something that was considered hobby 20-30 years ago. And we believe that ecotourism industry has the potential to give livelihood to, I don't know, millions actually, literally, across the globe, and especially in India. And my doubt was that I didn't have a doubt of whether our students would get jobs, but my thing internally was, how do I set up an organization and how do I financially, hold that organization? Because if I'm setting an example, I need to get paid, and the people who are working also need to get paid while others are, doing this. So that was my biggest concern.
Good evening all. Good evening. Thank you. So how many of you are into science background? Okay, so how many of you draw human anatomy? So as a fashion designer, can you imagine in my masters I was drawing heart, lungs and kidney. Can you? Right? That's exactly what I was doing. This is the damage that the industry does to the human system through polyester, nylon, and the chemical dyes. So this was the breaking point for me to shift from the fast fashion industry and get into sustainable industry. Thank you.
Very short and crispy.
Yeah. Might not be that short, but I'll be short. So, about architecture, actually, I actually wanted to be an engineer. I did not know architecture existed. But then somebody told me that it's, since you are good at maths and also in art, I think architecture would be a good combination because it requires both. And then I studied about it and then I got into architecture. But I was never doubtful about connecting my buildings to nature. That I was never doubtful. I mean, right from my student days, I studied Vastu Shastra actually, not the Vastu Shastra that everyone talks about, but a scientific basis one. And I was always, and I found it very scientific. So parallelly we were doing that, and then we also looking at a book called on climatology, which was for design of housing and buildings in the tropical countries by Königsberger, which also talked about the same thing what Vastu Shastra talked about. So it was so parallelly same. So I never had any doubt that buildings need to connect to nature. So that sustainable part was there. About bamboo, actually I stumbled upon, I was given a project in the Raj Bhavan of Bangalore to do a project which no architect wanted because no payment had to be done. It was a very small project of making a pantry and a toilet in the Raj Bhavan for a glass house that was built for VVIPs out there. So VVIP toilet and VVIP pantry. And for about 45 days, my whole office was in the Raj Bhavan going in and out and trying to do that work with Plywood Institute, the National Institute for Plywood Management in Bangalore, and Carnegie, that was another Rajiv Gandhi Rural Housing Corporation. And the two directors, one MD and the other one, had a lot of faith in me. And we delivered in time on 26th January, and the governor inaugurated that. It was also with TRADA and DFID. The project was a very major one with BMTPC as well. And that was the beginning, and the rest is history about bamboo. In those 45 days, something happened to me, and I found the material very versatile, very malleable, and it just set me free. I felt free to do things, and there was no data available, there was no people available, and it gave me lot of problems. Even now it gives me lots of problems. I mean, I became a big bamboo architect with no bank balance, no people to work in my office in the beginning, no to execute. Everyone wanted Burma bamboo or everyone wanted plywood. Nobody wanted to work with bamboo. All these things happened. And now, when I go to my doctor also, who has been with me for 16 years, 20 years, he says, Neelamji, you used to tell me about bamboo and I never took it very seriously. Now every day, everyone is talking about bamboo. So that is the whole story. Thank you.
We have Krishnan Iyer also here for bamboo. You can have the mic. We'll start the second question with you only. And the second question is very much for these youth who is sitting beside, either it's a woman or a man, but especially for a woman. What are the top 2 skills that young women must build if they want to lead the green sector? Can you give them some guidance about 2 main basic skills?
Actually, women have some inherent skills. And sorry guys for the men in the room. We are multitask people. So our management skills are very great. And I am not at all apologetic about it, that is one. And second thing is we have empathy. We are emotional fools, that's what we are told, but the world runs on emotions. And the whole social sector, whole biodiversity sector, and the whole thing, that the mess that we are in is because women are not in the forefront. And I think that is something which, if you see the social sector, they are run by women. All NGOs, all these things, most of them are run by women. And wherever they have been, they are empathetic to people, empathetic to this thing. The wars are done by men. Capitalism is done by men. I'm really sorry, but this is true. This is absolutely true. And people say, you know, that a man thinks straight, right? So you think about money, you think about this, but a woman thinks in like this. And that is called systemic thinking, which is the basis on which the climate mitigation has to work, if it has to work at all. And that we women have. So,
if you can tell us the same answer, like same question for you also, 2 skills for young women sitting here in this room to build their career in green sector.
Green sector. Anything that we can create with our hands can take care of our lives. Like, we should be really skilled with one or the other thing. That is one thing. And responsibility. Coming from this background of sustainability, I think we should behold. We already have it all in us. All of the members who are sitting here, we all have a venture which is responsible not only of our families, of ourselves, not of the city we come from, it is for the globe, for the entire globe. So these 2 things I think should take things forward.
Like if you can guide them, like they should have a communication skill or some financial literacy or some experience, field experience, something like that, if you can guide them.
Okay, so this particular company brand, whichever we are into, is sustainable fashion brand. This helps artisans. So art is what I align with. So if you are someone who is into arts and crafts and you are someone who is interested to nurture people who are artisans, I think on those lines you can develop skills, and management will come handy when it comes to nurturing them. Say for example, this brand which I've built, it needs managerial qualities to support them. So one is managerial skills, and I think when we feel responsible about the society and the green change that we want to bring into the world, everything else would fall in place. Communication and technology, AI, all that is there. But majorly, if inside of us, if we are intensely dedicated to what we want to do in the world, I think these are the best things. The intentions are the best things to start with, and the skills will follow.
So dedication and intention.
Yes.
So before we move to Priya, I just wanted to highlight that last month I was at this human-animal conflict consultation workshop, because there's a parliamentary committee set up for doing something about human-animal conflict, which is a big issue in India right now. And every state has to submit a report on human-wildlife conflict by doing district-level consultations, compile a state-level strategy, and then submit to the Parliamentary Affairs Committee. So there I had a very interesting, there was a man who came and talked about what needs to be done. He was the husband of the Sarpanch, who was a lady Sarpanch. And he came and talked, and then after the whole thing, he gave all the points what needs to be done, which were very money-minded and things like that. And then he said that it is not me who is the Sarpanch, but it's my wife who is the Sarpanch. So when I asked him that, you know, why did she not come and talk? No, right now she is not capable of talking, so I did the talking. And she will learn what from me. Okay, so he thought that she doesn't know how to do business, and her business is becoming a good Sarpanch. Or also, how do you deal with the finances? I'm sure he was managing the finances also of that particular Gram Panchayat. So Priya, when you are doing this nature guides training, and you do a lot of tribal community nature guides training, making them as the stewards for nature conservation, do you get asked often that can you do it free of cost? The financial never really matters. So is the financial literacy, when a women are setting up a entrepreneurship or a business, it's very important, and this is something which we need to make it a strong point to learn. So your take on it.
Sure. I have maybe a slightly, again, unconventional take on this. One, yes, basic financial literacy is important. One can do any short course just to familiarize. Right? But what I would say is one important skill is the skill to identify what I lack, the skill to identify what my challenges are, and the skill to find the right resource which will, you know, kind of fill that gap. And I think that is probably, from my experience, is the biggest skill.
Okay. So for me, first one would be becoming conscious. When you become conscious about yourself, when you get a chance to look within, what do you really want to do with yourself and with your surroundings, it will be easy for you to understand. Like when you know what you have to do, everything will be set. You can improve any other skill which is needed to your work get done. So becoming conscious would be my first skill. And the second one would be get the mentorship early in your life. Like during your graduation, maybe try to get as many mentors into your, bring a lot of mentors in different fields so that you will get an opportunity to understand where you will fit. Your personality, your character can add value to which sector. You will be able to figure it out very early in the career, and you can do like you can succeed. Yeah.
We have to choose our career as per our passion. Without passion, if you are working for money, it won't work well. You will not be satisfied. So in which you are having passion, you choose your career and be happy. Don't run behind money. Money only for simple living. So how many of you see rich people are nowadays living simple life only. They are coming out of from concrete world and living in the jungle. So money is nothing when compared to. So follow your passion to choose your career and work accordingly. And second is help others automatically. So you'll be happy. So you live with, mix with nature, live in nature only, like another organism. Okay?
So when Shailaja Garu was talking about passion, I remember an incident in my personal life which is quite comical actually. So I did after my master's in ecology, I joined the Madras Crocodile Bank as a research associate working on captive breeding of venomous snakes. So when I went back home, and I come from Bombay, I told my relatives there that I am joining the Madras Crocodile Bank, and they were super excited. Not because I'm going to work on reptiles, but because they thought I'm joining an international bank and I'll make tons of money. So having said that, I think I must bring that over here and say that, how do we turn your passion into profession? So Priya, how did you turn your love for nature into this profession, into sustainable, hopefully sustainable livelihood?
Hopefully, so far that's what we are seeing. So yes, passion, like Farida said in the beginning, I did a 3-day, training program with WWF in 1997, 98, and that completely changed my life. I'm sure a lot of you either have such experiences or will get some such experiences where you do feel that there is a calling. Of course, it didn't convert into a profession immediately. It was a hobby for many, many years. As a day job, I'm a professional leadership consultant. I design experiential learning programs for corporate leaders. And these two went hand in hand for almost 25 years. So I was wearing two hats. One was that of a WWF volunteer, taking people out, nature walks, camps, and the other was, buzzing in and out of corporate offices, but mostly eco-lodges, because the work I did was out again in the outdoors and in nature. So that way I think I also was lucky. Somewhere along the line, I realized that the natural world also needs a lot of professional training, a lot of skills that are required for interpreting nature. And I started helping naturalists out and helping them with my practice from the experiential learning space. And by and by, I started building on it and then realized that, this is something that our country needs to invest very strongly, because we all go to Africa and we say, what a beautiful country. And everybody says, oh, have you been to Africa? Have you been to Masai Mara? And that is not just because of the flora and fauna there, but because of who talks to them, who is the storyteller, who is the interpreter of nature. And that I thought we should as a country lay more emphasis and recognize it. And so for me, it was a happy marriage of two things that I did. So my passion and profession.
So does it make money for you?
Like somebody said, simple living, it does make money, enough for me to fulfill my needs. And that was something that I had as a benchmark, like I said earlier, because I was like, if I don't pay myself, I have no right to say that I'm creating a profession which is, going to pay people. So that was something that I had to do.
So do you have any, like you have trained quite a lot of nature guides now, and I'm sure there were a lot of women.
Of course.
So have you seen any successful example of a woman nature guide who is living comfortably now?
Yeah, lots of them. I smile because there's one quick anecdote I must share with you. So this is in Maharashtra near Tadoba. Some of you may be familiar with Tadoba Tiger Reserve. There is a village there called Visapur, right? And I was called, or rather Naturalist School was called there to work with the potential nature guides, because Visapur had constructed a botanical garden, a largish botanical garden. You should go and see it. It's called Shraddheya Shri Atal Bihari Vajpayee Botanical Garden. And when I went there, they gave me a list of 20 girls. And then they said, ma'am, बहुत problem हो गया है. I'm like, क्या problem हुआ है? Ma'am, वो क्या हुआ? Minister साहब ने बोला था लड़कियों को लेना during mobilization and selection. So the team went out to the village and, they mobilized the women. They did a selection round and lots of rounds actually, and they got this list of 20 women. And then they took this back, to this person, and he looked at this list and he said, "Kyari, इसमें तो सिर्फ लड़कियां हैं, लड़कियों का नाम है. Sir, आपने बोला था लड़कियों को चुनना." He said, "अरे, मैंने बोला लड़कियों को भी लेना," because usually women get neglected. They don't have women nature guides. So overnight they went out, mobilized, and found 10 of the other gender, and then we had to do a selection basis that. So anyway, that was a joke, that was an aside. So we now have in Visapur about, I think, 20 girls and 3 boys as of 2 years ago. Now there may be more. So these women are now from earning absolutely zero, right? Some of them very, very difficult stories actually, and that also brought me a lot closer to India, like at the ground level, because I was maybe living in a different world of my own with my training. Going through such hardships in life, it's almost difficult to narrate stories. And suddenly overnight, now they are earning at least about 18,000, 20,000. And of course, I think it's increased now. So in one particular, this particular place, I think in about 2.5 years, they have earned close to 50 to 75 lakhs as a community. And they're doing very well, they're very happy, they're all there, they're still working after 3 years.
That's a great thing.
One tribal community we worked with in Chhattisgarh, they have earned close to about 2 crores over 3.5 years.
Brilliant.
25 boys and girls.
So you're not only creating livelihoods, but you're also creating women leaders over here. So that's great.
Oh yeah.
So Jagatha, to you also, you are working on the entrepreneurship mode, right?
Yes.
So can green entrepreneurship initiatives be financially viable? Because it's a startup itself is a very, very big, I would say, risk one takes as a startup. So can what you do become a great entrepreneurship model, and can more people, and when I say more, not only women, though everybody here, can they also start looking at it as a sustainable viable model in terms of whether it's sustainable clothing or what she is doing, green dining? So the question can come also to you.
So I'll answer that question with a question to the audience here. So how many of you here know what are the materials that you're wearing right now? Do you all know? I see only one hand raised. Okay, few. So I can easily see at least 80% of us are wearing polyester or polyester blends here. Okay? So now we just saw what polyester does. I was drawing internal organs, right? So if I say I'm going to give you a natural alternate with natural materials and natural dyes, How many of you are willing to shift? So right now we see how profitable the business could be, the sustainable fashion.
But if you look at the economics of it, where a large audience of India may not be able to afford this great sustainable sustainable clothing simply because it's awfully expensive. How do we clothe the rest of India in that case?
I think that's a myth, and like we pay like 250, 350, 400, 500 bucks for a top, and then 4 of them we buy, and we don't feel comfortable. It lies in the wardrobe. Rather buy 2 natural made kurtis and wear it through and through. It can last for like a year. So it's even more economical actually if we shift from synthetics to natural.
So Chaitanya, I'll put the same question to you because you are just starting off. So how do you see this entrepreneurship model that you are following? Do you think that it will make a good living for you? And should you ask the others to dive into it in a similar way?
It's definitely profitable and viable, but you need to draw the lines, like how much do you want to make? How much do you really need to live a comfortable and happy life, right? So through eco camps, we give natural immersion experiences to the participants. We involve tribal communities to teach mud house construction and teaching own language to the campers, and we also making bird guides. Like we are teaching bird, we are also doing this, I mean, kind of same activity as you do. The tribal youth are becoming bird guides. So when they are able to do these activities and earn money out of it, how are we able to earn money? Because we are showing the impact of biodiversity conservation that is happening through these activities to the campers, to the participants. And when they see this genuine work and especially sustainable living practices, people are ready to pay, right? And when tribal communities, they know that when they know that they're able to earn money through these activities, they want to protect the biodiversity, right? So, yeah, as I said, if you can know how much do you want to earn, how much do you want to, what makes you feel comfortable, then yes, you can go ahead. Yeah.
So just something which comes to my mind is there's a tiger reserve which is very close to Hyderabad city, the Sri Sailam. Now it's called Amravati Tiger Reserve, and the other side is Sri Sailam Tiger Reserve. One of the biggest challenges in this tiger reserve used to be, and I'm saying used to be because it has now been contained, the problem, which was throwing waste into the forest. And then the tiger reserve authorities and NGOs, they all got together to address this issue. And today there is a very successful model of how this waste is taken away from the tiger reserve by a recycling agency which is called Recycle. So this waste is collected. So what was an environmental issue has been seen as a successful business model. And this waste is collected and Recycle is able to take it out, and they are making something which was waste into a profit-making venture, which I think Priya, you may be also aware of. So my question to Sailaja Garu is that when we are doing this, when we're talking about beekeeping, which is your passion as well, and you may want to show it as a sustainable, profitable model. So what is your message to youth here? Can these kind of green models become successful? And how do you think that, biodiversity conservation on one side, sustainability and entrepreneurship, how can you marry all three of this?
Yes, ma'am, we can manage, while conserving the biodiversity, sustainable development, we can earn some money also through these green revenues. One option is my beekeeping. In forest, we should not introduce another species, only serana, specific. We have to introduce only native species only with less investment, very less investment compared to all other, I can say. We only one-time investment only. we can get revenue also. And in addition to that, we can encourage the tribal people livelihood also by promoting their health also and community level approach.
No, yeah, so you're left, so you are going to get a question, which is that, you know, construction is, and planning are traditionally male-dominated spaces. You know, even now you see a lot of that. So did you ever feel the need to prove your technical competence more than your male counterparts? Did you arise a time where you had to like shout out from top of the mountain and say, look, I am like good and I do well at whatever I do?
See, actually architecture is generally done in the office, the planning. Construction is generally done on the site. And there you have the contractor, you know, the other people and all that. So in the office also, if there is since I didn't have any partner, thankfully, my partner was not an architect. So I had full autonomy in my office. And the kind of work I do, I know somehow it has been very unique from the very beginning. So, but it has been tough. So that's why for the finance you did not ask me. So I really went to zero, and then again I had to shift there. But on the site, if there's a male counterpart, even if he abuses the contractor or anybody, they won't feel bad. But the woman, as much as raises her voice, it's like, and it's very bad. And yes, I have experienced it. And it's not just that in there, because I sit in several committees, like you also, people must be wondering, where if they think that you are more capable, if they think that, you know, I am more capable than them, it always resort to Rani Lakshmi Bai or Jhansi Ki Rani, and you're trying to put your point, this is what they try to tell you. And if you are, even though you are entitled to become a chairman of a organization or something like a chairperson, not man, chairperson of an organization, and they definitely try to, they don't want to work below a woman. Many of them are like that. But inside the architecture offices, it is not so. In my office, I have never, this thing. On the side, the contractors and those kind of people, yes. And even in my fraternity where we are having discussions, I have not found much problem because of that. Within the office, again, no problem. But on the site, I work a lot on the site. I'm not an architect who works within an air-conditioned office and give everything. I've always been on the ground. I love the smell of the brick and the soil and the bamboo and whatever. I like to touch it. Their problem always has been there, even with the laborers. So it has been there, and it has taken some time for some people to understand that she is not going to take a no. But yeah, I have faced it. And I'm still facing it. Many times I am the only woman in the whole boardroom or something like that, and they don't treat you so well. Sorry, again, I don't want to say sorry also. Why should I say sorry? You people should say sorry to me that I had to face that, but this is something, but women are, and one more thing, very clearly I would like to, all the young girls, we all have to work much more to get in the same position as a man. And so if they have suppose done some X amount of work, we have to do minimum 1.1 and 1.5 to 2 times of that much work. Otherwise, it will be told something, because she's a woman, she got this, because she's there, this because of that. So we have to work hard, and we have to be at it that, no, put your foot down. And only then you can move forward, and that's the only way. Over time, they will realize that, oh, behind our back, they will always talk. And it happens. You don't have to give a damn. That's it.
Yeah. So just in a in one sentence, this is the last thing which we will just close after that with audience questions. So in one sentence, what must change in the green sector to make it easier for women to lead? What the sector should do? What one thing? Let's start from Madam only.
What one?
One change in the green sector to make it easier for women to lead.
One change.
In the
I think
green
we
sector.
have to educate men. And starting from childhood, a mother has to educate men, and the son or this thing that it is not and both wise, that men don't always have to be very strong. They can cry, they can show emotions, and similarly girls, they can be tough and they can be otherwise. They don't need to be really soft and things like that. So it has to be equal thing, whatever you want to do and how you are, show yourself what you are. And as I said, even for boys, and I'm not saying I completely blame them, because that's the upbringing, the patriarchal society that we have been living, but that has to change. This definitely has to change. Only then women can actually work freely everywhere and nicely, in my opinion. Thank you.
Great.
So there is this famous Tamil actress. She started as a very small. She started from a very small place and she reached top. And one thing she said when she was interviewed was, like, to reach here, I had to work 10 times more than what the male members of this field had worked. So this applies to almost all the fields. So there is no mention that has to go about it. It's just that has been the way it is. But now that we have women who are here, like ma'am rightly mentioned, the way we parent our sons could change, and that could become a good foundation for the future generations. And the other important factor to answer the question, what one thing that could bring about this green change. So this is all about creating green jobs. So if there is no green consumerism, how will we be able to create green jobs? Are we a green consumer, personally, as an individual? Like right from the beginning of the day, like from the toothbrush it starts, right? And to the bed we hit. Are all these materials natural? Only then the green jobs dream can come true. Yes? Thank you.
Thank you. Priyaji.
So my take is that I think if as an industry there is portrayal of women, like, in media, in narratives, in certain careers that we are talking about, in green jobs, the more we see women donning the role of these careers, I feel the narrative will slowly change. I'm seeing this in the last 10 years in the naturalist space, and so I'm extending it to all the green jobs as well.
I don't want to differentiate between women and men, but we all really need to work very hard to create conscious communities so that we can see the change, whether it is for Mother Nature conservation or maybe for upbringing conscious children so that they can be very well aligned with the systems and work for, again, biodiversity and Mother Nature conservation. Yeah, we have to create conscious communities. Yeah.
I do agree with Madam. We need to create community level awareness on eco-friendly products and importance of greening and everything. So from childhood onwards, not after choosing their career and everything. Since childhood only, mother has to teach kids, and even in farming community also. At that level only we can change, we can see the change.
So I guess, yeah, for the benefit of the women members here in this audience, one of the things that there are a lot of schemes which the government of India has brought in where they are supporting women entrepreneurships. So if you just go to the website of Ministry of Women and Child Welfare, as well as many other industry bodies. They have there's a Confederation of Women Entrepreneurs Association. Then there is a Women Hub. So there are a lot of these entrepreneurship grants which you get where you can take sector leadership. So these are some of the things which you can all look up. These are soft loans that are provided. And I would say that from the grassroots level, even if you look at from the DOCRA level to all the way to this big grants, there are a lot of schemes available. One of the things that we as slightly more learned than the people who are at the grassroots, we can do is, compile these things, and that is something which we do in our livelihoods program, is make these people who are there at the grassroots also aware of these schemes where these women can take sector leaderships. So there are these programs, so I would urge you all to take a look at that if you are thinking of ever branching out into, on your own startups which are in the green sector. So having said that, I think Shilpi may want to open the floor for the audience questions.
Anybody, anyone? Yeah, please, please. Please give the mic to them, volunteers.
Hello, ma'am. I'm Harshita. I have a question from Ms. Manjunatha, ma'am. Ma'am, like how flexible and practical... Ma'am, how flexible and practical is it to incorporate biomimicry concept when you're using bamboo as a material in sustainable architect?
One more time, this question.
How flexible and practical is it to implement biomimicry concept when you are using bamboo as a primary product in your architecture and sustainability?
Very viable.
Like in what way? Like the designs and all?
No, if you have seen your grandmother's houses and they are made of mud and bamboo and they are more than 200 years old, how many cement houses last more than 40 years? The actual life, if you ask as a professional, is between 40 years approximately, and then again you have to repair and do things like that. And then very, very high profile cement concrete goes to 70 years, which is very specific and very high cost. That is one thing. And about biodiversity, I think every one of you here might be now taking yearly leaves or holidays to resorts. Why do you go there? If your houses that you're doing here, where you're living here and this building, if it is very, very, something like that, and this campus is very good. So why does everyone feel very good about it here? Isn't this viable? I think you have your answer.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. Can you please pass the mic to these hands which are raised? Okay, Tanvi, and then from Tanvi, bring the mic here.
Is it okay if I ask it from here?
If it is meant for Neelam, madam, then you may have to come here. But if it's meant for the rest of the panel, you can shout from there.
I just wanted to ask whether you, how you distinguish between jobs that are truly empowering and jobs that do earn you an income but ultimately result in more dependencies.
More dependencies?
Yes.
How do you, Tanvi, can you repeat your question, please? And louder.
Is this okay? Yeah, how do you distinguish between jobs, especially within conservation, that are really empowering versus jobs that earn you an income but further dependencies or deepen existing power asymmetries?
Financial independence, you're talking about that?
I just mean types of jobs. So if you look at ecotourism, or if you look at
what Tanvi is saying is...
Ram is standing beside. Ram, can you explain what she wants to ask?
No, so what Tanvi is saying, that how do you differentiate between jobs like which are like in conservation sector, which is empowering vis-a-vis jobs which give you income, but then there is more dependencies. And I don't know by more dependencies what you mean, if you can explain that.
What dependencies, I think?
What dependency?
So, I mean, you don't have, your agency is still compromised, or you might have, the market access is asymmetrical, you don't have any control over it. You're still under the influence of forces that you cannot control.
I mean, all revolutions start with a single person, as far as I know. I said all revolutions start with a single person.
Okay.
And always forces will be there, but then you have to keep pushing. But yes, your question is very valid, that it's very difficult to earn, because my practice has been very economically very unsustainable. So there is a question that I understand what she is trying to ask, but as I think both Shailaja and she was speaking, how much do you need? You have to decide. And in that there's one factor we all forget. We do everything to be happy in life. Every single action. How much makes you happy? If you can, and what is your definition of happiness? Getting a mobile, getting a car, getting this thing, or something else. Quality of life. If you are able to decide that, then, and you have to, I could have got a several crores per year job, but I am putting money in CGBMT for the last 20 years myself, earning. So that's why I have a architectural practice and I have an NGO. So I always give my card flipping both sides. This is the earning arm and this is the spending arm. So you have to make a choice.
Right. Yeah.
Any other question?
There were some questions here.
Any men wants to ask something? They are free.
Yeah, I just wanted to add to what Neelam just said, that that's also a good strategy to have two sides. Two cards, like she said.
Yeah. Please, please.
So, to add to your this thing, I have believed in not just talking. So I talk the walk and I walk the talk. So through my architectural practice, I walk the talk. In CGBMT, I talk what I have walked as an architectural profession. And so I am a sustainability architect properly, fully known for that. And then not just bamboo. Yeah. Bamboo is one part. And so I also talk because I also train people. I do everything that's required as per that. So it's both. You have to balance as
yes.
She was telling.
Yes, please. One question. Yeah, please.
Good afternoon, ma'am. My question is, sorry, good evening, ma'am. My question is to Vegatha Viji, ma'am. Jegatha Viji, ma'am. Yeah. So, ma'am, the panel discussion was incredibly inspiring, and where you said that sustainable clothing could be an option to us, and we would definitely pick it because almost all of us raised our hands. Ma'am, that is true. We would all love to. However, it really is not so cheap and accessible to all of us. Like ma'am said, and you said that it was a myth. I would like to believe it's not really a myth. If it was, then we would all be wearing cotton linen clothes, and we would love to, right? Because it's high quality, it's breathable, and it's sustainable. But it's still too expensive. So my question is, how can it be accessible to all of us? What are the ideas that could be brought so that, new entrepreneurs or new generations like us can bring about a change about that? Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. So, may I know an average price that you pay for a top?
Ma'am, that depends. Like, if we go for cheaper qualities, it would start from 200, I believe. And if, let's say, it's really fashionable, it's really nice, it would go around 500. Actually, the thing is, ma'am, we are all in this new generation. We follow trends. So our first priority, however, becomes fashion and looking good than the material. This is a fault in ourselves. I am not saying that we are all really great and we think with a very sustainable and biodiversity point of view all the time. So if we find the quality and the trendy clothes in let's say, a sustainable fashion way, why wouldn't we choose that? We would love to. But in that way, that becomes expensive. Because let's say if I choose a really nice cotton linen kurti, it's going to cost me like 1,000, 1,500 starting. That would be the starting price for any qualitative cotton or linen clothing if I go for it.
Which price? I didn't get that. The price that you just mentioned?
1,000 to 1,500 for a really decent cotton or linen shirt or kurti or anything, a set. However, if I go for a low quality thing, it will be max 500, ma'am. That is the reason why, you know, people like us would choose that. So how do we make, we can make a bridge. So how do we make it a little less cheaper so that we can also access it?
So just add 100 or so to the minimum pricing that you just mentioned, and you are already there to wear your sustainable clothing. You have certified products. You know, like it is a myth that sustainable clothing are very expensive. It can be made affordable, and that's exactly why we are all here, to start such initiatives where we can bring it to people, you know, common people. Like there are, truly there are brands which are selling these garments on high price notes, but that's not the sheer reality. It is very much affordable.
I guess I must bring in this thing over here about the organic agriculture versus conventional agriculture. In a country like India, where we have so many mouths to feed, one has to always debate whether organic is the way to go or conventional with some integrated pest management, biodynamic fertilizers and all. So even sustainable clothing is something somewhere between that. You know, whether will the fellow who's or a person who is in a very low income bracket, for them to afford maybe 1,000, 1,200 would be very difficult. But if somebody like us who would rather go trendy, so today the thing is about slow food and slow fashion. So I think if we start imbibing that, maybe there could be a difference. You can try to have a balance between both, be trendy and get a few of those trendy ones which you can use and throw, which I wouldn't really advise. But at the same time, so for those who can in that particular bracket still afford, then you can go in for slow fashion, slow food. Whereas those who can't, we cannot preach them that go in for slow food, slow fashion. It doesn't work. So we have to, like, you know, there has to be a balance for both kinds of people, the haves and the have-nots. So I guess maybe that answers you better.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Please.
I also feel that the economy of scale, because when something new comes, it takes a little bit of time. So in the beginning, it is little expensive, but as more and more demand grows, I'm very sure it will come. And because it is cheaper, and why I'm trying to put here, because same thing goes to the houses that we make. I make it at a much lower price, the buildings. But there are people in the market who have taken bamboo for fashion now, and the Bali style and all that. What I do at 3,000 rupees, they try to bill me at 10,000 rupees per square feet. So it's the fad thing that you are telling. If you just remove that, you know, blinders, it is not expensive actually. You can get, much cheaper, I wouldn't like to call it cheaper, but much more affordable things that are there. Yes. I hate to call my buildings as low cost buildings. No, they are not low cost. Yeah, they are appropriate buildings. Yeah, that's all.
So one last question. Who is that? Yeah, please. Yeah.
Just
good.
We'll take a question from the gentleman in the room.
Please.
I don't have any question, but I want to add only two things in all over the discussion. First is, when we talk about the equality, but we are firstly focused on the opportunities. And second one is, when we talk about the equality, it's more important when mother is socializing their children's. Because mother is the first and primary socialization agent in family, then how she is make sure their socialization techniques, as well as how she is giving the stereotypes to their child. So it's more important in childhood, not in after 15 or 16 or 20, after 20 plus. Thank you. Mother is the first primary socialization agent.
I would like to respond to that. why do you think it is only the mother who has to give the values?
Yes.
No.
मैम मैं थोड़ा सा हिंदी पे आऊँगा.
That's opening up a Pandora's box.
मैम नहीं मैम ये मैं इसलिए कह रहा हूँ क्योंकि सबसे ज़्यादा जिस भी सोसाइटीज में ज़्यादातर नॉर्थ इंडिया में क्योंकि पेट्रियार्कल सोसाइटीज हैं
स्मिता,
और वहीं पे मदर जब सोशलाइज करती है बच्चों को ये सारी चीजें सिखाती है क्या करना है क्या नहीं करना है. और जितने भी पेरेंट्स, मैं ये नहीं कह रहा हूँ कि मदर और फादर नहीं करते, लेकिन मेजॉरिटी ऑफ द टाइम मदर ही सोशलाइज करती है बच्चों को. और उनके बीच में जो डिस्क्रिमिनेशन भी है, और इसका सबसे बड़ा जो एग्जाम्पल है, किसी भी औरत के साथ डाउरी होता है, लेकिन जब अपनी बहू के साथ डाउरी होता है कभी भी मदर कुछ नहीं बोलती है. और
okay, so let's close it.
ये बात टोटली 100% एप्लीकेबल है पंजाब, हरियाणा, उत्तर प्रदेश.
It's getting late for the other sessions.
Yeah.
So yes.
Yeah, so I think we can go on. This is a topic which can create a lot of debate, discussion, and will require another panel altogether. So we must put a full stop here. Picture abhi baki hai. So, like, you know, it's not about breaking the glass ceiling. We are not breaking down any this thing. We are not just shattering structures. It's about building an ecosystem of leadership among all, whether it's women, men, and an ecosystem which thrives on courage, which thrives on collaboration and diversity. So having said that, the future of biodiversity leadership may be sitting in this room among all of you all. So having said that, if anybody wants, you can comment on it.
Yeah. Please.
Last one.
Ma'am, I have a question. Anyone can answer. We often talk about breaking systematic barriers to empower women, but a lot of times, women in the family, they oppose other women when they try to break barriers. So, why is it so, and how it can be solved?
So I think this is not within the purview of this discussion, because we are talking about biodiversity leadership, and I'm talking about here that, you know, this can go in a different way if we start answering that, so we can all meet outside later on and discuss this, because it calls for a longish discussion. So thank you very much, and I hope that all of you had a good time at this panel.
So I have one pointer to add on. There was someone who is pitching in for a Meenakari painting on a plastic album. Is that person here?
That Odisha one. Odisha. Jagannath Temple, Puri. Yeah, please stand up. She's asking about you.
Yeah, fine. So I'm really appreciative of that, because it takes in natural extracts from the flowers and uses the natural colors and art forms. Coming from a background of natural dyes and natural fabrics and this sustainable textiles, I'm really appreciative of that.
Thank you, ma'am.
So I would like now,
there is one point that I would like to add on to this. This is an awareness for all of us here. Every time we recycle polyester, I mean, plastic is nothing but it's all the same. So it is going to add on to the carbon emission. So instead of that plastic, if we can go for bioplastic, it could be a great possibility for your venture.
Yes.
Thank you.
So now I would thank everybody here for giving time and for having such a fruitful discussion. I think so you all would be happy with this discussion. You like it? Let's see anybody, after 10 years, we can see somebody sitting here from that side. So let's hope for that. Now I would request Srinivas Murthy, IFS retired Madhya Pradesh Biodiversity Board, to please come here and felicitate these women entrepreneurs. Please, sir, please. Smita. Sir. Oh, sorry. इनकी दूसरी टांग नहीं थी. You can come first.
Thank you, everyone. So for the next parallel workshops, how many of you have opted for sustainable structures? Workshop C. Okay, so this workshop will be happening on that corner where the WWF Eco program has happened. Okay. Workshop B, ethical use of citizen science, eBird and iNaturalist. How many have applied for that? Okay, so this workshop will happen right outside here. And the third one, biodiversity of art, this workshop will be happening here. Okay, so please reach your venue right away. We are starting. And after this workshop, we'll have dinner. Please move fast to your locations.
Just think of yourself, and for 1 hour, you'll be enjoying where you are, and you're not pressurized about anything. Center all your energies to this place. At the count of 3, you can open your eyes. 1, 2, and 3. Please open your eyes. I hope you got relaxed for 1 minute. And hello everyone. Hi, I am Sadhana again, standing in front of you. So I want this calmness all over the workshop, all over the session, my session at least. So today we are going to go back to our childhoods. This is about sustainable art, trust me, but let me take it my way. So how many of you remember drawing something Go back to your childhoods. When was the last time you actually drew something on a paper or something at all? How many years back? Or maybe days back? Okay, have you painted something in the last 1 month? Who did? You can raise your hands. Okay, only 5 of you. Okay. In the last 1 year? Okay, a little bit more. Good, thank you. So what happens is, we have a lot of curiosity when we in our childhood, and we express ourselves, whatever emotions we have, we draw. We don't know what we are drawing, but we do. And the most attractive thing about drawing something is colors, right? And in childhood, you take, not only in childhood, even now, in the fashion industry, most of the references for colors or combinations are taken from nature. So nature is the best teacher, you say. So I think people here are very good with biodiversity, is it? Are you guys good at biodiversity? So I'll just show you some organisms, and you just need to guess the colors, just like that. Can someone change the slides, please? Can you give me the PPT here? Yeah. Now we are going to the nature's color palette. You're going to enjoy this session, okay? Next slide. So, can you guess the colors of this organism? Just guess, whatever. Purple and pink. And? Oh, okay. Next slide, please. Right. Very good. You see how colorful it is? So this is called the Spanish shawl. You see how contrast its colors are. The next slide, please. So guess this color. Blue and white. Okay. So next slide. Yeah. Okay, it's a blue dragon. Guess this. Purple. Okay. And? Purple, brown. Can we see what color this is? Oh, you guys are guessing it right, actually. Okay, a bit of brown. Guess this one. I want to listen to all the colors now. This is the most easiest, because whatever color you say, you'll get that color in this. How amazing are the colors, you see? So that is how art is from nature. They are not two different things. So I want you to understand the correlation. We don't see biodiversity or nature or art together. If we did, most of us would end up in our careers in art. Don't you think so? We go for sciences, we go for math, we go for engineering, everything. But then art, I don't think, it comes as the last career option, at least in India, I think. So I want you to understand how long has been the, how long have people interrelated art with biodiversity, right from the Mesolithic periods. You know, the first thing a human has ever painted on a rock was any guesses? The early man have done some rock paintings, rock art on the caves. So any guesses what he must have painted? Flowers, animals, sun. What we paint? One house, one sun, and the way, mountains, right? The lake, the small lake. Exactly. That is what we have seen in our life, or that is what we know in our head. But the early man, they only have animals around them, which is biodiversity. They only know the plants and animals. So the earliest paintings on the rock were of animals. So I want you to understand the interconnection between art, biodiversity, and community, because it is so much interlinked which we don't usually see. And usually Indian art was never made only for beauty or only for the purpose of keeping it on the walls as a decorative piece. There is a lots of meaning to it. So there are situations where societies use art to survive from the harsh climatic conditions. They use art as a survival. So you'll come across all those things. So see, this one is the earliest rock painting around 2500 years ago at Bhimbetka cave paintings. So you see what all is drawn? Cows and cattle, right. So this is also a UNESCO heritage site because people around the world understand the importance of this. But what do we see? We don't see look at it in terms of how important it is actually. This is some of the research which was done, and it's not only the cows or cattle which people have chosen to draw. They've painted some moth, they've painted tortoise, they drew some deers. Can you see? I think you can just keenly observe. And you don't think of tortoise like how we do the digital art. This is far more, specific than that. Next slide, please. So when I say few communities, for them, art is biodiversity because these communities, for example, these are the Munda and Oran communities, which draw only the biodiversity. This is called the Sohrai paintings. And this is a painting of West Bengal, and it is done in Jharkhand and West Bengal. And the best thing about this art is you don't find anything except for animals and the coexistence between the animals and the human. They put in all of their life. And trust me when I say they don't use even single thing what we consider as art. Today, if we want to do an art, the first thing we go for is acrylics. Is it? We go to the stationery shop and dump in a lot of plastics into the bag, and we come home and start painting something. But today, what you are going to do, you're going to experience now, like after some 10 minutes, is you wouldn't be using even a single thing from the stationery shop, but you will be creating a 2,000-year-old traditional art piece on yourself. You will be using a pen which is made out of bamboo and goat hair. When I say goat hair, don't think it's animal cruelty. I'll also explain to you how it is made. But then, you won't be using even a pencil to do the painting. But then, trust me, you're going to enjoy that. So this is about Sohrai art, and this is Lipan art. Lipan art is usually done by the Rabari and Kumbar, Marwada, Harijan and Mutwa communities. And this is found in Gujarat, Kutch. Lipan art, what we know today, is just what we make out of the clay, which we bring from the stationery shop, and we fix in a bit of mirrors in it, and we sell it for thousands of rupees. Is it? By the way, if you don't think there's no money in art, you're mistaken, actually. I work with women communities and artisans who make at least 1 lakh a month. Right. So, art is a very big gap in the economy, which people usually don't observe. We run behind the conventional paths. So the Lipan art, I'll come back to the Lipan art. So when we say it fights the harsh climate outside, in Kutch, when there is extreme heat outside, they use this camel dung and white mud to make a layer on the walls, which will maintain the temperature inside their house, okay, which will make sure the temperature outside the house, even the temperature outside the house is very extreme. Inside the house, they feel a bit cooler. That is because of the white sand and out of the cow dung, they just make a layer onto the walls. And they fix in mirrors into it because they have a room full of Lipan art, which is mirrors all over the walls. Even if they light a single lamp, it will reflect all over the room. So you see how rural communities don't need to be taught how we should conserve energy or how we should maintain a zero carbon lifestyle, like we should not go for carbon emission, or we should live a they already live a sustainable life. We are the ones who should be learning about sustainable lifestyle. That is about Lippen art. And now, okay. Do you guys think to create an art, do we need plants and animals? Seriously? We just need to go to a stationery and buy something, right? Is it? Is it right? But yeah, we need plants and animals to go for that sustainable art. Like the madam who was sitting here in the panel discussion, she was explaining to you how natural dyes are made and how a sustainable fabric can be made. And one of you have asked, like, is it really affordable? Or you raised some question like how can we go for a sustainable fashion when we want to be more modern? Trust me, sustainable fashion is more modern than what you think. And you don't need to buy material. Trust me, sustainable fabric is very affordable when you do it by yourself. You don't need to go out and buy everything. Just try at least 3 months. You try to make your own fabric. It's not that easy. It's not that hard. You can dye your own fabrics with natural dyes. You know this eco-printing stuff? I'll explain it to you. I hope you're not bored with my lecture. I can't see any facial expressions. I don't know. You know this concept of eco-printing? You just take a cloth, you pick some flowers from your garden, from some flowers or leaves and stuff, and you can just you can spread around those flowers and leaves on the fabric. You fold it around, roll it around, and you put it to steam. जैसे हम इडली बनाते हैं, वैसे आप steam करो उसको. Then you remove it after some half an hour or stuff. The beautiful colors of the flowers will be printed on the fabric. You can do it for a sari. You can do it for whatever you want. And there's this new concept coming up, which is called Ayurvastra. Ayurvastra is something where you use medicinal plants, medicinal leaves and flowers and stuff to dye your fabric, which will make the fabric more, all the medicinal properties will be, absorbed by the cloth. And that cloth will be actually as colorful as you want and also will help you heal mentally. You observe the intersection between art, your mental health, and your lifestyle, which has become sustainable, right? So I think youth today is more dynamic, and we opt for many new things because this is a youth and biodiversity conference. That is why I'm coming to this point. Youth today try hundreds of new things. They don't sit back and see, okay, let's see what happens. I have seen this, how people, you don't need to have much knowledge about it, but still you can go one step forward and see, okay, let's go for this sustainable fabric or sustainable fashion. And that one change, trust me, will change your life in many ways, and you will experience that. So now you will see what plant species and animal species are used to create thousands of years of traditional art forms of different states. So this is Patachitra, as you can see. So Patachitra, anybody know what is Patachitra, like on what is the painting made on? Banana leaf. Yes, palm leaf. So this entire painting which you're seeing here is made out of the palm leaf. And the colors which are used in Patachitra are made out of all these, the plants. The shell, seashell, the white color is made out of the seashell. And these animals are, like the hair of these animals is used to make the paint brushes. They don't kill the animals for that. They collect the hair and they make sure they put it into a bamboo and they make sure it's, tied well, and they use that as a brush for Patachitra. And these are all plants which are, used to bring out colors. Indigo is used for the blues, and the reds. Manjishta is used for the red. Turmeric is used for the yellow. Next, please. Madhubani painting. This is also a kind of painting in which all natural dyes are used and all of them are taken from these plants. Even rice is used, the rice which we eat. It is used to make the fabric, like not the fabric, the paper, to prepare the paper. This is not done on a normal paper. They actually do 3 to 4 layers of rice, the paste of the rice, they paste on it and make sure, the color, they put all natural colors onto it. The palash is used for the yellow or red, and turmeric for yellow again, and indigo for blue. Next, please. This is called Gond painting. There is a very interesting thing about the Gond painting because this has a lot of community aspect to it. The Gond painting is done by the Gond tribes, this community of Gonds. There are generations of, the generations of people who have been doing this art. And till today, they don't deviate from the natural things. You'll get a copy of this anywhere with acrylics. And these days, you don't even need the acrylics. A digital print is enough to replace a traditional painting. This will take you some 1 week or 10 days to make, and the digital print will just come just like that. This also will put us on a pedestal where we want to opt for the traditional painting, which will take time, because this is a generation which wants everything quicker. Like how they were talking about how Farida ma'am was telling about slow fashion and slow food. The slow fashion thing is very important. I think if you want to go for the most authentic things, it's always slow, trust me. I think it applies also for the relationships in this generation. And this is the Warli painting. If you look at the painting, do you see how wonderfully they've represented? How many animals do you see in the painting? How many living beings? Right from the ones living under the ground. The earthworms, the lizards, the squirrels, the cows, the peacock, the monkey on the right top, and all other birds which are surviving on the plant. How much of biodiversity can you see in the painting? And what goes into the painting? It's just red soil, red ochre soil, and the white is made out of the rice paste. It's just 2 of this. And this Warli painting is done on the walls of the house, mostly by the tribal communities, which represents their coexistence with nature, and how every organism is important for human to exist on this earth. It is clearly represented in the painting. And they don't have a differentiation for male or female, just for a small bun on their head. I think that also speaks a lot about the gender neutrality they maintain most of the times. Next painting. This. And this is my favorite, because this is what we are going to do today. It is the Kalamkari painting. So, how many of you think Kalamkari painting, just give me an estimated number about how many days will it take for a Kalamkari painting to be done? Any days? Any number of days? 10 days, 2 weeks, okay? And? Okay. Any Kalamkari painting would take you minimum of 1 month, because by the time you finish the painting will go through 23 washes. You'll be washing the same fabric again and again for 23 times. Because everything we use are natural fermented dyes, and after each color, you will be washing the fabric. After the black, you wash it. Then you go for the red, you wash it. Then you go for the yellow, you wash it. So the number of colors you have in your painting, for every color you go and wash the fabric. And it's not how you wash it in a bucket. The traditional Kalamkari paintings are washed on the riverbed, like on the river bank. They literally go to the rivers and they dip in the fabric and they dry the fabric on the river banks. And for the Kalamkari painting to be done, you have a specific amount of sunlight you require. good amount of temperature you'd require. So it's not that you can do it in any temperature randomly. So the entire ecosystem and the entire process is very much interlinked with the nature. If you want to go to a village, per se for Srikalahasti, and you want to do a kalamkari painting, you would want the right temperature, right amount of sunlight, right amount of wind for the cloth to dry, the river flow, it should be a flowing river, the river flow, and the natural dyes you use. So I opted for this painting for this workshop because I found this painting is the most interlinked ones with the nature. It is something which can't be done if the nature is not on your side, if the weather is not on your side. So, next please. So, now I think it's 7:20 exactly. I wanted to finish my session, like the presentation in 20 minutes so that we can go for the workshop, hands-on. I'll be explaining you about how all these things are prepared for your workshop. Okay. I don't know for how many days you have been preparing for this workshop, but I've been preparing for this for more than a month because the natural dyes which you use will take 21 days to be prepared. So it's a proper process, and the fabric which is made. So now, I think you can now open your workshop kits. You can just remove the brochure. You have a brochure. Inside the brochure you have a cloth. I want all of you to smell the cloth. Smell it. Do you get any specific smell from the cloth? Yes? Huh? Ghee. Okay, someone is saying ghee. And? Milk. Okay. Feel the texture of the cloth. Sorry? Oil? Okay. Now you're getting some other smells, huh? So I'll just tell you. So this fabric which is in your hand, you can feel the texture. So you have this, you know karakkai, you know harda? You call it harda in Hindi and karakkai in Telugu. So you take powder of harda and you put it into milk and you dip this cloth into the milk. So this cloth is treated with milk and harda. So even if you smell it, you'll be taking in some medicinal properties of the harda because it's usually used as an Ayurvedic medicine. Okay? Now you can look for a pen. You'll find a pen like this. You'll find a pen like this in your kits. Yes. Can you tell me what this pen is made of? Like how I've explained to you just now. Bamboo. Right, right. So the brown part which you're seeing the brown part, this is made out of gongali. You call it gongali in Telugu, which is a blanket which is made of the goat hair. It's like the proper gongali. So they don't kill the goat for this. Excuse me. So there are shepherds who take goats to the forest, right, for feeding them. So they pick up the goat hair and they do a kind of mechanism on their hands or legs just like this so that they put all the hair into one string. So they make thread out of it. They just roll it just like that. They roll all the hair together, which makes a string. So with that string, they weave it into a blanket, like a bed sheet kind of thing. So this is a very age-old tradition which you can find only in the villages. So this is a piece of gongali which is tied with a thread. This will act as a suction bulb for you, and this is used as a pen. And you'll see a piece of coal in your kits. So this is a charcoal stick which is made out of tamarind stem. So tamarind stems are burnt and this is made. This you'll be using as a pencil. Okay, so, and you will be using a black natural dye, which we will be distributing to you. So we'll go for the first step. Next step, next slide please. Yeah, so I have a bit of instructions for you. Now we'll be starting our workshop. I want all of you to wear the gloves while you're using your dye, because it can spoil your nails if you have done your manicure or pedicure just recently. Yeah. So, and also please don't smell the natural dye, because it will give a very pungent odor because of the fermentation. Okay? And please be very careful with the color. Don't spill it around. Firstly, so you, just so that we don't spoil the tables here, they'll be giving you newspapers. Please spread it around in front of you. And on top of that, we'll be creating the art. Okay? You can just distribute it. They'll make sure they distribute among themselves. So I'll just explain the process to you. You can just spread out the newspaper in front of you and place the fabric in front of you first. Okay, everyone show me your fabrics once. Okay, now try to fold the edges so that you make borders on all the four sides. Just fold the edges. If you want to frame it after going from here, make sure you have good enough borders.
Yeah, please don't spill the color, because I don't think the smell won't be leaving soon. So we have the newspapers, but they are already wet because of that color. So even if we spread it, it won't be helping us.
Okay. Okay, so we have to be more careful.
So be very careful. Don't shake the tables, right? So that was the reason we were allocating you 4 for each. But if you are there, make sure you don't spill the colors.
Have good enough space in front of you. You can remove your bags and stuff so that you don't spill anything. Just fold all four sides of the fabric like this. And that will create a line for you on all four sides. Okay, did everyone create the borders? Okay, now spread it in front of you and make sure you don't have anything around the fabric. Just put all your stuff to one side. Okay, I think I should come down. Now, if you have created the borders, you'll be given stencil, 2 per each table. So You can place the stencil exactly in the center of your cloth. Place it in the center of your cloth. Can we go for the next slide, please? So this is how you place your stencils on your cloth. Make sure you have enough borders and place the paper exactly in the center. Next slide, please. Okay, for the next slide, for the next step, you can look at the slide. So we'll be giving you charcoal, which is also made out of tamarind stem, okay? So you will be putting this charcoal onto the stencil and create a design on your cloth with the help of sponge. You'll have a sponge in your kit also. So make sure you put some coal onto the stencil and spread it all around so that from the holes, the charcoal will go onto the cloth and it will create a design for you. No, we'll be giving you charcoal powder. Just 1 second. It looks like that. It's like charcoal powder which will easily go onto your cloth. Did you get the charcoal? No, the charcoal powder. Yeah, the powder is here, right? Yeah, you can put a bit of charcoal powder onto your stencil. Everybody who got the charcoal powder, drop 1 or 2 spoons of charcoal powder onto the stencil. And with the sponge, this just spread around the charcoal powder onto the design. Charcoal powder. 1 second, you'll be getting it. Just 1 second. Yes. Yes. You can put the charcoal powder onto your stencil. Take good amount of charcoal powder. We have enough. Oh, you can take good amount of it. Because even if it's excess, we can collect it back later. Did everyone get the charcoal powder? Yes. Yes. You just need to circulate like that. Do it almost for like 2 minutes so that the design stays. No, you can just go up and down, no problem. You can just go up. Exactly. Yes. You can just go. कोई बात नहीं, ये निकल जाएगा. आपको शायद पेज ऐसा रखना चाहिए था. Once lift it. The design is already. Yes, now you can place it. Yes. You can just do it up and down. You can remove the paper now, I think. 1 second, I'll just... Exactly. ये साइड में भी गिरेगा तो वो निकल जाएगा, okay? Don't worry. Now slowly remove the paper. Just lift. Oh, you need to do it more for more time. Yes. Okay. Now someone can place it. Take good amount of charcoal. for a bit longer, sir. ज़्यादा time कर लिया. Do it for some time. Some more time. Make sure this doesn't move. The paper shouldn't move. Yeah. आप ज़्यादा चारकोल लीजिए और ज़्यादा चारकोल लीजिए. I think powder है ना? हाँ. Yes, you don't need to go by the design. Just do it like. Yeah. वो साइड में गिरेगा तो भी चलेगा ना. Do it for like 2 minutes at least, 2 to 3 minutes. इतना ज़्यादा बाहर नहीं जाना चाहिए. मैंने बोल दिया तो आपने लाइट ले लिया. Hi, you're doing it? Yeah, you have to do it for like at least for 3 to 4 minutes. Yeah. That is okay. Yes. Did you not get the design? So you need to do it. Please. You're done? Yes, you have created design on the floor. This charcoal can be reused. Yes. We reuse everything. Cloth गंदा हो गया. नहीं निकल जाएगा. वो नहीं है आपका एक्चुअल वाला डिजाइन आपको क्रिएट करेंगे. ये तो बस एक आउटलाइन डिजाइन. You put up your cloth. Yes, you did it perfectly. How long did you do it for? this you can remove. This is just for the lines. अच्छा हाँ. तो अभी आपका चारकोल पेन वो है ना, उससे आप ये डॉट्स कनेक्ट कर दीजिए. Yes, yes, yes. No, you can start. ऐसे आप इसको कनेक्ट करिए. Not at this point. इसके बाद. Did you guys get it? You need to do it a bit longer, I think. Yes. हाँ, powder आप ज़्यादा लीजिए. आपका आ जाएगा. You take more charcoal powder. Do you have? Yeah, you can try. Is this the parrot? Yes. I'll get you the peacock. So, with the pencil, you can just connect the dots. हाँ. वो कर रहे हैं. आप इस point पे कर सकते हैं. रहने दोगे तो भी चलेगा. Yeah, you can also do your freehand design. If you have a freehand and you're flexible with drawing, you can do any of your design on the on the cloth. Okay, you don't need to necessarily go for the stencil. If you want to draw anything also, you can draw on it. you can do it freehand also if you want to. I hope everyone's enjoying the workshop. So I just forgot telling you something. Okay, just take a break from your painting, just for 10 seconds. So none of you asked what is the natural dye made of, but I got this question from one of the participants. So I want, do you get a smell from that, right? So that black color. Reaction which happens while you're painting. Yeah, you can continue with your painting. This is kalamkari. Yeah. You can turn on the music. I hope all of you are enjoying the painting. I want a yes or no. Thank you.